We're live. What's up, everyone? It's Nick and Chris. We're back as we promised yesterday for One Championship Full Circle. This is your fight companion. It's Onglar Fight Week, Chris. It's like Christmas for me. It's the biggest fight week of the One Championship year. Anytime Onglar fights, you know it's big on SCMP MMA.
Come on, mate. I think you're doing a little bit of a disservice there. It's like Christmas with Eid, Diwali, Easter, Passover, New
There we
Year's,
go.
Chinese New Year's. We'll combine them all together because that's how much it means to the people of Myanmar, aka Burma, aka call yourselves whatever you want, but just big up, big up. Nothing like it, right? In all of one championship.
Yeah, we are expecting big numbers as usual when Onglar fights Myanmar. Everyone tunes in. And it's a tough situation over there. It has been for the last 12 months or so. So hopefully Onglar can bring them some joy with his performance. I know they all look forward to him every time he fights. The whole country just comes to a standstill. So yeah, it's good to see Onglar back, but a lot of other stuff going on. Chris, the big news: Vitali Bigdash did not pass his hydration, and he did pass hydration, sorry, but he failed his weigh in again on this morning in Singapore. So it's now a catch weight. 4 pounds, I think he missed by, which seemed to go up
Yeah,
2 pounds from yesterday.
Yeah, that is a little bit of an issue, but I think he made the hydration and was 2 pounds over. So I think it kind of played into that to make the hydration he had to be over. Obviously, probably resulted in a bigger fine in his purse. I don't really have a problem with it. It's just a little bit of an issue, I'd like him to be a little bit closer to the weight. In my opinion, if you're 2 pounds off, that's not too big of an issue. But 4 pounds off, it's starting to get a little bit silly now. That's nearly 2 kilos.
Yeah, I guess Onglar can't complain because he had the same issue his last fight with Leandro, and as we said yesterday, we did not anticipate he would have any problems with it, and he agreed to the catch weight. So no issues on Onglar's end, and you like to see that, even though Vitali hasn't lived up to his side of the original agreement. Onglar has no problem with it, so we've got the fight. It's all on.
Yeah, we've got some questions in the chat. I'll bring one up, Nick. What time is Anglar fighting by some really handsome guy?
Onglar is fighting in the third fight from the top on the main card, so I don't know what time that is actually. Uh,
I would probably say around Hong Kong, Singapore time. You're probably talking around 10.
yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Look who's here, Robin Bruce, handsome Robin.
There we
Who's the
go.
best one MMA fighter pound for pound right now? Could be Renier de Ridder, couldn't it, Chris? In the main
Yeah,
event
that's
tonight.
it. I keep saying it, man. I just think Rainier, he's perfect. And you know what? He is the highest profile guy, and you got to remember he's the only champion in one championship right now that has an O at the end of his name. And I'm not all big into undefeated records, but you know what? If you look at everything he did in Europe before, if you look at everything he has done so far in one championship, he's just demolished that middleweight division. He's got a great win against Onglaw at light heavyweight, and now he's going to take out the welterweight champion tonight to just really prove his dominance.
All right. Let us know who you think is the pound for pound best in one. Galactus saying Gary Tonin. I am going to bow out very quickly just to set up something on the website. So Chris is here. He's going to guide you through the opening fight, and I will rejoin as soon as I can. But please give
That's
Chris some comments and questions so he's not on his own.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm just going to say to kick it off. Galactus, I totally agree with you with Gary Tonin. I think he's one of the best fighters. My only slight issue with him is he still hasn't really took on those elite featherweights at the moment in his own division. He hasn't fought a Tanley. He hasn't fought a Martin. He hasn't fought. He's never really gone up and fought a Shinya or a Christian Lee back in the past when he first joined the organization. So he missed out a little bit there. I know, Dwayne, I have not seen Leon in a while, but you know what? I love that guy. I'd love to get him back on here, but I think he's very, very busy right now with living life in Bali and, of course, running one of the best MMA websites out there. If you want to know what's going on in Asia, check out Asia Persuasion MMA. A good website, also a fantastic Facebook. Hang with the boys. I like it, Galactus. I don't know what Cov deck means. Sorry. Oh, covering MMA? Yes, I believe he is, but I think he's doing a little bit more on the Facebook. and Twitter and on other social media. And I think his Instagram is still active. Check it out. And wow, we've got Robin Bruce saying he thinks Ben Askren is the best fighter in one championship. No, but at a time he was arguably the best fighter in one championship on the men's side. Possibly, but to me, you know what? When you look at the Mount Rushmore of fighters in one championship, for me, it probably is something along the lines of an Onglar, Bibiano Fernandez, 100%, Adriano Moraes, and then the last spot is really up for grabs. And it probably would be Ben Askren at the moment because, you know, having multiple title defenses is what I kind of judge everyone off, but each into their own. No, every time he hears a Ben Askren, he thinks of spinning back fists. Wow. Don't say that to Ben Askren, eh? So, guys, who've you got going into this first fight on the cards? Are you guys bigging up the man Raju? Who you got? Let me know. I hope we're ready for a big, big night of fights tonight. It's going to be a long night. It's going to be a big night. But hopefully we get everything we want. Yeah, you can say that, but the problem is he never really fought a lot of the top welterweights that have come through afterwards. What one did when they really started off as an organization in Asia, they really did what most Asian organizations do when they started off with the lower weight classes, and particularly the heavyweight weight class, where they brought in a lot of pretty good talent and fun talent as well. And they had a bit of freak show fights. I mean, they had people like Alan and Lai and Bob Sapp fighting over there, so it was always good fun. Augustine, what do you think of Sagid, the cousin of Khabib? His first fight was really amazing. Yeah, I thought it was absolutely amazing. You know what? Ali Abdelaziz just keeps bringing those guys from Dagestan to any organization you can get them in. He looks fantastic. I mean, he did have that one devastating loss in UAE Warriors that I watched against Carlton Harris, who's done pretty well in the UFC, but obviously lost last time out. But he does look good. But you know what? He looks very, very big for the weight class, and it's not the first time I've said it. But you know what? If you can make the weight and pass the hydration, it's all good. And Dwayne Torres has said in this fight he's got Zamboanga in this fight. Drag Zamboanga, I believe, the little brother of Denise. This is such a hard fight because Raju has always failed at the top level within one championship. But my true issue with him here is that whenever he gets someone who doesn't have a lot of experience, he absolutely runs over them. And Drex is still quite fresh to this sport, so it's really tough to say. That's a little bit, yeah. Can kind of agree with you on this one. Hey, they do kind of use Raju to build up fighters, but he has done good performances, but he's just missed out on anyone who's a little bit of a name. That's what a lot of people are saying. And what's my opinion on going on a cruise ship for a holiday? I have nothing against it as long as the cruise ship is going somewhere. But yeah, generally something I just kind of more associated with old people. I'm a bit more of a backpacker myself, but I'm in my 30s now, so maybe I am old people. Thank you, Galactus. He never made 155 prior to one. Oh, wow. I'll have to double check that and have a look through it. And here we go with the first fighters we're about to start. And let's just have fingers crossed and pray a little bit for our main man in the cage, Oliver Costa tonight, because as we saw on the last card, he refereed every MMA fight, every kickboxing fight, and every Muay Thai fight. So hopefully tonight he gets a little bit of time off. It would be absolutely fantastic if he could. And I will say a cheers to all the viewers out there. And here we go with the first fight. We have just started and we are now 52, 51, 50, 49. Feel free to join us, guys. Did Big Dash make weight to catchweight now? Yeah, he missed his weight. He got 207 and he also missed his hydration. So we assume he's had to go up to 209 in order to make the hydration. And yo, big up the man himself. The best smacker in town, Michael Owens. Absolute legend, gotta love him. One of the greatest journalists in the game, one of the funniest guys out there, and you know what? He just loves them Mackhams. I don't think it's time for Shimada back. Man, you know what? When your body's changing and you're going through all those hormones and whatnot, sometimes you just go from flyweight to lightweight. Wow. Wow. He absolutely ran through him. That was a mismatch. I mean, how many flyweights jump up to lightweight and just, ran through a man like that? I mean, that was just left, right, left, right, left, right. That wasn't even with much technique. I mean, if Ghost Phantom was here, we wouldn't have much insight because he literally was just swanging and banging, as the kids say. I don't know if the actual damage. Oh yeah, right on the chin to the body. Yeah, right uppercut. What an absolute fantastic shot, though. Jesus Christ. Oh, we've got a little bit of issue. I do not know, but Michael Owens is usually correct on stuff like this, considering he works for one of the greatest MMA promotions out there. Wow. What a great result by Drex. And I will pull back up this comment. AHR. Got it absolutely correct. They use Raju to build up other fighters. What an absolute shout. Wow. What an absolute performance. I mean, it does make you think now, Raju, where is there for him to really go from here? It is very, very, very tough. Yeah, I do agree with you, Dwayne. I know he won his last fight, but every time he's made that step up, every time he's fought anyone of any note, it just hasn't really gone well. Oh, I like the promo he's cutting on the mic. And anyone out there excited for Anglar now? Fantastic win for Jex. You know what? That does show he does belong here in the One Championship circle. I just think hopefully they can keep making the right decisions and just point him in the right direction because, you know what? Love Denise. I think she's fantastic and she just keeps getting better and better and better. And she just seems to be improving exponentially. I have written her off, I think, in the last 4 or 5 fights in a row. And every time she just absolutely amazes me. Bit late for that one, mate. So, guys, who you've all got in this next fight? Have you got Judo Ibu or Daniel Puertas? Let me know in the chat, and don't forget to like and subscribe while you're here. You'll get all the content, all the One Championship, UFC, Bellator, PFL. We try and cover it for all you guys out there. So give us a follow, give us a like, tell us what you want as well when you're in the comments. So go down to the box below and download the app Fanatics, join SCMP MMA group. We can compare, contrast, we can compare our picks. We're giving away prizes every month. So get it out, check it out, and you can get us in the chat there anytime, particularly me and Nick. If you want to ask us anything about the fights, we're there, we're ready to bang. And you know what? I'll probably finish higher than you in the league anyway. Oh, wow. Everyone here right now, back in the main man himself, Mr. Puertas. And here we go with the moment live from the Singapore Indoor Stadium. Oh, there we go. There's the classic trope of mentioning Dutch-style kickboxing. I always like that. It's always a classic. I do it myself all the time in my previews to anyone out there who watches. Yeah, I agree with you here. AH, some of the last events, particularly as well when you go back before the new year. Some of these events they did drag out long because it was you're getting 3 fights and it was taking 2 hours, and you'd have knockout after knockout. Sometimes you'd have about 5 minutes in the ring spread out over a 2-hour period, so it wasn't always fantastic. So do we have any more questions in the chat? Dwayne, I'm not sure if it's no crowd. I think it might just be a very limited crowd, but I might be totally incorrect on that. Probably best to ask someone in Singapore, or Nick will know, and I think he'll be back very, very soon. Wow, here's the eagle. And here we go, guys. If you want to know a little bit of background, I believe that the band singing in the background is Hangai, I believe, who are a ethnically Mongolian band from China. I think generally around the Beijing area. So might hint a little bit of Mongolian in the sky. You know, the Mongolians within China and in Mongolia itself, just absolute fierce competitors, great wrestling background, great striking, and you know that nomadic lifestyle. It's just steel sharpening steel. Here we go. AH knows the score. No crowd until the 26th of March. Oh, wow. That is a long time. So, guys, let me know while you're in the chat. Let me know who you've got. Let's see. I am back in Puertas myself. I think he's got a fantastic record. I think he's seen a little bit more. And not to criticize the fighters coming out of China, but there's a lot of fighters who come out of China and come to one championship, whether in Muay Thai or one championship. And they have these huge records, but they keep getting found out because Not that I'm just accusing China of this. There's a lot of police all over the world that do this, where they heavily pad records. And here's my host with the most.
Yeah. Sorry, I just
Did you see that first fight, sir?
Yeah, I was listening more than watching, but I then saw the highlights. And if everyone go to scmp.com/MMA, we're doing a rolling update of the night there with all the fight results. And
Oh,
there's a
wow.
there, so we're trying out something new tonight. That's what I've just set that up. And Tom Taylor and myself will be updating that throughout the night. So if you need some reading material as well as some audio here and some visual, we got you covered.
So this
But
is like a
Chris,
live blog, like a minute by minute, round by round kind of breakdown.
we're not doing live blog. It's more just every time a fight finishes, we'll update with the results and quotes.
Okay, perfect.
We're thinking of a live blog for 1X because
So it's kind of like a fight by fight blog.
Yeah, I think they call it a rolling story at SCMP. So just trying it out. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, how's things in here? What have I missed?
Oh, it's been good. We've had a lot of people joining in. A lot of good questions. Almost everyone I've spoken to in the chat back in Puertas, 100%. They're bigging him up.
Sounds good. All right. I will do this. Didn't see that coming, to be honest, Chris, from T-Rex. I'm
I didn't
still
expect him to walk down him that much, particularly with him coming up from flyweight to lightweight. I didn't expect a performance like that.
Yeah, very good. Excellent performance. Okay, here we go. I'm ready. Finally.
Who have you got in this fight, Nick?
I think I picked Daniel Puertas.
You know what's nice to see? It's nice to see we've got a second ref.
Oh, yeah. So last time, poor old Olivier did every fight, I think. And then no one mentioned anything about it. I really wanted to ask Chatri. I'm just going to switch my Wi-Fi over, Chris. 1 second.
No problem, sir. What? Have you not been enjoying my awesome commentary, Michael? I'm only joking, you know what? You are a true Geordie. How was your time with Adesanya the other day? Oh my God, I can't help myself, can I? Here's one for you, Michael. Who are you backing tonight? Are you backing Puertas or Judo? Because, you know, when it comes to the kickboxer and Muay Thai, no one knows better than you, eh? Oh, wow. A nice combination by Judo. Puertas not actually throwing much at all, but just being willing to eat the odd shot here. Thanks for that one, Michael.
Wi-Fi issues here. So
Yeah.
could be a dicey
See,
one.
yeah, Michael, this is what I've been saying the whole time. Like, there are fantastic kickboxers and Muay Thai fighters coming out of China, but there is a bit of a problem with padded records, as you know, as we found out a lot of times recently.
Oh, I'm gonna catch up. Where are you, Chris? I'm about 155, so maybe I'm behind.
I'm about 112, 110. Judo still looking far more active, for more fights, more fists, more kicks, more punches, a little bit better movement. Puertas just isn't being active enough, really, in my opinion, to really win this round at all.
All right, I've hit the playback speed trick, so I should be with you soon. Want to welcome everyone who's watching as well. If you haven't, please like and subscribe. You know the deal. we already have had about 1,500 new subscribers this week, which is sensational. Hoping to get a lot more tonight. Yeah.
That's it. You know what, guys? Later on, it might get a little bit busy with all the comments. So if you want to guarantee your comment gets read out, make a super chat, boys.
Oh, that's it. Help the channel out, please. With that, it's very much appreciated. Helps me pay these guys. Right. It's all going wrong at the moment for me here. My email's looking out, my YouTube, Chris.
Oh, wow.
At least it's happening now and not in the middle of Onglar's fight.
That's it, right?
My Wi-Fi is not working. Oh, I can see some trouble here. Chris is going to be the MVP today, I think.
Oh, really? Am I going to be hanging out with Adesanya on a rickshaw?
Yeah, if you want. All right.
Thank you very much, R or AH. Can you please correct me? Because I don't know if you're AH or R, but thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who's been supporting us. Thank you very much. Here we go. This is what I want to say. Puertas now is actually using a little bit of his length to develop a little bit of a range, create a little bit of distance. Because he couldn't continue doing what he was doing in that first round.
Yeah, this bloody thing, Chris, is it's got the red light that the signal is not on. So bloody BT screwing me over again. My nemesis. So my Wi-Fi might be iffy.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you very much, AH. Very happy we can add to your viewing experience and give you a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of background, and also a little bit of fun to watch on Championship with, because as we hear from a lot of people in the United States or the UK or whatnot, it's on a very unsociable hour. So it's not the kind of thing where you can invite the boys around and have a beer and watch.
Too early for beers here at the moment.
JP Magog? Well, I butchered that name. JP, the fights have started right now. If there's a certain fight you're looking forward to, let us know what fight it is and we'll try and give you a rough time. But right now, we've got Judo versus Puertas. Ooh, and it's been a pretty good fight, a little bit back and forth, but Judo is just slightly ahead. But it's been an absolutely fantastic clash.
Still reeling, Chris, from that opening fight.
Oh, yeah.
The Corolla Crusher got crushed by the T-Rex.
That's it. And I mean, right now you've got to say T-Rex is front and center in that driving seat for one of those nice big $50,000 bonuses.
That'll go a long way in Bangkok as well.
Oh, 100%.
I think he's training at Maroc fight with Denise. All right. Who we got so far, Chris?
I'm gonna say it's very, very close, but the second round was very close. But you got to go with Ibu, I think.
Just a reminder, please like and subscribe. Tom Taylor will be joining us at some point as well. It's a little early in Canada though, so he's
Oh
just
wow, we
waking up.
need a little bit of that power from the north, eh? But knowing Tom Taylor, he's probably in the snow in his log cabin, having some waffles with maple syrup, right? That's what they do in the great north of Canada.
The Great North.
I think we all are tonight, AH. Oh, I thought that was a liver shot at first.
Oh, something's happened. A groin shot. We have our first groin shot, Chris. It was inevitable.
Wow, that's about 12 hours ahead because Bellator's tomorrow morning. Oh, it was right on the cup. I could see the cup move. Jesus.
Oh,
This is the question I want to ask. Are they using steel cups or plastic cups?
I wouldn't know.
Because one championship allows steel cups. I know Brandon Vera and Onglar both use steel cups. I hope everyone does.
Noda is back. Hello, Noda.
Big up Noda.
New subscriber, new follower from yesterday's weigh-ins reaction stream. Welcome back. Thanks for rejoining us for the Fight Companion. We are in the third round here of Puertas and Judo. Hope I pronounced that right. Oh, uppercut. Let us know where you're watching in the world as well, and what time it is. A little bit earlier today, Chris. Longer show, bigger card, more fights. Not so many fell through with COVID.
That's it. I think this is the
Just
first
two,
time we've
I
gone
think.
past. Is it the first time we've gone past 10 fights in about 2.5 years?
Yeah, I think you're right. Was that card
Yeah.
Revolution in September? I'm not sure.
I think we had
how
10. We've
Yeah.
had 10 before. I think this is the first time we've had 12, 6 and 6.
Yes, we only lost David Branch and Tidies and the Pet Moricott fight as well, the title fight, which is a shame. Those two I was looking forward to, but it's held together nicely. Otherwise, this card. AH agrees. Yes, gutted the Branch and Tidies got canned. Very good matchup. I was looking forward to that.
Yeah, I think it was quite an interesting one because I think it was a one-fight contract, right, for Branch.
Yes. So
yeah, I always think it was one of them where if he won, he'd probably be looking at a small but probably a multi-fight deal, 3 or 4 fights, right?
I mean, I think if they can rebook that, even if Branch loses, he could probably be useful in the middleweight division. There's not many fighters in that division, let's be honest.
That's true.
And Onglar needs opponents if Renier keeps the belt, I think.
My problem is with giving someone one fight contract is always they can win and go somewhere else, which sometimes is a bit of a problem, right, with our mental rankings.
Well, we're seeing fighters who've gone somewhere else, and now they've come back.
I'll tell you what, Michael Owens, the top Macca himself, the king of Sunderland, will tell us all that, after saying that he thinks Judo has just been eating cans, I'll tell you what, he has not stopped this whole fight. He has pushed forward the whole time, and what an absolute gas tank this man has on him.
Yeah, that was a crazy final round there. Both guys giving it full blast, as one might say. What time is Onglar fighting? It's that time, isn't it? It's silly season, Chris.
And people have to remember, Onglar's always fighting. He's fighting for our hearts and our souls.
Yeah, this is a tie, thinks Dwayne. Do you think so, Chris? Can they do that? What are the Super Series rules?
No, I think the only way you could get a tie is if someone was to duck to the point in a round.
Yeah, it's
That would
very,
be the
very
only
close
way,
though.
really.
I don't think we're going to have any judging controversy here. It could go either way.
And here we go. And here is the judge's decision. Split.
Here we go. Dom now with the decision. Looking dapper as always. Split decision, Chris, here.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, I think he was harshly done there.
Puertas wins. Okay.
See,
I mean,
you know
whoever
how
lost, I think, had a right to feel a little aggrieved, but it's one of those, Chris, where it's so tough, I think.
one championship does 5-round title fights and doesn't even do 5-round main events. I'd actually like to see main events and rematches move to 5 rounds.
Yeah, I agree.
I always think, right, if you're having a rematch and, usually when they call for an immediate rematch in one championship, it's because there's been controversy. I always think 5 rounds solves a lot of that controversy.
Yeah, I think Onglar and Big Dash as well should have been a 5-rounder, given they've done 2 already.
What I was saying last night, I think I was saying it in the comments, but Denise and Ham, it was such a tight 3-rounder. Let's make it 5.
Yeah, I guess they got so many fights on 1X, they cannot do that, but
yeah, I know. But what happens if it goes down the same way again? Because it was so tight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if anything, I think they should have done that fight as a main event or co-main 5-rounder on another card, not 1X, just to give it the time it deserves potentially. But who knows? Could end in the first round, but I don't think so. I think it'll go to a decision.
Yeah, I think it'll be actually very, very similar to the first one.
It's not, as Dwayne said, it's always what time is on, but not how is on. I'm sure Ong is fine, Dwayne.
I think this is such an interesting fight tonight.
Kriklia and Aigun. So Aigun, he passed his weight and hydration in the morning. That's good. So the only other fight that is now a catchweight, is Kazakhstan did not make weight. So the former welterweight champion, his fight with Valmir da Silva is no longer welterweight, is now slightly heavier catchweight fight. But Aigun and there was one other guy I think passed in the morning. Zainelev, yes. You can get all the updates, as I said earlier, if you missed it, on scmp.com/MMA. We're doing a rolling story today with all the results from the fights.
One question I want to ask Mr. Nick, and I ask it myself, is with Tayfun Özkan and Murat Aygun, why is one of them classed as Dutch/Turkish and the other one is Turkish/Dutch? I don't understand why the flags turn around. I always kind of feel like you should just keep it alphabetical order. And that way it's always neutral, right? Because you're trying to honor 2 countries at the same time. I think alphabetical order for me is just pure neutrality, right?
Yeah, I guess it is. However you feel is your first country. I don't know.
Yeah. That's why I always think just make it a set rule, and that way no one has to choose, right? Yeah. Take the decision out of the fighter's hands. Like I like in Formula 1, it's the order in which you get your passports.
That's good.
So if you get a British passport first and then America, it's British and then American. And it's just always the order of the passport. So I kind of like that. I think it's when it's in the rules, it's neutral. You don't have to choose one country over the other because you can be from more than one country and love both countries equally.
There we go. Unless you're
guys,
getting your
right
Hong
now,
Kong passport,
99
Chris, you have to
live
renounce
viewers.
your citizenship. Yeah, 83 for me. It's going up. Let's get it. I imagine it's going to be thousands later on when Ong La takes to the circle. If you've never been here for an Ong La fight companion, it's a real treat, guys.
100%.
Craziness. And Tom Taylor will be jumping in soonish, and he and I will be ducking in and out, and so will Chris. So we'll hopefully try and have two people on at all times, but there could be moments where it's just one. But in those moments, I implore those in the chat to leave comments and questions so that whoever is on their own has something to interact with and talk about.
That's it.
But if not, we'll do our best to fill the dead air. Here we go. This man, he passed his hydration and weight after a little scare yesterday. Daniel Zainelev coming out to some Dr. Dre there, Chris.
Yeah.
I like it.
100%. This is
that one
such a tough fight, right? What do you think on this one?
I've got to go with I'm gonna go with the Russian here, Daniel Zainelov. Yeah, just because I like he's looking confident with that walkout.
And you know what?
He's
I
picked a good
don't know if
song.
you remember Inside the Matrix Part 3 with Yuri Samos when he fought Fan Wrong. It was a fantastic fight. But that first round, they absolutely dominated him on the ground, but he just got absolutely found out on his feet, didn't he?
Yeah, now you tell me, I'm remembering it. That seems like a world ago now.
Well, it's him and Buchecha, right? Are the two main BJJ coaches at AKA.
Yuri and Buchecha, yeah.
Yeah, they're the two. Well, Buchecha, I think now is at ATT. So I think Yuri's took his place, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, Buchecha moved from AKA a while ago, I think. What you got there?
Just some lemonade, mate.
Lemonade. I have a coffee. It's running
also
out
got a little bit of kombucha from Hong Kong with called Tabucha. It's absolutely fantastic. Check it out. And every time you buy it, they give $1 to the dog's home.
Oh, that's nice. Help the dogs, everyone. Another good entrance song here, Chris.
Oh man, the songs tonight have been absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
I don't know if you missed area. Judo came into Hangai, who are like a Mongolian throat singing band, rock band. Absolutely fantastic.
Superb.
Yeah.
I'm on a tangent. I'm enjoying that one has seemingly moved away from the incredibly intense techno rave music. I'm sure I've not got the right genre.
I think it was all very like 2014 dubstep.
Yeah, it was quite distracting and hard to think especially when you're at the arena, and that stuff is just. I don't know when the last time you were at an event, Chris, for one, but the ones I went to in 2019 were just.
I have been to an event with Baby Shark, and I have had to listen to the song Baby Shark, so it doesn't get much worse.
Yeah, but I'm happy. Yeah, they're just playing less intense music in between things now. But the production was always fantastic. I can't deny, even though I didn't like the music, it sounded great. On an audio performance level. So hats off to one. They always bring it with their production. Ong La, 8 more fights, says Dwayne, and Noda says come back around 7 if you're waiting for Ong La. I don't think it will be earlier than that. Is that Myanmar time, I presume? I don't know how many hours forward back are they, Chris? In let's have a look. It's 5:15 in Myanmar, yeah.
Yeah, an hour and a half difference with me.
Okay.
I always find that odd when a country is like a half or
Yeah,
45-minute
I've never
difference.
seen that before.
Yeah.
Actually,
Aren't
that will be so
Nepal
hard
and
to work out.
India? Aren't Nepal and India like? I think they're 2 hours 15 minutes from Hong Kong.
That's just silly. That is
Yeah.
silly. America, imagine if they were just like, all right, we're going to be 15 minutes as we go state by state. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, here we go. Yuri Samos, Daniel Zainelev. Please give us your predictions in the chat and who you think's going to win. I think I went for Zainelev. Chris, you on the Yuri boat? The Yuri hype train?
Yeah, I did, I believe, on the Fanatics. I've backed Yuri. The only thing I do kind of regret is when I backed him, I probably should have just gone all in and backed a submission. And here we go. Nice touch the gloves.
Yeah, my internet no good here.
Oh, and here we go. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, here we
My
go.
back.
Great takedown by Yuri Samos. Nice.
I'm already lagging again. I'll try and catch up with the
If he can
playback.
get the neck out of here, he could get pretty nice side control. If I was him though, see he's pushing him away from the fence. And for me, I always think, yeah, here we go. Push against the fence. That's a great move by Yuri Samos. Oh, wow. And here we go now. He's got himself into a little bit of trouble here.
1 second. I will attempt to switch my Wi-Fi again. Oh, it's really playing up today. Just had a terrible technical week, Chris. My laptop died at one point. I had to get SCMP to courier me a new one, and then this one is now
What's
working
the
again,
submission that Yuri Samos is going for here from time to time? I absolutely forget the name of it.
I can't even see.
It's not a scissor. Now he's changed over. I can't remember. What's the one where you bring the knee and the neck together?
Someone help us out here in the chat.
Yeah,
Michael Owens will know.
it's kind of like it's kind of like a scissor, but up between the neck and the leg rather than two of the legs.
It's all go here though. All right.
See, this is the problem with Samosa. We saw in his last fight that when he does get into these ground positions that he's so comfortable in, he just gives away the score though, because the judge is always going to support this to Zainelev, because him being on top, him doing damage, and him having control is what it's all about.
That beautiful bald head of Samois, says Michael Chavelli. From one bald man to another, I guess is fine. And Chavelli's back, isn't he? So he's all fine from. I think he had missed the last event with COVID. Good to see he's back.
Yeah, 100%. It's nice to see Chavello back. I'd love to get him back on the podcast again to hopefully before one X. I've got some big questions on my mind I want to ask him.
I think I ruffled too many feathers with him the last time He was a bit too critical of Angela, or no, of Stamp and Ritu, I think, in the way they were not. They seemed a bit deferential to Angela, and then yeah, it was. I was sort of told, yeah. But I'm going to try and grab him in Singapore.
Yeah. Oh my
Talking
God! Here
about.
we go. Is that the smell of maple syrup? Is that racist? Is that xenophobic? I don't know.
I think it might be, man.
Sorry.
How's it going?
All good. Sorry if you guys don't know. Tom Taylor just joined us. He was a little bit busy. He was just parking his truck up in Ottawa. He's been fighting for freedom.
Yeah. Man, it was a weird week here, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, how's it? How is it now? Is it all calmed down, Tom?
Yeah, it seems to be over now, thankfully. All the trucks have cleared out. There was like a massive influx of cops from all over the country, and they were able to clean it up. So, yeah, back to normal here. Back to being the most boring city in Canada, just the way I like it.
Nothing better beats. What have you
So how
thought
about
of this
these
fight
fights?
so far? Have you watched any of them or?
Yeah, I watched the first two. I watched my boy, the Kerala Crusher, get Kerala crushed. That was unfortunate.
Heartbreaking, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Drex looked good, eh?
Fantastic.
That's a bad spot.
I've never seen someone go from flyweight to lightweight and just look so big.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive. I did not think that was going to go well for him. I thought that Rahul would just wrestle him to death.
That's it. This has been an absolutely odd fight, but
yeah, how old is Yuri Simos at this point?
He's 31, but he's like 31, but like with 30 years of BJJ under his belt, I believe. Because didn't he join like Team Checkmate at like 4 years old or something with like Ricardo Vieira and those guys? So he's kind of like a Gracie in terms of his jiu-jitsu ability because he's been doing it since he can pretty much walk. So, but you see it with some of the Gracies and some of those great Brazilian black belts out there. They don't really like getting hit in the head.
He's not looking like a Gracie right now, that's for sure.
No. He doesn't look 31.
No, that's what I was going to say. He looks like he's, I won't comment, but he looks like he's been fighting for a lot longer than he has.
Oh, yeah.
Nick, why are you hiding your face?
Mine? Oh, yeah. I'm just moving that out of the way because it's in the way of the
masked
keyboard.
bandit.
Let me put it there. I'm just updating some pictures in that blog thing.
They started this card early. It started at 5 a.m. here, which was a nice surprise to discover at like 10:30 last night. But you know what? I like waking up early to watch one fights. It's a vibe, I have to say.
Yeah. That's why I'm excited for tomorrow because I've got all my bacon, sausages, and eggs in. And I'm excited for Musasi versus Vanderford so much.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good card, eh? Bellator coming through with a nice event.
So much, man. I literally had someone text me being like, "Are you excited for average UFC fighter versus Paige Van Zandt's husband?" And I was like, "Man, you cannot disrespect Vanderford or Musasi that much." Musasi is like a bit of a legend. Super
he
legend.
Is, man.
Yeah.
He is. He's been around forever. I mean, this guy has had like 4 or 5 careers, and then I mean. He's had a career that spanned generations of MMA, and he's still doing it at the highest level, still a champion.
I'd love to see what happens in the gym with him in Derrida. I'd love to just be a fly on the wall. Because one of them is so strong in a certain aspect, and the other one is so strong in the stand-up. Like you just don't,
I don't know. Musasi's a great grappler too, though. I would love to see their grappling rounds there.
100%.
Yeah, man.
Tom, may I take this shell off you? Sorry.
Oh, yeah, my bad, man. There you go.
Thank you. I'm just putting in a picture of the Crusher getting crushed.
Oh, this is over. This is over.
Looks
it's got to be right. I just can't see with 3 minutes now having Yuri on your back. I don't know how you get out of this.
I'm watching on a lag again, as usual. Canada always gets it about 15 seconds after you guys. For some reason. Cruelty, man.
Can't get into this story. More technical difficulties. Why today of all days? I'll join you in a second again, guys. I gotta sort some
no problem,
technical stuff.
This is a bad spot to be in for anybody, even a guy like this. Is this guy Russian?
Yeah, Zainelev is one of, I think, 4 Russians we have on the card tonight, so we've got a little bit of a Russian flavor. But
yeah, man, this is not a good position for this guy to be in.
No, not at all, man. Like, it's the one position you want to avoid, but I kind of get the feeling he's just playing all defense now. He has no plan to get up to his feet, and I feel like he's very much willing to forfeit this round, which to me is not a bit of a problem because it will probably make it a little bit more live going into the final round, right?
Yeah, good point.
Because do you remember inside the Matrix 3 where he fought Wrong Fan, the Chinese fighter, Yuri Samosin, absolutely dominated them on the ground for the first round and then absolutely gassed, couldn't get him down, couldn't do any jiu-jitsu on him, and it was a pretty one-sided beatdown on the feet. You know, it was just like Imanari roll after Imanari roll.
Yeah. Dustin Poirier was talking a bit about that too, I think, before his fight with Charles Oliveira, which obviously didn't go his way, but he was talking about how, like, if you get tied up on the ground particularly in a 5-round fight, you know, sometimes it's wise rather than to try to escape and put yourself in danger, just like ride it out, accept that you're losing the round. Yeah. It's a good strategy sometimes, I think. But then the risk also is that you're just staying in danger here. You know, he's obviously in defense mode, but he's still in like the worst position imaginable.
That's it. But I always would say with this kind of thing, the one rule set maybe benefits you a little bit more because it's damage first. It's not round by round. So he did a lot of damage to Yuri in the first round. While Yuri's won this round, it's not as dominant as the first round. So you've got a little bit of an edge rather than a 2019 split.
These guys are going to be so gassed after this round too. I think I wouldn't guess it. Man. Neither of these guys are cardio machines.
No, that's the thing that does surprise me about Yuri because he's not been a cardio machine in both his fights. But the one thing that I associate with AKA going back to Koscheck and Fitch all the way through. I mean, I have a bit of a belly, but so does DC. But that man has cardio. Do you know what I mean? Like
Cain Velasquez too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, cardio. Cain is something else, but I mean. DC for his physique has hella cardio. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, definitely, man, definitely. Well, Cain has that kind of dad bod too. And I mean, the first time I saw Cain Velasquez, I think he was fighting. I can't remember who he was fighting. It was one of his first or second fights in the UFC, and I was just like, "There's no way this guy's going to be any good." You know, just so doughy. But man, there was no quitting that guy. He never slowed down.
That's it, and that's what I'm surprised with Yuri is he just doesn't seem to have it. You know. He looks tanked, right?
Yeah. But oftentimes it's like the really, thick, muscular guys that get gassed out pretty quickly. So
yeah, that's it.
That's probably a problem in my life too. As an extremely, yoked guy, I'm always getting tired, man.
That's it, man. All those are fast twitch muscles.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I haven't even really taken a full look at this card. I forget what's happening later on the lead card.
Oh man, I tell you what, just when the league card starts, it's just banger after banger. Innocenti, Cesaro, you've got Andrade, Kel, and then you've got the big 3 fights at the end.
Oh yeah, and Katastam on the undercard too, eh? On the lead card. Yeah.
You know what? The lead card is better than some of the cards we had during COVID.
Yeah, definitely. Oh man, some of those like 6-fight cards we had during COVID. Those were, I mean, they were fun. They were better than nothing for sure. But man, some of those.
I think some of them, man, Chatri just went around with a wheelbarrow full of money around gyms in Thailand or to Evolve and was like, "Who fancies a fight?"
Yeah, I think so, man. It seemed that way.
Yeah,
But it was good to have fights during that stretch. I'll tell you what. I mean, it's better than no fights.
Oh man, one championship more than any other organization needed fights.
Definitely. It seems like things are kind of like getting back to normal for them now, though. They got fans back. They've got these big live cards happening again.
Oh yeah, totally necessary.
Oh man, it's nice to see. It's a real relief, man. Feeling some pandemic fatigue for sure.
As Michael Owens is pointing out here in the chat, the only man to win the absolute of the no-gi worlds twice should have the perfect skill set for MMA, but I don't know what's going on. Apparently had a bad injury before his debut. Quite possibly, but that wouldn't explain the cardio issues and the issues of getting hit in the head.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think most people have issues getting hit in the head.
Michael Owens says,
it's not my first choice.
To be fair, BJJ guys not famous for their cardio. I think that's a little bit unfair. I think that's a little bit unfair.
I'm going to agree with him on that one.
You think Oliveira? Oliveira's got pretty good cardio in all his fights. Tony Ferguson, the Diaz brothers have fantastic cardio.
Yeah, but Tony Ferguson, I would say, is a wrestler first, And
also, he has that Mexican blood. And I know you're a boxing fan. Mexicans don't stop.
That's true, man. That's true. Yeah. There's something in the water down there for sure. But yeah, I think that's definitely a bit of a generalization, but there's some precedent for that. I mean, we see BJJ guys get tired an awful lot in MMA, particularly.
But you look, Jacare, Damian Maia, you'd never say they had bad.
No, but Damian Maia, the caveat with him, I would say, is that he's not like a high output guy. It's not like he's true that. He's very, very methodical. He shoots for takedowns a lot, but they're not like big blast doubles. He kind of just like climbs onto you, and drags you into hell. Yeah.
What did you think of Neiman Gracie last weekend?
Oh, I didn't catch that one, man. How was it?
Very one-sided.
I only tune in for like the big Bellator fights, man. There's just too many fights, man, between one and UFC and PFL. You gotta, somebody's got to go, and usually it's Bellator for me these days.
Oh, that's it. See, I have to think my girlfriend likes Bellator. She really likes it as a product.
Yeah, but Bellator's good, man.
I don't know why. She really likes Bellator as a product, and she loves the UFC, but she doesn't have a lot of love for either one or PFL.
Crazy, man. I would take one in PFL over Bellator personally, right now at least. Yeah. It's always changing, But my issue with Bellator is they're just kind of doing the same thing as the UFC, but with like fewer world-class fighters. They're not really differentiating themselves, in my opinion.
And they're still kind of like the UFC's retirement home, not just for its talent, but also for its commentators. I wish they would go out there and get big commentators. I think one needs to up their commentator game, because right now PFL is number 2 by a long way for commentators.
I have issues with the PFL commentary team. I think there's too many fighters on their broadcast team, which sounds crazy, but
not the challenge, not the PFL challenge with Tyron Woodley. That was trash last week. That was the trashiest show I've watched in a while. But I think the PFL
their main
with
shows,
Kenny Florian and Randy Couture.
They had.
I think they're fantastic.
Yeah, they're good, but I don't need to hear from Kenny, Randy, and Sean O'Connell, who's also a former fighter who won the $1 million in the PFL. Right? That's just. Like, I'd like to. Sean O'Connell's great. He does a really good job as a play-by-play man. But I don't think you need Kenny and Randy and him. Because I don't know. But and then Bellator, if I could be completely blunt, I think their commentary team is abysmal. I think John McCarthy is a weak commentator. I'm not a huge fan of Josh Thompson's commentary. I don't think he does a great job of it personally. But yeah, man.
I really like Mauro Ranallo, and I really like it.
Mauro's a legend.
I think sometimes they're really good at getting people up. They're really good sometimes at interacting with people, though, John and Josh. I mean, I loved their time when they interviewed AJ McKee, and the best one I've ever saw. Did you watch their time with Raytheon Stotts? Do you know the guy? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right. Raytheon Stott. This guy, like the best interview. And when he was there commentating with them, I was like, oh, this guy has something. This guy has he's like Kevin Holland, but with talent.
Mm-hmm.
Well, do you know what I mean? Like,
Kevin Holland, can he stop a takedown? Shots fired, man.
I think I've just got to go to Alizov, right?
Yeah, if that's the Russian guy, I can't remember his name.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not
Michael
sure,
Owen is
man.
saying Oliveira and Ferguson are mixed martial artists. Simos is still a BJJ guy. He's only having his second fight. Tom knows the crack. He's implying I don't know the crack. Wow.
That's what I've heard, man. That's what people say about you, you know?
Yeah, I know, yeah. Think about all the guys in any fights who drop to the back and beat Scott. Yeah, that's true, man. I can see it both ways.
Oh, my stream just cut out. Did yours?
Yeah, mine too. Yeah. It's like a rainbow right now.
Yeah. That's that's not a good sign.
And AH says, for someone who knows so much about MMA, Big John and Josh Thompson have some garbage takes.
Big John, I think I would agree, has bad takes. Josh, I think, has maybe good takes, but can't articulate them as well as he'd like to, which is just
at times.
It's not his fault exactly. But I'm not a fan of the Bellator commentary team. That's one that I often put on mute. But the worst of the worst is the UFC when Daniel Cormier and Joe Rogan are working together. That is a guaranteed mute from me, man.
Yeah,
I cannot listen to those two. I'm wondering what happened to the One Championship broadcast.
Yeah, my stream is terrible.
This is not something you want to happen during a fight card, I would think.
Zainelev just
What's your favorite color on the rainbow here, Chris?
Okay. My screen's just black, and now I just saw them hug.
Okay, I didn't get the hug.
Lost. Alizov
won. Lost. Okay. Well, I would try to get some quotes for Nick, but I guess he's probably doing that anyway, and I can't.
Yeah.
I can't watch it now, can I? Oh, there we go. There's the hug. And back to black.
Michael Owen is saying Josh has awful takes on everything outside of MMA. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, I agree on that for sure. He's one of the bad take MMA guys. Him and you know who they are.
Considering I have such a bad crack, just so everyone in the chat knows, Michael Owen says there's only one guy in MMA who speaks truth, and that's Bryce Mitchell.
Oh man!
Did you watch that interview?
One. Yeah, I watched the clips of it. I mean, it's the dumbest shit I've ever.
He's all in.
Dumb.
Like not every. He's into every conspiracy, not just one, but everyone.
Sometimes I think it's because people's lives are just so boring, man. Like everyone's so comfortable now that it's like fun for them to imagine there's just some giant swindle happening, and you know.
Yeah. I love MMA, man, but I'm not sure if I just always love the crowd.
Oh, I agree completely, man. I get real like MMA fatigue sometimes when I pay too close attention to what some of the fighters are saying. You know, you can't look at this sport too closely, man. It's best watched from a moderate distance. You know, you get too close, you start getting to know some of the characters in this sport, some of the shadiness that happens, and it makes you feel dirty, man. It makes you feel like you need a shower sometimes.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah.
But it is great sport though.
Oh yeah, fantastic sport. Mm-hmm. You know, it's always just a bit of a shame that someone like a DJ can never really get the fame and the glory from ever being. Yeah. You never get the clean cut guy who really gets the glory. It's always maybe the borderline scumbag from time to time. In the UFC anyway, sorry. I can't really paint one championship in the same playbook because they kind of come from a different cloth. Yeah,
it's definitely a different vibe in one championship. I would say, there's some UFC stars who aren't like outrageously terrible. Kamaru Usman is a pretty classy guy. Adesanya, he's pretty cocky, but
those people who are generally what we would call like moderate, they're not always the most outspoken, and it's the same thing what we have a lot in life, right? Where it seems to be always the ones in the UFC who have extreme views who are the most outspoken, right?
That's true. It's always the loudest ones, Yeah.
But I think it's something about this sport that just attracts contrarians and outcasts, loners. I mean, particularly if you went back when I got into it about 15 years ago, it was like the goths in school and the 14-year-old people with tattoos and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Rather than, it wasn't quite valedictorians. So that's it.
I think Michael Owens responded to your dig here.
He doesn't want to know about Bryce Mitchell. Okay.
Yeah, live in blissful ignorance.
Yeah.
Wow, we're getting some accusations of beard dyeing here. I don't know if I believe that.
Wow. Yeah, I tell you what, he's been on the sunbeds. He's got a good
that I
tan.
believe.
He's got a good tan. Yeah.
You don't think that's just the natural Singapore sun getting to him?
I mean, he's from Australia. That's not really known to be an ice cold country, right?
No, I don't think so. No,
No, like they love a barbecue on the beach, right? So
that's what I've heard. Yeah.
yeah, but I guess in Australia maybe it is their summer, right? Because they're on the bottom. So I'm not going to
Yeah,
say he's been on the beds or doing a little bit of the false tan, but I'm not going to rule
he's
that
looking
out
sharp,
either.
man.
Yeah, I
He's
like
looking
it.
absolutely stunning, man. Star of the show.
He's been his best self.
Yeah. Was it
Yeah.
last card that he was not working for, or was that the one
Yeah, he didn't
before?
do the last card. Yeah, he
Yeah,
had
I got COVID or something. Yeah. I'm watching without sound right now. It looks like Mitch and Mike are having some kind of heated argument about something. Are you listening to what they're saying?
No, not really. I like them, but you know what I mean. It's generally just a load of juxtaposition to keep us dialed in. They're live on YouTube. They don't have commercial breaks, right? So they kind of just got to talk. If I was watching this with my girlfriend, this is the moment I get up and make myself a cup of tea or get myself a beer or something.
Are you having some beers there now? It's nighttime.
You know what? I've just had a kombucha, and I'm very tempted. Maybe.
Oh yeah, you be careful with those kombuchas, man. That's serious stuff.
Well, they say just one a day, but apparently it's good for your gut health.
That's what I've heard. Yeah, my mom loves that stuff. So
yeah. Well,
you
know, people
great friends, I'm sure.
In China they've been having it for 3,000 years, and people are always telling me, you know, the Chinese have been around for 3,000 years, so they're doing something right.
That's true, man. That's true. That's true.
I can't argue with them. We've got a quick comment here from Thunderfist McBeefcake saying DJ was a failed bantamweight, to be fair. Is that the most disrespectful comment in the history of MMA? Is that like saying Robert Whittaker is a failed welterweight? Is that like saying Israel Adesanya is a failed kickboxer?
Yeah, those are very good examples. I was trying to think of some myself, but you got all the good ones right out of the gate there. I think that's a terrible argument. He didn't fight that many times at bantamweight anyway. He had like 3 or 4 fights at bantamweight, more than that, I guess, actually. But yeah, it's not like he was terrible at bantamweight. He lost to Dominic Cruz. Where's the shame in that? Most people have lost to Dominic Cruz.
I mean, look, John Jones, GSP, and so if they would have fought a few fights of their career in the wrong weight class, they probably would have failed too, because there's a reason why it was the wrong weight class, right?
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's a really good point.
He wouldn't have changed if he kept on winning, right? So, you know what I mean? It's the same you get even in a team sport where you can look average for one team and you go to a team that plays the way you need to play, and all of a sudden you look best. You've got to find the weight class that matches you the best, right?
And he's basically fighting at bantamweight and won. And, you know, obviously he lost to Adriano, but before that he was looking like a killer, right? So it's not like he's never had success at bantamweight or at 135 pounds. He's it's not like I wouldn't call him like an all-time bantamweight. I'm not,
no,
that's obviously not the case, but I would say he was a successful bantamweight and a legendary flyweight.
Oh yeah, 100%. And as well, you never know if he would have stayed in bantamweight for the whole run he went through. You never know; he could have actually won the title at that level. And
yeah, who knows, man?
Yeah. I think he probably would have challenged for it anyway.
I would have favored him over TJ Dillashaw anytime, personally. Here's another question. Who's known for their trash talking in one? There's obviously a lot of trash talkers in the UFC. I would say Jared Brooks is a bit of a trash talker right out of the gate. But he's
the go to trash talking in one championship for me will always be Ben Askren, because he really brought it for the first time. But if I'm going to say someone right now, I agree with you, Jared Brooks. I think Gary Tonin can give it. I like him and Tan Lee when they go out a little bit. It's still very respectful, but I like it. I like the Ridder. I like everything the Ridder did with Ongla. He was just he looked down on Ongla in a way. Not as a person, obviously. I think he respects him as a person, but he looked down on him as a mixed martial artist, and I liked what he did there. So there's a few guys out there. Arjun Singh Bullock can give a little bit of trash talk.
Yeah,
too.
I would say he's the most aggressive trash talker in one, based on my personal experiences, people I've interviewed. He's the guy that goes like the deepest into the trash talk. I mean, he was saying that dirty Russian stuff, you know, like
Yeah.
controversial things. You
He's
know?
probably the biggest trash talker. Well, I'd say Derrida is more like an Israel Adesanya, where he's just ultra confident. Yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You mentioned Ben Askren and his trash talking one. It's interesting. Like, one obviously was really gung ho on like the honor and integrity thing for a little while. They've kind of stepped away from that. There's a little more trash talk now, but for a couple of years there, it was all
Shinya can trash talk.
Shinya's a great one. Yeah.
Yeah. He would just flip everyone off. He doesn't care.
He doesn't even need to say anything. He just flips them off. Yeah.
Did you see the Japanese poster they released for Shinya versus Sexyama?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, with good, it's like, why just Japan just have like really good graphic designers and everyone else just seems to suck when it comes to making a poster for MMA fights?
Or maybe it's just that the Japanese fans appreciate a good poster and they know that, you know, Western fans will just take anything, you know, we have standards. That's probably what it is, man. But yeah, I was going to say, I talked to Victor Cui one time, and I don't know if this was legit or just, you know, promotional mumbo jumbo, but he said one of the reasons they decided to commit to like less trash talk and more integrity and respect for a little while was because allegedly the people in Singapore didn't love Ben Askren's trash talk. That's what he said, at least, that, you know, it didn't go over as well with the people of Singapore. I personally don't buy that. I think people in Singapore are probably just as entertained by trash talk as the rest of the world, but that's I remember him telling me that long ago.
Because the thing is, he's not brazen trash talk, right? He's very subtle and very sarcastic. And that is the one thing is those subtleties and sarcasms I can understand sometimes. They're the hardest things to translate. That's the hardest thing to get across culturally, right? Like we always say in the UK that Americans don't understand sarcasm. Like it's a bit of an in-joke that we always have is that when we say something sarcastic, they don't always get it. So
I agree with that.
So, yeah, sarcasm can be hard to translate, if you know what I mean. So
yeah, there's a lot of nuances that you'd miss in a translation.
He's a bit. He's a. I don't know if I can say the word. He's a bit of a smart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like a bit of a smart. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, well, Connor's like smart Alec. Yeah, I was going to say a different 4-letter word, but yeah,
4-letter word.
A D began with a D.
Okay.
Yeah, but he is a little bit on that kind of level, so always a little bit different, right? Because Conor McGregor is a little bit like just blatant in your face, and so is Arjun Bulla, right? Like you can pretty much translate that into any language what Arjun Bulla says, and you get it straight away, right?
Yeah, well said, man. What do you think about this, Chris? I feel like we're being prodded here.
I had Izzy win, but I had it 3-2. I did have it 3-2.
Yeah, I thought Izzy won too, but it was I wouldn't have like, you know, started throwing furniture or anything if Rob got the decision. I thought it was very close.
It reminds me of the way Lee and Rose and Usman and Covington, where we have these 3 divisions where number 1 is number 1 and number 2 is number 2, but after that there's a very big drop off. But those top 2, like. We should just let them fight best 3 out of 5, right?
Yeah, and there's just like a small margin between number 1 and 2 as well. You know,
such a small margin between all those people. Yeah.
All right, so what's going on with this fight? What do we know about these women?
Similar Sundell is considered an absolute prodigy in Sweden. She's been in national newspapers there. She's actually super famous. I can't remember her record, but her record is fairly impressive, and I believe is she 18 or 19?
I don't know.
Yeah, she's got something ridiculous like 30 pro fights, and she's super young. So,
wow.
Yeah, she's considered a little bit of a prodigy. Done loads of fights based of herself outside of Eastern Europe, a lot in the Balkans and in Holland, and getting a lot of fights in those places that are particularly strong in kickboxing.
Cool, man. So that's who you're siding with in this one?
I think so, man.
You know what? I'm gonna go the other way.
Yeah.
Just to be contrarian, just to play devil's advocate.
I can't have that point.
Deandra looks way worse right away. What the?
Yeah. If someone's that young going into the One Championship Circle or the Octagon or Bellator, they should be dominating if they're at this level. I don't want to see them get into an absolute war at this age.
Right.
You know, I don't want another Chase Hooper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we are up to date in the blog thing.
Both these women are so long.
Yep.
Got that Colby Northcutt build.
Got some grapes here, guys.
Oh, nice. How are they? Are we talking red, seedless, green? What are we working with?
There's a mixture of red and green.
Oh, wow. Cornucopia.
I've finished all the green, so now it's just red.
Green first, eh?
It sort of came in 2 bunches, and I had the green yesterday, but there were a few stragglers from the green bunch that I included today.
Well, thanks for the in-depth grape report, man.
You guys take the fights, I take the grapes.
No problem.
Yeah. That's how it's always been.
Yeah.
And just to add a little bit more background lore to Sundell, I believe she's actually signed with the promotion 2 years ago, but they've waited for her to turn 18 to actually fight with them.
She looks good, but she seems like she has a hard time like keeping her legs under her. She's getting dunked a lot.
So this is
man, nice knee in there.
This is over.
Seems that way.
And you have to remember, she's the same weight class as Supergirl and Jackie Bunton. And you look at her length and her reach, she'd have some very good physical advantages over them.
Yeah. That's a good point. I think Jackie might do well against a girl like this, though, just because Jackie's always pushing forward. You know, she's like she's a tank. You know, she's.
Ooh,
those knees, man.
Righty. What a delightful bunch of updates on my phone here. Kiev could fall in days. HK gym closure period extended till 20th of April.
Guys, I hate to interrupt, but I've got some huge news. Our man Alvin is here with his special brand of positivity.
Yes.
And and look at this, man. He's getting a warm reception. People know Alvin, the positivity king.
Is Alvin popping the boys and girls? I like to see it.
Yeah, man.
Well, he's in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Wow.
Yeah,
that's Alvin.
Jesus Christ, wow. Well, you know, if you're in Albuquerque, New Mexico, you need a good lawyer. Better call Saul.
Get some Pollos Hermanos in there.
That's it.
The home of John Jones, is it, as well? And
no, he's from Rochester, but that's where he lives, right?
But adopted home, yeah. Carlos Condit.
Yeah.
Yeah, Donald Cerrone, a lot of great fighters.
Maybe Alvin can spread some positivity to John Jones, perhaps.
Yeah. You can mentor John Jones.
I don't know if Alvin has enough positivity for that.
Alvin has enough positivity to move mountains, man. I love this.
Positivity goat. All right. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. We are now closing in on 24,000 soon. Pretty good week for us. Started the year off slow. You know, we didn't gain much, maybe just 300 in the first 6 weeks, but the Ongla fight week.
Yeah, it's almost like people in Myanmar have some sort of affection for Ongla. It's strange.
I'm starting to think that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But more big breaking news, Tom, that you're going to be in Singapore as well, aren't you?
That's true. I'm going to be on the ground for 1X.
I really want to go. Man. I really want to go. I know so
you
many
people
going. Hong Kong is closed.
Chris, I think
Hong
it's
Kong is
worth the
closed.
2 weeks because you're going to just be stuck inside anyway, you know.
Yeah.
But you do have a girlfriend who you live with, so I guess.
No.
Where's the sex god? Has anyone spoken to him?
The Bowker.
He was on at like 6:15 last time.
Oh, wow.
We'll see if he wants to join in.
This
It's
is
early,
a
isn't
very
it?
one-sided fight.
Alvin, I'm with you. I like Jackie Bunten's style too, and I think she would do well against these big, tall girls.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That should be it.
Ooh, those elbows.
But my whole thing about this Smother Sundell, right? She's got to be the real deal. Like, who moves from Sweden, their family out to Thailand for when their daughter's 16 because they're such a beast at Muay Thai?
It's a good point.
You know what I mean?
Oh, man. Am I watching on a lag right now? Did you guys just watch her go down?
Yeah, I just saw that.
That's the second time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. That's
too
it.
far behind.
Yeah.
Second knockdown in this round, so I don't think she's going to continue.
Always worrying when
she
there's a
is.
knockdown and they get up and the fight restarts and they immediately start walking backwards.
Yeah.
It's not the body language you want after a knockdown
Survived
at all.
there.
There's no quitting this girl, man.
What's quite interesting is, I don't know if you know this, but Singapore's restrictions on full stadium ends 24 hours before 1x.
Wow.
So that's the first show in town with full stadium. So hopefully everyone who's an MMA fan will be being like, I haven't been to a show in the last 2 years, so I'm definitely going to this one. The ticket prices are very high. Very high.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, I think there's probably a lot of people who haven't been to any live events in a long time, as you said, who probably saved some money on live event tickets over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Who are keen to get out of the house and make up for lost time. I think that's going to be a fun night, or a fun day, rather. It's going to be a double header, right?
I want to thank Augustine here as well. Nice comment. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And you can be both a fan of Onglar and Derrida. It's not either or. I like
That's
both
true.
guys.
I do too.
But thanks for subscribing, watching, Augustine. And yeah, everyone who's new to the channel, get involved with the interaction. We always reply to comments and questions as long as they're respectful. We don't like any negativity. Follow the way of Alvin Yakitori.
Yeah.
The positivity goat.
The way of Alvin.
The way of
That's
Alvin.
what I'm talking about. The school of Alvin.
Yeah. Keep it positive, guys, in this time currently in the world. We need a bit of that.
We do, man. I've signed out of Twitter on my phone, deleted the app, deleted Instagram. I was spending so much time online. I was just like this inundation of terrible news. I was like, I'm just constantly unhappy when I'm on my phone these days. So I'm making an effort to pay
That's
a
a
little
good
less
idea,
attention.
man. I was
know
at
that's a
dinner
bad-
last night and just kept trying to see what was going on. Yeah.
Yeah, and it feels a bit selfish. Like you feel obligated to keep on top of what's happening in the world, but you gotta look out for yourself too, man. It can be pretty rough reading all these headlines sometimes.
It's true.
Nothing like some good fights to distract from the terrors of the world too, right?
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Look
Chris
how
is
happy she
way
is.
ahead. Chris is way ahead. Oh. Smack bang.
James
Oh,
Kendrick
who's that
and
Hogan from Fairtex? Wow, what coach is that?
I'm just posting comments where people agree with me
problem.
here.
Oh, what's the name of the coach from Fairtex that's with Sundell? Oh,
I didn't
I
see.
don't know.
forget his name. Sorry about that. What was the comment you were bringing up, sir? You think Jackie beats all these girls? Oh, I think that's a bit
do.
harsh, James. Man,
No,
look,
I think he beats both of them.
Sundell is 18. Just 18. They signed her 2 years ago and wait until she was 18 to make her debut.
I don't
I
know, man. I
mean,
think Jackie can crack. She moves really well.
yeah.
She's always moving forward. She can take it. She can take a shot. I think she has a good style to beat somebody like this, personally. But
But you
having said that,
only,
I've only seen one fight from this young
yeah.
woman, so
But you'd
not a
only
lot to go.
sign this girl at that age and wait for those
I'm
2
just going to
years
write
to
an
fight
update,
her
sorry, on
for a
this one.
reason, right?
Right?
Like,
Yeah.
like Aaron Pico, when they signed him, and AJ McKee, when Bellator signed him, it was not for then or for 5 fights time. It's for now, 15 fights
Right.
down the line, right? So,
Mhm. Yeah. Good point, man. Good point.
I just because she could go on a bit of a run and fight Jackie Bunter and Janet Todd 3 years down the line, get her ass handed to her. She's still going to be 21.
That's a good point. That's a really good
You-
point. I hope she
yeah,
doesn't have too many wars, though. It's
no. That's what I
particularly if
always
she's.
say is
Go ahead.
those wars at this kind of age, like I had a friend who was like, they hope one day people joining the UFC are like MMA trained since 4 and 20 years old. And I'm like, I think 25, like you look at boxing, you look at even the NFL, like you have college football or you have amateur boxing first. Like there's always a step in those late teens, early 20s, I think, for something that's overly physical. I just don't sometimes think the body's fully developed for it yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the other problem too with a girl like her who perhaps doesn't have a ton of power in her punches
Yeah.
is she's gonna go to decision a lot more, which means she's just spending more time in there, which means that she's
Yeah.
gonna get hit more.
I mean, look, I always say Max Holloway, right? It's a gift and a curse that he doesn't have knockout power. It's a gift because we get to see him do some amazing things. But like everyone I know, my girlfriend, all my friends here, everyone I know is like, one day Max's chin is going to go and it's going to be horrible. It's going to be
Yeah,
horrible.
it's true, man. It's true. It
Like,
happens to so many guys, and it's gonna happen
oh,
to
man.
even guys like the Diaz brothers. I think. I mean, I think
Oh,
Nick will never fight again, but all
man,
these
I
guys who have
literally
these.
think Max is going to go down like a Chuck route eventually. It's going to be,
I think so too.
yeah,
It's gonna be
he's not
sad,
going to
man.
be Mark Hunt, like hit me on
No.
the chin, I'll keep on going. It's Max, when it
Well,
goes, it will go.
Yeah.
Like,
It's gonna be sad, man. I think a lot of these guys that we admire for having these concrete chins, like Nate Diaz, Max is obviously the best example, but I think a lot of these guys will eventually just start going down. They're gonna start getting hit with the right punches, and
I mean, look,
it usually
you
happens
follow
pretty
boxing,
quickly.
right? The last
Yeah,
boxers to really have like concrete chins and go at it and go forward was Gatti and Ward, and that was 20 years ago. And both of
yeah,
them have had, I mean, well, Gatti, we know what happened with him, like, God rest his soul. Ward's had probably, like, anyone who goes through all those wars and is, hit me on the chin. You see a lot of the Dutch kickboxing guys and the Muay Thai fighters, but they don't have
yeah.
that big persona that we hear about it. But a lot of those guys who are chin first, it doesn't really work out in the long term, right?
I would hope it's just because coaches have gotten smarter and fighters have gotten smarter, and they realize that it may look nice to take a huge shot and keep moving forward, but that's no way to like sustain your career. That's no way to foster any kind of longevity. You're gonna you're just screwing yourself in the long term by taking a lot of punishment. And in boxing, a lot of these guys will have 40, 50 fights. That's like totally normal in boxing, right? So you really need to take extra care to take care of yourself in a sport like that.
Not even just 40, 50 fights, because you have to remember as well, like, I love Golden Gloves, I love amateur boxing. And I think people forget, like, people like Usyk, 208 amateur fights.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
so many of them, yeah.
Like, and a lot of them, they're not recorded. You've not actually seen the damage you took and whatnot. There's less testing, etc., right? So, I don't know, just protect the fighters, right? Like,
yeah, and you'd hope that fighters protect themselves, but obviously not the case.
Would you ever say to an 18-year-old fighter join the UFC, or would you say give it 5 years? Like, I think give it 5. I mean, I can understand everyone's possible of a John Jones, right? But he's the one.
Well, they all want to believe they're going to be the next John Jones, right? But how often there still hasn't been another John Jones. You look at people like these are just examples off the top of my head, but Sage Northcutt, Macy Barber, who were supposed to be these prodigies, and I mean, look where we are now. I'm not saying that these two don't have bright futures still, but they're clearly neither of them is a fighter of John Jones's ilk. So yeah, I would say it's better to
I'm not
wait than
just
take that
saying
early
this
punishment.
because he's my guy, but I always say one of the best things Paddy Pimblett did was delay his entry into the UFC by 5 years. He built up his base in the UK. He earned higher money in Cage Warriors than almost anyone ever had. He got the opportunity to round out his game. You know what I mean? Like, it does make you think if someone like Chase Hooper said, "Oh, I'll wait till I'm 26 to sign with the UFC," could be a totally different story from what he can add on the regionals, seeing it not a high level, right?
Yeah, well said.
You know,
it's interesting. I've noticed you hear a lot of fighters like Tom Aspinall in the UFC talking about how they don't want to like rush into big fights. You know, he's keen to fight guys on the fringes of the top 15 and kind of ease his way.
He's a 27-year-old heavyweight.
Yeah, and of course he's
a heavyweight.
He's fighting Volkov now,
what's the
but
peak?
He's taking his time.
36, 35, 30,
exactly.
32 to 36. Like,
and obviously
is he going to be this? Nick, who's the last champion of heavyweight UFC in the 20s? Has there been one? I mean,
I'm trying to.
I'm just thinking, like, I don't think there's one.
Who was before Verdum? It was Velasquez. Before that, it was JDS. Maybe JDS was in his late 20s when he won the title. I don't think so, though.
Maybe yeah, but
yeah.
You know, like, you know where I'm coming from, right? Like,
yeah. Alvin has some positive response to our comments about Max Holloway.
I'm not hoping. I'm not hoping. I've said, in my opinion, from everything I've seen from every other fighter in Taekwondo, MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, kickboxing, you take that much damage to your chin, it's going to go. I'm not hoping it's going to go.
Of course not.
But if he keeps fighting the way he fights, it's going to go.
The precedent is definitely there.
I'm totally sorry, Alvin. I love your absolute positivity, but positivity is not going to bring a man's chin back.
You got to believe, Chris.
Gotta believe.
I gotta believe. I've never seen someone recover a chin. That's the one thing I've never seen.
Yeah, one is happening.
Well, what about Andrei Arlovsky, Rafael dos Anjos? Both of those guys were getting knocked out at one point and now seem to, maybe not have iron chins, but at least they're hanging in there and, losing decisions more often than.
But that's because they have the intelligence to slow down fights. And that's I think Arlovsky is like the best guy at making the fight on his terms that we've ever seen.
I think Max probably has the intelligence to slow down his fights, but he knows that it's kind of part of his brand now, and it's one of the reasons fans love him. Are these wild fights, So, I can imagine Max Holloway came out and had a horrible decision win, like a boring fight, would change everything. Of course, he can't do that.
I always say, MMA is starting to get. It's a bit like golf, where like in golf, it's really important when you go pro. And it's kind of like that in MMA. Go pro too young, you miss, or go to the UFC too young, you miss out on experiences you should have had outside the UFC, and then go too late and you miss out on experiences you should have had in the UFC, and that's the issue.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah. But happy Friday to you, Mr. Eddie Rodriguez.
I do love waking up early for these Friday fights. I gotta say, I know it's nighttime over there for you guys, but there's something about like one championship now is it feels like the weekend's coming when I wake up early for these Friday fights. It gets me into weekend mode. It's sort of become like a nice tradition.
It's midday here, so I'm kind of in the same or in between you two, sort of.
Yeah, look at us representing morning, afternoon, and night. We've got the entire day covered.
Yeah, I prefer it at this time of day, actually. I think it's not too... Sometimes it's really late, in if you're doing it in Asia, and you can sometimes not finish till about 3 a.m. if you're doing all the post-event stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Some of the UFCs over on this side of the world I don't finish working until 3 or 3:30, which is... I mean, nobody really wants to be working that late, right? Unless you're like a fisherman or something and you need to wake up at that time to go catch some trout. But
it's okay when you're at the events, I think
Yeah, different story, of course. Yeah,
that adrenaline just gets you through. But
yeah.
I mean, I expect a late finish for us in Singapore
Oh yeah.
when we go to
That doubleheader in Tokyo a few years back was that was a long haul, as I'm sure you remember, Nick. And we misbehaved the night before, so it was extra. Yeah, that took a lot of endurance.
I think that we were standing outside the hotel at about 7-Eleven. There was a 7-Eleven there because that was the furthest we could go because of the typhoon. I think we were outside about 2-3 a.m. Just drinking beers and having ice cream on the street, and then then we were up at 7 for the event.
Like 7 on a bus to the arena, looking at all the chaos of the typhoon.
Yeah,
that was an interesting morning.
God bless Amy Kaplan that day for mothering all of us through it.
Yeah, she took care of all of us that day.
What absolute positivity, Alvin! Like disagreeing with me in the politest way possible.
Yeah.
You
can't stop this guy, man.
Yeah. I don't want to say like
Alvin for president.
I literally love it. You know, it reminds me Alvin would be the first guy I'd want. You know, for the final task in is it The Last Crusade by Indiana Jones, where you have to walk across the invisible bridge to get the goblet off the old crusader? Like Alvin will walk across it. He's like, just have hope, Chris. You know, he'll just be flying.
For sure.
It's what he's there for. He's the man.
He's pure of heart.
Getting us through these dark times when the world is going to war again.
And as well, another banger, a little bit of Fuji's. Big up the man from Scotland, Chris Shaw. I like his first name. It's a good one.
It's all right. Better than Tom, that's for sure.
We are Chris, Tom, and Nick. Like 3 of the most common names in the world. Wow.
Can we be more bland?
Where's John?
Yeah. Yeah, we need a John. That's why we need guys like Leon here, you know. Leon's a less common name, you know.
That's it. Drake
Riggs.
Yeah, although Drake never shows up for these things anymore. Ever since he got roasted for his towel placement, he's never come back. I'm still not totally sure he knows that roast happened.
Trying to find out, Tom, if there are actually any post-fight interviews. I haven't heard anything. I didn't get an email. Did you?
I didn't actually. That's a good point.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm sort of scatterbrained over here. Still kind of waking up.
I can't imagine why they wouldn't. Actually, I can, because they change their mind every event and what they do. How many times have we? The format has just changed every event, hasn't it? Since they restarted.
It has.
These.
But I think it's just because, I mean, it's fairly obvious, I guess, just that, you know, coming out of the pandemic, just figuring out what works under these strange circumstances when things are changing constantly.
Yeah. Shout out for Drake here from James.
Big Drake.
Best rider in the biz. Well, I think Tom Taylor's could have something to say about that.
I agree, man. Drake's the man.
I don't know, you know, sometimes my girlfriend, not a huge MMA fan, but she says sometimes reading Tom Taylor's articles, it's like reading Dickens.
Get out of here, man.
That's
how I feel reading all your stuff.
My girlfriend always says sometimes she has to stop and go, oh, hell, that's a good sentence.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Do you catch her crying often when she's reading it?
No.
Just look over, she's just wiping tears from her eyes as she reads my article about, you know, Rahul Raju or whoever.
Oh yeah, I'm just glad Rahul. He came out. He reappeared today.
Did you guys talk about that?
No.
Rahul Raju, Nick and I have realized is also the name of a young boy who went missing in India, which is very sad. But if you Google that name, that's what comes up before the fighter. This missing boy, which is obviously very sad.
Yeah. Google is
That
weird.
was it was
sometimes.
it was like 20 years ago, I think.
A big win for Drex, eh?
Yeah, man, he looked very good, and Hua looked average, which I guess may be the case.
Yeah, Rahul. Was
He's
it
tough though,
Whitelaw
man. He's
telling
insanely
me?
tough.
He's very tough, yeah. But I think Andrew Whitelaw was telling me once that he was training with Rahul once somewhere in Singapore, I think, and Rahul was talking about how he could beat Kamaru Usman, I think, and I hear people say that all the time,
Mm-hmm.
and I just think it needs some perspective. Usman is different gravy
Nah,
to
man,
everyone.
all fighters have absolute blind confidence in their abilities.
I guess you have to.
Yeah.
You have to, yeah. And I think a lot of it is probably like, convincing yourself. Some of it is probably not completely legit confidence, but you just have to tell yourself, trick yourself almost into believing that you can beat these guys. But then on the flip side, I was talking to Dustin Johnson the other night, and he was saying, before he came to one, he's an interesting case because he doesn't really train with anybody at Western Canada. He's the only big guy at his gym, right? So he really had no frame of reference when he got to one as to how good he was, just because he doesn't spar with that many people. So he didn't know if he was good enough to be in one. That's
Oh!
Uh-oh. Chris is ahead of me.
Yeah,
Something's
and me
coming
too.
on there.
I
Oh,
saw
yeah.
him go backwards in slow motion then.
I keep falling behind with the playback.
Yeah, me too.
Going
Sorry
ahead
about
again
that.
here.
Chris Showman is trying to put a little bit
All
of
right.
distance between him and his opponent with the kicks, but he looks absolutely rattled right now.
Back up to speed as the praise keeps rolling in for the big rig.
Yeah, I think Drake tuned out of these shows a long time ago because he was worried he'd just get roasted about his towel. But look what's happening this time. It's the Drake praise hour over here.
That's it.
Drake
Could win
worship.
another award this time.
Yeah.
Can I ask the two journalists in the
Best
room,
writer in MMA.
why have they never had the Pulitzer Prize for sports journalism? Why is that? Why don't they do it? What is the Pulitzer of sports journalism? What is it?
Like who?
Do they have an
what's the
equivalent?
best- There's probably sports writing awards. I'm not sure what it would be called, but I'm sure there are lots of
The
them.
SB for writing? I don't know. It's something like that,
I don't
right?
know.
Okay.
There's not that much great sports writing, I would say. That may be a controversial take, but I'd say like one in 100, sports features is really good, in my opinion.
For sure.
But really good, Good sports writing is incredible and compelling, but
I know a lot of people on your side of the pond that find British sports writing very, very depressing. They always say it's very depressing and very negative. I always hear from my American and Canadian friends.
I haven't noticed that.
Yeah, that's what I always hear, but yeah.
Most writing about MMA is depressing by nature.
Yeah. He was in an absolute war and he got 6-6.
What's that, Nick?
No post-fight interviews today.
Strange.
Yeah, I'm baffled, but I'm gonna try and get some lined up for tomorrow, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I can do some tomorrow as well.
Or maybe they're just gonna make Whitelaw do them and send it out.
That's possible.
Okay.
Good old Andy.
Good.
I wonder if we're gonna get maybe we can get Andy back on this show after the fact with Miguel.
Yeah, Miguel.
That was fun, man. Somebody needs to wake Drake and tell him that there's just praise pouring in. Here's a question I can answer. What happened to Vice Sports and Fightland? Well, they went under. Fightland went down first. Fightland was secretly a joint venture with the UFC. A lot of people don't know that. They were in cahoots with the UFC, Vice and the UFC. It was still very objective coverage, I would say, but there was some kind of funding coming from the UFC on that. And eventually, I guess they just decided it wasn't worthwhile. And then Vice Sports, I think, just went down when Vice was remodeling which sucks though, because both of those sites were awesome. That's where you could find, I think, the best writing in sports for a little while was Vice Sports, but
Yeah.
no longer. And Jack Slack, of course, is amazing.
Yeah. The Athletic, I do give them a lot of slack, but they do have some fantastic writers, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, their MMA coverage has just disappeared, though. I think they realized there's perhaps not the readership they expected.
Those MMA fans, they're not paying for nothing. They don't even pay for the pay-per-views.
Not big readers either. Just a bunch of meatheads like us, you know?
Yeah, that's it. Always got to respect
kind of
people
bloody.
who get their news off Facebook.
Yeah.
And in meme.
Leon.
We don't go there anymore.
Of course not. This one's getting pretty bloody.
Mm-hmm. Oliver following him right to the corner, keeping his eye on that cut.
So yeah, Whitelaw's going to speak to everyone, not us.
Cool.
We'll have to try and get everyone tomorrow or whatever. That's a shame. I like talking to Onglar after.
Yeah, for sure.
His fight.
There's a lot of people on this card I would have liked to speak to after wins or losses, for that matter.
Let's see if Ong gets through it quickly.
Yeah, maybe he'll do a quick chat from the hotel or something when he's back.
We could text him, yeah. I don't want to bother him, though. I'm always a little wary of texting the fighters instead of going through the PRs. We'll see. All right, it's Whitelaw getting all the shine then on this Friday.
He does a good job though, man. That's not an easy job he has.
This is a shame though. I'd love to. I feel like there'd be a few more people in the scrum today if they did it.
Yeah, that'll be it'll be interesting to see what kind of crowd there is press wise at the 1X show. I assume they'll do all kinds of post fight stuff for that.
Whoa. I'm going to have to remember how to use a video camera and all that.
Yeah, it's been a while.
I'm actually going to have to get a video camera as well. That's a good thing. I need to text the video editor.
That's going to be fun, man.
Yes. I'm thinking of just getting there really early.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
In case I get COVID, I don't want to be actually ruled out of the event.
That's a good point. What's the current quarantine situation there? If you test positive, do they lock you away for 2 weeks or?
I think it's just until you test negative, and some people are.
Oh man!
Yeah, with Omicron, it's sort of 3 days and you should clear, but it can drag on.
Right.
This is a little bit much now, for sure, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's got no chance to win it.
Still in it though, man. Still trying.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm just going to step away for like 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
No problem.
And then it was Nick and Chris again.
That's it. The OGs.
What is going on? Oh.
A little bit of beef in the comments to Whitelaw here. According to James Kendrick, Whitelaw also said on the last post fight that it was okay for favoritism for the leads from Olivier Coste.
Controversial. I think White Lloyd had a few G&Ts though, so
Classic.
the lips were a little looser.
We've all been there, Nick.
Yeah, I it's a little easier having coffee than dragon water on these things because a bit more level-headed.
To be fair, yesterday I did see my neighbour getting dropped off with 32 cans of dragon water, 16 black currant, and 16 of the new seasonal flavour.
What's the new seasonal flavor?
I don't know. It just said seasonal flavour on the box, and I was like, I can't open it and look inside, can I?
No. I don't know about you guys, but isn't that corruption, says James. What do you think, Chris? Are the Lees getting favoritism from Olivier? And if so, is that
but if you
okay?
know you're always got the possibility to turn it back, then then maybe it is warranted. I do think that sometimes in his UFC career and Bellator career, that Eddie Alvarez had a little bit of this where they always knew he's going to get battered a little bit in the opening first round and then pull it back. You had it a little bit with Pettis for a time. And here's the decision quickly, guys.
I'm gonna jump out as well quickly. And
All
I'll
three
update
judges. But yeah, it's very
I'm
hard
back.
to say because part of the job of a referee is to also know the fighters, right?
Yeah, fair.
Oh, we're talking about fouling, Kendrick. I don't think they get away with fouling people. I've never seen Angela Lee foul anyone in my life.
I think he's referring to the infamous slam debates.
Yeah.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, but I don't think the clouding of the rules with the slam debate is anything to do with the Lees. That's just bad management from one championship on my part.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it too is just kind of like growing pains for an organization. When these organizations come along, they have to sort of figure out what their rule sets are, and they may lay something out that seems great in theory, but doesn't work so well in practice. Like the slams, they realize pretty quickly that perhaps illegalizing slams is not the thing to do. The suplex is not the right move.
I don't understand why we don't allow soccer kicks in one to the body and legs.
I think my guess would just be that you're there's just a high risk that a soccer kick is going to miss. I think, if you allow people to kick to like the chest and shoulders, then suddenly, all someone needs to do is move, 6 inches in one direction and suddenly their head is in the trajectory of that foot or that shin. I can live without soccer kicks. I like them in Pride, but they are brutal, and it's not like
But soccer kicks to the head are brutal, right? But it's like if you're trying to do what would happen in the street, if someone's down on the ground, soccer kicks is before stomps, right?
Yeah, but is that really what MMA is? Trying to see a street fight. It is. But like, you do want these guys to have long careers.
If you can knee someone, if you can fly and knee someone in the head and cave in their skull, and that's legal, why can't I soccer kick someone in the ankle or the knee?
This is what I've always said. I totally agree with you there, Chris. Like the flying knee is the most brutal maneuver in all of MMA. That's going to do more damage, and a head kick is going to do far more damage to anybody than any of these other fouls.
Soccer kicks below the nipples.
Yeah.
Because what's a soccer kick is no different to a standing kick, really. It's just the issue is if you hit the head.
I would argue
say below the nipples, right?
You probably generate a lot less power on a soccer kick than you would on a kick from the standing position. Yeah. So, but I think probably the risk is just that you don't want people,
to miss
curb stomping each other by accident.
Because if you said to me, would I rather get kicked straight in the chin? Would I rather take a soccer kick to the stomach? I'd probably take the soccer kick to the stomach, right?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no debate.
Yeah.
All right.
I think you can like kick to the body though, but you can't like. Are you talking about like stomping?
Yeah, you can stomp to the body and the legs in one, but soccer kicks to the body, I don't believe are legal, right?
I don't know. I think you can. I think you can.
One, you can stomp, but you just can't stomp the head. That's in the rules for sure.
Yeah. But I honestly don't miss soccer kicks to the head. They were fun to watch.
Oh yeah, I don't. That's
It's
to
not
me.
like it's
That's
really
like a
changed
line.
the
Yeah,
viewing experience. Yeah.
but it's just soccer kicks to the legs, for example. Why not? Right? I mean,
Well, people kick to the legs all the time on the ground,
yeah,
I think. Kazakhstan's looking pretty huge, I have to say.
100%.
Has he won a fight since he won the title? I don't think so, eh?
Nope. 3 fights skid.
Damn. Poor guy.
This is really kind of last chance saloon, right?
Yeah, you'd think.
So he missed weight, didn't he, today? He passed his hydration.
Mhm.
He was one of 2 fighters to miss weight, along with Vitaly Big Dash in the not co-main, the one below it, the people's main event, as they're calling it, against Ong Lan Sang.
It's going to be a good one. For once, when people in the comments ask when is Ong La fighting, we can say honestly that he's about to fight.
Yeah.
It happens twice a year, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Who did he lose to? He lost to Abbasov and Ramazanov. Who else did he lose to? Zadistan.
I don't remember.
Was it another Ov or an Ev? He was like another person from that kind of region, right? I think. I can't
remember.
remember. I have to look it up.
Yeah, I'm checking now.
Gaji Murad Abdullayev.
Excellent pronunciation.
I don't even know if that's his name. I don't know if I was even close. Was I close?
I'd say you were pretty close.
Okay,
Gadjimarad
I'm happy with that.
Abdullayev. I mean, it was better than Tito Ortiz's pronunciation of any Russian name.
Yeah.
So
both of those guys have never lost, but both of those guys have never fought since beating Kazakhstan.
which guys?
Abdullayev is 5-0 and has never fought since, and Ramazanov is 10-0 and has never fought since.
That seems to happen a lot during the pandemic. You know, these guys will fight and, you know, make a real splash and then just disappear for a while. I don't know if it's because it's just hard to travel these days or what, or if they're one fight deals maybe. Whitelaw is better than Bellator's Booth. I agree with that.
Does SCMP still have a seat on the Bellator rankings panel?
Well, John's on it, but John is all-star now, really. He doesn't do much for SCMP anymore. I'm trying to get him some stuff, but it's a little bit difficult at the moment. But watch this space. We're hoping to have GHK back in the fold with SCMP very, very soon. Yeah. But I think he's still on the panel. And he's welcome to use the SCMP name if he so chooses. But John is doing big things with All-Star, which you should all check out if you haven't seen already. Yeah. Then the Hangman Hooker and John recapping all the UFC cards over there on their channel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's in good company. Jason Floyd, Amy Kaplan, John Hyun Ko, John McDonough, some good journalists there. Brian Campbell,
his nemesis.
Brian Campbell, yeah.
So, do you guys know anything about Valmir de Silva?
I don't know a thing about this guy.
Hydration and weight yesterday.
Here's what I can tell you about him. He's 8-1.
The only thing I ever found is that 2 of the guys he fought went on to win the belt in Jungle Fight, and one fought for the belt and lost. So Jungle Fight's an okay level, but
yeah,
it's very
he's
hard
on a
to learn from.
4-fight win streak, all knockouts. That's impressive. This should be a fun fight. It seems like he's a puncher, this guy.
Yep.
So we know Kazakhstan is, so that should be good.
100.
Yeah, I think this is going to be good. Kazakhstan is not usually in boring fights unless he's getting, glued to the canvas by some Russian wrestler. All right, predictions. I'm going Katastam gets back on track.
Oh yeah, I'll join you.
That's mainly because I don't know anything about our Brazilian friend here.
They both
go
missed weight yesterday. But
I'm
I
going to go
think
to silver by knockout.
Katastam looks really huge, I would say. He looks like a little bit bigger than he normally does. You can tell he missed weight, I guess.
Yeah, 7 pounds over, I think they were for the catchweight.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Katastam looks loose, man. He looks a lot bigger. To me, at least. Maybe it's just the angle.
He's definitely hydrated.
Super hydrated. I'm surprised we haven't heard from our man Dylan.
No.
The sex god, yeah. Don't know where he is.
They haven't really even been doing interviews in the cage, have they, Nick?
Yeah. They've
only that's it.
Oh,
this
wow.
lag.
I don't even know what that was.
I'll update that then.
What's that? I don't even know where he hit him there.
Oh man, I'm watching on a huge leg.
Is that right behind the ear?
Yeah, it looked like it was a right hand, right hook behind the ear.
Oh,
that was a nice one, man. Those are the kinds of knockouts I love. Clean, clean punches.
Yeah.
Katastam, man, he needed that. That was a career-saving fight for him, I think, wasn't it? James, what's your question, man? This is his question.
I'll pop back in a sec, guys.
Chris, you want to answer that one? James is telling us to answer his question. James, is this the question you meant? I assume that's what you meant. Or was it this one? I don't know, Brian
he's
Campbell.
Smarter than he lets on. I think he plays a little bit dumb, and I do kind of feel like maybe he plays down a little bit when he's with Luke Thomas, because I think Luke Thomas, actually, in my opinion, is like one of the most knowledgeable guys in MMA, like absolute legend. Like he is a legend of MMA journalism. Like we throw around a little bit too much, but he is one of the few people who I'd say is that. And I think they kind of have that relationship where one goes one way, one goes the other way. And I think it's always a good way to go with, right? Because it's always nice to be contrarian. It makes for a good show. I never knew that he said, though, having the belt is bad for the sport. I think almost everyone I know says it's good for the sport because engaging with China is good and it's a huge market. I didn't know he said that. I don't know if he said it was good for America, but I thought he said he wanted the other guy to win because he's American, and that's slightly different things. But I think he's just kind of playing the character. But like, I don't understand why Brian Campbell gets so much hate when he's so reasonable, right? Compared to
I don't know the guy, but he's definitely said some like idiotic things. There's no denying that. But I don't know.
Is his idiocy higher than the rest of the fan base, though?
No. The bar is incredibly high. But I think he knows what he's doing. Probably, I think oftentimes he says things that perhaps are more incendiary than he intended, like the Whaley remark and the stuff about Kyoji. But I think also he is, like you said, the contrary opinion to Luke. Oftentimes, like there's back and forth. There's supposed to be between those two guys. So I assume that's what's happening.
And I also just want to say, I don't think he's racist. I think he might have said stupid stuff, but I don't think he's racist because, I mean, if you're a racist, why cover the sport of boxing where it's like full of black, Asian, and Latino fighters that are fantastic?
Yeah, these are
right?
very, very multicultural sports. There's
Yeah. I
yeah.
mean, what's the one? Cornhole. That's probably a sport, right, where you want to be a racist, right? Something like this.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, that's barely a sport.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah,
just like
cornhole is
white
the
men
official
drinking a
sport of
beer,
the
throwing
racist.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, something like
yeah.
this, right? Sorry if you
Mhm.
love cornhole. I don't want to trash everyone who's into cornhole, but you know
just
what I mean.
alienated the massive cornhole community worldwide.
That's
All these,
it's kind of like
millions of cornhole fans coming at you after this.
it's kind of like Bob Arum, right? He says offensive stuff, but he says offensive stuff to everyone. That's why Terence Crawford can't be like, you're a racist, right? Because he's promoting. Look, if you're black, Jewish, yellow, red, whatever your color is, if you make Bob Arum money, man, he'll promote you.
Yeah, money talks, man.
Yeah.
Money talks,
So
man. I like that win from Kazakhstan. That was impressive.
Man, absolute comeback.
What do you think's next for him, Chris?
Right on the cochlea, right behind the ear. If anyone knows, once you hit someone in the cochlea, should cause a reverberation down the eardrum. Should be a loss of all equilibrium. Your legs don't work, your arms don't work, particularly as well your spine, shoulders, and hips go out of fashion. So, absolutely terrible thing to ever be done with. And you know what? I just actually like to see him kind of get back on the train, get a few more wins going. This was at welterweight, right?
Welterweight, yeah, I think. Yeah, I'll double check. I'd like to see him fight someone like Okami or like someone in that range, who's not necessarily like a title contender yet, but is sort of in the conversation.
Who was the guy who kept saying he wanted to go down? Didn't Ken Hasegawa, wasn't he planning to go down to welterweight?
I think he actually did in the end. I think
I'd also like to see him maybe against the James Nakamura. I think would be a really fun fight.
Nakashima,
for
yeah.
Kazakhstan. James Nakashima, sorry. And I'm trying to think of one more name I'd absolutely love him to fight. Oh, my mind has just gone blank. But yeah, I go for those two. I'll go for either Ken Hasegawa or James Nakashima.
Yeah, that'd be good. Nakashima's down at he's gone down to lightweight now though, right?
Yeah.
Man, people are changing weight classes a lot now. It's hard to keep track of.
Yeah, it is all a little bit odd.
According to Andre, cornhole is actually a very diverse sport, Chris. So you're gonna want to walk that back.
Oh wow, okay.
So we'll go with NASCAR then.
That's it, right? Okay. One more I'd add is if you kind of want to give him a last roll of the dice, you could let him fight the winner of Shinya Sexyama.
I was gonna say Akiyama would be a perfect opponent. I don't think Shinya would be a good opponent for him at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, Shinya's on like a 5-fight win streak, and he's going up to welterweight to fight Akiyama, I believe. But he'll still be a contender at lightweight.
Whoever loses, one sec, are they not going to meet at welterweight, or are they going to fight at middleweight?
The Akiyama fight, I think, is going to be at welterweight. Yeah, which would be middleweight.
That's Kazakhstan, right? Yeah.
I think, yeah. I'm not.
Yeah.
No, it was lightweight. It was lightweight. I just wrote an article about this yesterday. I couldn't rember what.
So because he fought last at middleweight, right? So Sexyama's going down 2 weight classes to lightweight. Okay.
I think he was.
I think
he was at one.
I think it'd be good. It'd be good for Kazakhstan because both of those guys are kind of at a crossroads anyway. Sexyama's like what 44, 45 now. I hope he's not getting any younger.
Even, yeah. I mean, I assume this fight with Aoki will be one of the last fights of his career because I mean, it's not like he's been super active in one anyway. It seems like he, and I think when they signed him, he was the intention was for him to be a big part of their plans in Korea. Obviously, they wanted to go to Korea before the pandemic.
Well, he was going to headline. He was going to fight on the first ever show in Korea, right?
Yeah, I think when he beat the guy, that's why they signed him.
When he beat the guy from Egyptian top team, didn't he say something like,
"Yeah,
I want to be on the first one show in Korea, and I want to have one more fight left in Japan." He wanted one in Korea, one in Japan.
Mm-hmm. And he's talked a lot about wanting to like help the next generation of Korean fighters to, fight on a card in Korea with a bunch of young fighters on it and stuff, which is very cool. But obviously the pandemic sort of threw a wrench in those plans, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. So here's a little question as we finish the lead card. What was your best fight to the lead card and going into the main card? who do you think is kind of in for a little bit of a bonus?
Just based on those undercard fights.
Yeah.
Let me look back here. Well, I think actually it's pretty obvious for me. It would have to be Drex and Kazakhstan.
Yeah. Would you put
would be the
Sundell
frontrunners. I think
there, or it wasn't quite
no,
enough
I
action
wouldn't.
for you?
I don't think so. I think that wasn't quite enough for me. And in fact, I would probably say if I had to pick one, it would be Drex, just because he moved up 2 weight classes. You know, that to me is more significant than Kazakhstan beating someone most of us had never heard of.
Someone in their debut, right?
Exactly. And Kazakhstan was on the skid, right? You know, that's dramatic because he did bounce back from that skid, but Drex, I think, made a bit more of a statement, beat out a guy who's known for being very durable. So yeah, my pick would be for Drex. How about you?
Yeah, I'd probably go something about the same. Probably Drax, then Kazakhstan, depending about what happens in the main card. And just to shout one fight, probably the fight of the night for me was probably the Judo Yibu and Daniel Puertas fight. That's probably
that was a
been
good
the
fight.
fight of the night so far, just because it's the only one where we have a little bit of argument who won.
Which, knock on wood, I think we're gonna have a lot of finishes on this main card.
That's it. Any particular fights? Obviously, you don't have to mention Ongla, the main and the co-main event, but just for everyone in the chat, which of the next 3 fights? Which one are you most excited for?
For me, it would definitely be Fabricio Andrade. That's I interviewed him a few days ago. I'd never interviewed him before. I didn't realize how well he spoke English. He's an awesome guy, so friendly, super like energetic and chipper. Fun interview, but he's a killer. So I think this fight with Pakatu, I think that's how you say his name, is a good fight, but I expect Andrade should win pretty handily. And then from there, I mean, it's going to be hard to deny him a title shot. It's just a question of whether he gets the opportunity before Kwon Won-il, I think is his name, or Stephen Lohman.
Yeah, that's it. Just for me, the one I'd probably go for in the fight I'm looking forward to the most is probably Innocente versus Susano. These 2 fantastic kickboxers towards the end of their career, but they're catching each other when they're both towards the end of their career. They're heavyweights anyway, so not actually that old by heavyweight ages. And obviously, hopefully we can get Thomas Ron over here sometime soon, because he's just fighting in Road to 1 fights non-stop in the Czech Republic, it seems, at the moment. But both these guys, man, ISKA champions, fought at the top level in Glory, fought all over the place, fought in Kunlun over in China. Great kickboxers, absolutely fantastic. Innocente is probably coming on with a little bit of better form over Susano, but this could go either way. And it is heavyweight, and I probably would say on this whole main card, there's one where we're going to get a big knockout. It probably is this one.
Innocente's fought quite a bit in MMA too. I think he's fought, I don't know how many times, but he's like pretty experienced in MMA as well.
Yeah. And I'll bring up the odd question. Why do you guys think reporters keep asking if Victoria Lee and Angela would fight each other's? Because there's a lot of stupid reporters out there.
I think it's partly that. It's also partly that reporters don't pay attention to the work other reporters are doing. They're not doing any research. They don't see that people have already asked this question and that it's obviously been answered decisively like 100 times. It's at this point, it's like asking Nick and Nate Diaz if they'd fight each other. It's obviously not going to happen. And it's a dumb, I mean, who's going to fight their sister? Really?
I mean, Nick and Nate might just do it for the right amount of money.
I don't think so, man. They've been pretty clear that it's like a loyalty thing for them. Money's a big deal for those guys, but I think loyalty is number one for those 2.
Yeah, I think Ken and Frank got a little bit close, right? Is that probably the closest we've come to an MMA between getting 2 brothers in the ring together?
Who's that?
Ken and Frank Shamrock. Is that the closest they ever came to having 2 brothers fight each other?
There was a fight in World Series of Fighting between 2 adopted brothers, and they actually fought. It was that guy Phoenix Jones, who was like dressing up as a superhero.
Oh,
you remember
yeah,
him?
He did. Yeah, Phoenix Jones
and he
in Seattle.
Carlos Fodor was his name, I think. I can't remember his name, but he actually fought in one, I think, for a bit, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that was
Jones,
I mean,
man,
they weren't blood, but they were brothers. They grew up together.
Yeah. Phoenix Jones, I guess he did what is it what the Joker said, or I can't remember. He actually became the enemy he hated, right? I mean,
Yeah, I
he
guess.
became the supervillain in the end, right? Didn't he? Wasn't he like
Didn't he
selling
get
drugs
arrested for
and
something? Yeah, yeah.
yeah. Because he
Yeah.
couldn't make money being a superhero, so he had to sell drugs on the side.
Yeah, that guy was. I mean, he was really walking around the streets of like St. Louis or wherever he's from. I can't remember what
Seattle,
city it
right?
was. Seattle? Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Dressed in like a black and yellow spandex superhero suit
yeah.
with like, nunchucks or something. And but he wasn't allowed to like do any real crime fighting because it would be assault, right? So
That's
he just
it, right.
basically walk around the streets like asking people not to litter, I think. Which is,
Here's a big question for Tom. Being, are you excited for Ramona Pascal getting a win tomorrow? I don't know if you know everyone in SCMP right now, everyone who follows us, Ghost Phantom, everyone on Drake stuff. Everyone is convinced that Ramona's going to win. Everyone is saying it's easy money, whether coming in at 2-1. What's your opinion on it?
Yeah, I'm excited to see her get a win. Sure. I mean,
I
I'm excited
literally
to
had
see
someone message me today and said it's going to be the easiest win of her career. She's never fought someone with such basic striking.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be awesome to see her get a win in the UFC finally. Long time coming, I think, for a lot of people. Yeah, I think she'll win too. Why the hell not? I'm on
And
board. I'm on the hype train.
Another one for Michael Owens. He expects Andrade to be champ one day, and on the way every fighter is a champion. His striking is levels above everyone else. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
Yeah, absolutely, man. You look at that fight with Lee Kai Wen. His like control of distance was amazing. Obviously, got big power. He's versatile. He's not just boxing, not just kicking. He's mixing everything up. He's slick. He's got great defense, great movement. The big question is obviously his grappling. I mean, we've seen some of it, but not enough to be completely confident that he can stop takedowns for 25 minutes if he needs to.
Do you think he should shout out for a title shot if he wins tonight? Or do you
he
think
already
should
did
shout
after.
out, but do you think he should shout out for the eliminate? And do you think he should go after Stephen Loman?
Yeah, I don't know what the best move for him would be. He kind of called for a title shot.
Kwon are kind of above him, right?
Yeah,
and I feel one aren't going to want to have a Brazilian versus Brazilian, followed by another Brazilian versus Brazilian, after what all the Brazilians keep telling us about the way one championship treats Brazilians. Brazil.
Yeah. I think, Andrade kind of called for a title shot after he beat Lee Kai Wen. He did like the belt motion,
Yeah.
And then when I spoke to him earlier, he said he wants to be the champion by the end of this year, but he also said he's down to fight anybody. He doesn't really care. And then on the flip side, Bibiano Fernandez told me a while back that he thought Kwon was the next contender after John Lineker. So if he wins, we can expect him to defend the title against Kwon next, which implies to me that, that Andrade is going to have to fight Loman or somebody else in the interim.
Yeah,
but he's right there, man. Those three guys.
We've also got Kwon there as well. Kwon is also a beast, right? Those three guys.
Yeah. He's. I think he's next after Lineker is, and that's what Bibby said too, that he should be next. But those three guys, I mean, this division is so good right now, and I find it so exciting that we have three pretty fresh contenders in those three. Especially after that
those
rivalry.
Three guys, Kwon, Andrade, and Loman. Those guys could fight each other both 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, it was fun watching Bibiano Fernandez and Kevin Bellingham fight for 5 years, but after watching that rivalry for so long, it's really refreshing to see so many fresh faces in this division, so many new challenges for Bibiano if he remains the champion, and if Lineker wins. I mean, just imagine Lineker and Andrade, how crazy that fight would be. Two wild Brazilian strikers, kind of the tactician against the insane juggernaut. It's that's a great fight.
Then the next question, guys, is I'll put this one to Nick if he's not in the zone a little bit too much. But Noja is asking, do you guys think Ong and Big Dash and RDR versus Arbasov is going the full distance? I don't think Ong versus... Actually, I think Ong versus Big Dash will go to a decision, and I think it'll be Razor Thin. I expect RDR to get Arbasov out there in the 3rd or the 4th. Take it away, guys.
I think both will be decisions, and I think Ong and RDR will win. Bold prediction from me.
I think two decisions as well. I'm going to go Ong La and Abasov winning. I think Abasom's
wow.
got the chops to pull it off, man. But for me in the Angla fight, the big question is, all the big questions are surrounding Big Dash. You know, he's 37 now, I think. Hasn't been fighting that often. You know, he looked good in his last fight, but he wasn't fighting someone as good as Angla. So my questions are, you know, how durable is he at this point? How fast is he at this point? If he's any less durable or any less fast than he used to be, I think Angla can finish, but I think it's more likely that'll go to a decision.
Yeah, I'm definitely on Laura on the decision. I think if it would be 5 rounds, you might see something else, but I just think we're seeing the same show again, but just over a short distance. So it's going to most likely be a decision. And I'm going to bring up this one by James Kendrick. So what you guys think of the Detroit Urban survival training guy in Wackman Buckley's corner the other day? You know what? A lot of people are taking the Michael out of this guy, and I think it's a little bit unfair because this is actually a guy with an extensive military and police background, a big mixed martial arts background. Have you guys actually ever watched any of his videos? Because you know what, on all of his videos where he's grabbing the gun and stopping the bullets and all this, he says the first thing you should do is try and talk down your attacker. Doing what I am doing is the last thing you ever do. 99% of the time it fails. This is only if you don't have the ability to talk down your attacker, to run away, to seek shelter. He's like, if this is the moment you're going to die, this is the only time you do it. I have no problem with it. I mean, we've had Steven Seagal in people's corners before. I don't have a problem with this guy getting 5 minutes of fame. And I think it's a bit of a throwback to the golden age of MMA, as I like to call it, back in the freak show fight days anyway, of Genki Sudo and Bob Sapp.
Yeah, you know, this guy may have some legit combat sports experience, but I've never been big on this like situational self-defense where like, here's how you defend yourself if someone's holding a gun precisely 6 inches from your face and your hands are free, you know, or like, it's like Krav Maga. My objection to Krav Maga was always just like, it's a great way to defend yourself if you're prepared to like stab somebody in the neck with a pen or something, you know, but it's not really like, it's not really a martial art.
I did once buy a Krav Maga book that taught me how to use an umbrella as a weapon, and it was like, you've got a credit card in your pocket, snap the credit card in your pocket so they don't realize, and if you can cut the what's the artery called?
Carotid artery.
Yeah, they're like if you can get the carotid artery with the credit card, it's an easy win, and it's like that's one hell of a situation to be in, right? But
you can't really train for a situation like that. The situations that this Dust guy is training people for, you know, how often do you really find yourself with a gun pressed against your forehead, and you know the calm of mind to, you know, maneuver your way out of it? It's an insane situation.
Well, before we move on, I'll say something very controversial. I think he probably has more to teach you than you will ever learn from like a tarot reading, to tell you the truth, or from reading the astrology in the newspaper. It might work 1 out of a million times.
Why you got to bring the stars into this, man?
Sorry.
That's all right.
Leon's probably turning over in his grave.
Is he an astrology guy?
Yeah. Ghost said that Nunes' striking was honest and Ramona's was educated. That's what Ghost said.
Honest striking.
Yeah, and he meant honest in a bad way.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what that means, but that's interesting. That's an interesting way to describe striking.
Yeah, and then just more on Ramona. A lot of people think Nunes is going to steamroll Ramona. That's what the bookies think. The bookies do generally win, though. That would be my one thing I would say to everyone. I've never met a poor bookie.
That's a good point.
Is your stream just playing a...
Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now.
Okay.
8:30, I believe the main card starts, so we've got about 60 seconds.
Why won't they have...
And Michael Owen has got big questions about ALNS's takedown defense as well.
Those are fair questions after those last two, or the two fights with RDR, of course. I mean, we saw him on his back for long periods, particularly in the second fight. Yeah, that's a fair question, and that's going to be a question that dogs him, I think, for all of his fights for the next little while until he really proves that he can stop takedowns.
Asian John, how do you feel about Steve Dawson as a commentator with Chevello being back and all? I thought he didn't. I think he's
Steve Dawson's a pro, man. They're both good. I
absolutely pro. Yeah, don't want to disrespect either of them.
Yeah, Chevello for me is like, you know, he's great, but he's also at this point kind of like a staple of the One Championship broadcast. Like, you know, hearing him on a One broadcast is a bit like hearing Joe Rogan on a UFC pay-per-view. It just feels right to me at this point, you know?
Yeah. Do you think RDR can end his career like Khabib, undefeated? Depends who he fights, right?
It's easy to be undefeated too if you retire after 15 fights. Not easy, but Habib did it for almost 30 fights, right? So RDR may retire at 16,
Yeah, but it's
17,
also
18
who
and
you
0.
fight, right?
Of course, yeah.
Khabib had 3 or 4 like elite guys on his record, and that's it. I mean, you can say what you like, but Mousasi has more elite fighters on his record.
Mhm.
Facts. Running is the best self-defense. I agree with that.
Yeah, unless you're like,
Um,
fighting a cheetah or something.
Again, asking for our predictions for Ongla and Big Dash. I'm going Ong decision.
Ongla
Ong
decision,
decision.
yeah.
Yeah. And I think Nick's
With
going the same way. He's nodding his head. We'll take that as a yes.
Yeah.
with a small, I'll add that I do think it's possible he wins by knockout, but definitely a decision more likely.
Onga's saying RDR's takedown is excellent. He has great BJJ judo style takedown, and Big Dash has a wrestling takedown style. I totally agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I've said all week this has always been a tough matchup for Ongla. Just look at the first 2 fights, and he's gotten a lot better, but you have to assume Big Dash has as well. This is not a
for the
certainty for
Big
Ongla at
Dash
all.
versus Ong fights, will you agree with me here? The more controversial win was Ong's win, not Big Dash's. Ong's was the closer fight when he won the second fight.
I haven't, and it was in Yangon as well. I haven't watched the first fight in a long time. I think I've only watched it the one time, so I don't remember that well. But yeah, they were both competitive, certainly.
Yeah, great fights. And Rain adding that Ghost and Jack Slack both say honest striking is bad. The whole point of striking is smoke and mirrors.
It's true. It's all about deception and setting traps, and
it's just like the quality of Nick's webcam, smoke and mirrors.
You want to talk about webcam quality? Go watch my interview with Raju from the other day. Man. Someone said it looked like he was filming from inside an aquarium. I don't know what was going on, but it was a great interview.
Yeah. I'll be back in 2 ticks, guys. Give me a minute. Peace.
All right. Finally, he's gone.
Well,
we can still hear us. I was listening
on the wrap as well. Sorry.
All right, good. I can get the next one.
Yeah, who's next then? Andrade.
Yeah, he's next. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, sure. If you want to do a little mini, I'm sure they'll get some quotes from that one.
Yeah,
I'll drop the shell for you.
Sounds good. Yeah, Chivello is looking very tan, man. He's looking like he spent some time in the sun, living the high life. He just had COVID. Maybe he tried that, UV treatment to get rid of COVID. Spent some time in the tanning bed.
Oh, well, I just can't believe my Wi-Fi is dead, man.
Oh, yeah, having trouble with it. Damn.
It's not.
Question about Ongla's fight is next fight. No, 2 fights from now. Yeah, I believe.
Oh God, it's too soon. I'm not ready.
3 fights from now. We got some time.
I'm not ready for that.
How so? Just the emotional component. Yeah.
I get very nervous when Ongla fights.
Yeah, there are a couple fighters, who really I sometimes have a hard time watching just because I get so invested in their fights.
Yeah, it's tough because I hung out with Ong a couple of times in Malaysia. Was it? He was so nice.
Yeah. Oh man, he's the best.
I was sad to see him lose his belts, but you can't take anything away from Derrida. He's just excellent, and it was good to see those two. I think they had a little interaction in the hotel on the documentary thing, vlog, whatever you call it. Well, one did this week.
Mm-hmm.
Derrida gave him a nice compliment on his beard. But I think it's tough, isn't it, when you're competing to drop your guard a bit? I think you see it in a lot of sports, like tennis especially. when they retire, you can be friends then, can't you? But when you're sharing a locker room, it's tough, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. You never know when you might have to fight this guy again. You don't want to suddenly like him.
Yeah, I'm sure
like
Judo thinks Ong is a stand-up guy. No pun intended.
Yeah, and they've said as much. Yeah, well, nice pun, man. They've said as much many times that it's despite the little bit of trash talk and the kind of heated nature of the fights, they do respect each other. There's not any real hostility between them. I mean, and why would there be? They're both nice guys.
Yeah, that is good.
Here's
at least one ray of sunshine in this world.
Alvin.
Oh no, just that. But Alvin as well is another one. Yeah,
he's definitely a ray of sunshine, and people are loving it. Ong here is enjoying seeing his comments up on the screen. There you go, my man.
There you go, Ong. You didn't miss much, Dwayne. There was about 20 minutes of dead air almost.
Just you missed a little bit of positivity from Alvin, which is that's tough, man. It's tough to miss that, but there will be more, I'm sure.
Oh, Jesus.
Man, I'm excited for this fight. I'm excited for all these fights. This is a nice little card they've put together here, I have to say.
Yeah, lead card was all right. I think it was. We had a few good finishes there, but this is it, isn't it? This is the main.
While we were gone,
card.
We were talking about who would we give performance bonuses to for the lead card. Chris and I both agreed that the front runners would be Drex and Katastam.
I think so, but you got to. Are we doing it where you can get a bonus if you miss weight? I don't know. Katastam
I don't believe it. That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, I would give it to Drex and Smiller Sundell if you're doing two from that card. Katastam, that was a great finish, but he did miss weight, and I think one will factor that in eventually tonight.
Yeah, good point. Good point, man.
Every now and then I come up with a good point. Not often.
Yeah. Once every few weeks, you say something worthwhile. It's true.
Yeah.
I'm still blown away by Andrade. Blowing Lee Kai-Wen away like he did. That was. As you know, I was.
Did you watch that vlog thing? Because they had a punching. What do we call it? A punch machine, where you record your punch, and then they have a top score list. And Ong La was top for a while, and then Derrida beat Ong La's score, and then Andrade came and got the top score.
Really? Wow. Yeah. I'm not surprised, man.
Dude,
that guy can crack. I'm sure I would get the top score if I gave it a try. There's no question.
And
I know that sound.
There we go, guys. And I'm just going to say, I don't know if you guys know, but just checking out the YouTube very quickly right now, we have over 300 live viewers and over, I think, 300 likes. So that's very nice. Thank you very much, guys. If you're enjoying the content, don't forget to like, subscribe, following us all on the Twitter, on the social medias, and give us more questions because we love speaking to you guys. And maybe in a little nod to some of the results later tonight, I am right now enjoying a Heineken beer, which is from Holland. And considering we have 3 Dutch fighters, is that an omen? Who knows?
Or a curse, man. Maybe you've just jinxed them all. Who knows?
No, I don't do curses.
I'm going to go crack open like a Burmese beer or something. Balance things out. I don't think I have any Burmese beer in my fridge, shockingly, today. There's not a ton of that available in Canada. This is going to be a good fight. What are you guys thinking? How's this go? I think Andrade, first round knockout.
Yeah.
I'm gonna join you on that.
And that's not a knock on Pakatiu. That he's solid. I believe he was a champion in no, was he a champion elsewhere before he got to one? I can't recall. But he's a beast, man. But I think he's in over his head here.
think what wasn't he only 3-2 when he joined one championship, Andrade?
Yeah, maybe thinking of someone else, one of the other Team Lakai guys.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Because he did for a period actually train in Hong Kong, Andrade, and train with a few of our friends as well over at Tiger, and that's how I
Andrade's,
got
yeah.
hot. That's how I got hot on him.
is
A few of my
6-2 now.
friends were just like, we used to roll with him. We used to train with him. He's an absolute beast. Check him out. Hopefully, he should do big things and won championship. And I remember watching it with Nick, and just absolutely pleasantly surprised.
He lost 2 fights in his, like, I think it was his second and third fights. He lost them both, and that was when he was still kickboxing. And he said the first loss was just against a way bigger guy, and I think he took the fight on short notice or something, and he ended up losing. And then the next one, he said he just didn't care because he didn't really plan to stick with MMA. He was kind of thinking at that time that he was going to stick with kickboxing, but then he ultimately decided to commit to MMA, and here we are. He's on I think a 5-fight win streak now, 3 wins and 1 championship. He's looked unstoppable, man. There's no question this guy has an insanely bright future.
100%. And as well, you do have to remember, I think when he had those losses, I think he was 16 years old and 17 years old and fighting in Kazakhstan and fighting in China and Kunlun. And it's like, must be a really tough place to go when you're 16 years old to the other side of the world in a different culture. And you probably have the odds stacked against you, right? Particularly in those smaller promotions, right?
Yeah, well said.
Hometown cooking does exist.
It definitely does. There are still fair questions about Andrade's his takedown defense. I mean, we've seen some of his ground game, but you never really know how these guys are going to respond to a fighter who's like relentlessly trying to take them down and having some success until it happens, right? So it'd be interesting to see this guy fight, a real takedown artist and see how he copes with that. I suspect he'll do well, but you just don't know until you see it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, the sun's up here finally.
That's
I was watching the first couple hours of this in complete darkness.
Wow.
It's 7:42 in the morning. Time for a beer.
For a bit.
This is a good point.
Vertex guys are very good at transitioning to MMA from striking, says on. All right.
Yep. Not wrong. This is also true.
Andrade isn't just a Vertex guy, right? Isn't he just one of those guys who's been to like every gym all over?
Yeah, I think so. I think he sort of was drifting around for a while in the early days.
He's in Brazil now, isn't he? All the time.
Yeah.
This is going to be good. Time to watch some slick striking.
Yeah. We are getting close to 30,000 views on this. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. And those of you who are first-time viewers, please like and subscribe for more content like this. It is Ongla Fight Night, a special day.
Perhaps you've heard of him.
Yeah. Subscribers, we're closing in on 24,000, which is great to see. Let's get to 25 tonight. Come on, guys.
Tell your friends, tell your mom, tell your dad. Make them all subscribe. Your neighbor, your uncle, your dog, your cat. Hit that subscribe button.
Hit it. It's right there. Big red button.
It's really easy. He looks confident.
Yes.
Fixing nice the hair. Yeah, don't get too confident.
Ooh.
I wonder what kind of lag I'm watching on here.
I'm gonna speed.
Has the fight started for you, Chris?
Oh, not yet.
Oh, that's good.
I think I'm there. Oh no, it's speeding up a little bit.
It's about to start for me. All right, here we go.
Here we go.
I'm off.
You lost your
You're
stream?
leaving.
No, that was when I started the fight, sorry.
Oh. Here we go.
Andrade looks very confident, and it's always worrying when I see fighters looking that confident, particularly young ones. I'm not saying it's not, just justified confidence, but complacency, that's the real killer in the sport for young fighters.
Spitting facts, Tom.
Yeah, man. All the time.
All the time. Oh, look who's back. Alan Bones Jones. I haven't seen Bonesy for a while. Where you
Welcome
been?
back.
There is no Cambodian king here. We haven't had Leon for a while, but we'll try and get him
Is
back.
Leon the Cambodian king?
Yeah. We can't tell you what he did in Cambodia, but he's just not allowed to go back.
Okay. Good old Leon.
Oh! Is that another liver shot?
Good.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
Guess I'm watching on a
Chris
leg
is
again.
definitely ahead. Oh. That's
Chris,
it.
you want to just mute your mics in the fights for
got
now? Oh, man, my stream is going haywire there. It seems like they're having some technical problems on this broadcast, eh? Did that happen to you guys just now? Like it went black for a minute? Oh.
My stream didn't go black. Wow, first round, we called it, guys, didn't we? First round knockout.
Number one.
Although I have to say, I was envisioning a like a knockout with a kick or something like that, not a body shot.
No.
Like to the head, I mean.
Oh, it was a knee to the liver.
That was amazing, but Chris, I'm gonna jump right in and maybe disagree with you right away. I'm not sure that's gonna be enough to put him ahead of Quan Wanil. I think that's his name, yeah.
Yeah.
He just won by body shot knockout himself, and that was over Kevin Bellingon, who I think we can all agree is a tougher, more experienced opponent than Pakachu.
Yeah.
So they've basically done the same thing, but Quan did it over a better guy.
Tom, am I doing this or you on? Sorry.
I could agree with you there, Tom, but every so often when you get to platform number 9, you got to jump on that hype train, right?
That's true, man. That's true. That's very well said. And recency bias, it's a real thing. You clearly have a real problem with it. So it's
oh, wow. Jesus Christ. I have recency bias. Wow.
It happens. I definitely have recency bias. It's impossible not to sometimes in this sport because the things we see are so spectacular sometimes. It's easy to forget the last thing we saw.
It's a sport that does not do the past and it doesn't really care about the future. MMA is more than anything, it's all now.
Yeah, it's what have you done for me lately, right? That's what they always say.
Yeah.
And that's why
team sports where you're like, we need a few more seasons and then we can challenge, or it's not like these kind of sports where there's a long-term plan. You just want it now. I don't care what you did 2 years ago, 4 years ago. I want it now.
Yeah, and for fighters too, it's difficult because a loss, you only fight 3 times a year, 4 times a year at most, right? So you lose a fight, that loss stays with you for 3, 4, 5 months, sometimes longer. Whereas, if you're a hockey player or a basketball player, your team loses a game, you get a chance to win again 3 days later. You lose a fight, you're stuck with it until your next fight, whenever that is.
Sorry, just listen to his interview.
Right, yeah. I was going to cover this fight for Nick, but it seems that he's gone to do that. I guess Nick is on reporting duty at the moment. I'll just hold down the fort with you. That's easy for me, man. Nowhere else I'd rather be in the entire world, Chris, than right here with you, watching one championship.
Oh, thank you very much. That makes me very, very happy, actually. That's
Alvin's positivity is infectious. What can I say?
That's it.
Yeah, I think can we both agree with this comment from Darkside? Man deserves a
Give him
bonus.
50K. Yeah, give him 50K.
Yeah.
That's it. That's
How
it.
can
Don't
you
give him the
not?
title shot. The recency bias is already starting to dissipate in
fading.
my small goldfish brain. But I'm just thinking, give them 50K. We'll meet halfway in the middle, right?
Yeah. All right.
You know,
Compromising. I like
yeah,
that. Yeah.
that's it. But if I was
Are you
him, I'd
listening?
still be shouting out for the title shot. Like,
Are
you
you
might as
listening to
well.
what he's saying right now? Did you hear his?
A little
I
bit,
didn't hear what
yeah. He called him back, and I thought he was going to say something interesting, but he didn't. He was just like, I'm the king of the bantamweights.
It's hard to argue, man. He might be.
Yeah.
You know, think about him and Lineker. How good that fight would be.
Him,
I think he'd beat
Lineker.
Lineker.
Man, I don't know if you had the chance, but go and watch some of Loman's fights over in Brave because he
Oh,
was
yeah.
doing fun. And Brave, man, I think he fought like 5 Russians in a row. There's just so much talent, particularly from Russia over in Brave. So, he's fighting good wrestlers. To me, he's like Team Lakai. He's just the next generation. Do you know what I mean? It's like, not to be rude to Falayang and Bellingon, these guys are like Fitch and Koscheck. Loman is their Velasquez. He's their Rockhold. He's their DC. Do you know what I mean? Like,
oh man, exactly.
Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you get the best fighters from a gym. Happens 10 to 15 years after the gym's been in existence because iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel, all that stuff, right?
Yeah, and I've said something similar myself before. Like when Team Lakai had, what was it, 4 champions at once? They had Pasio, Bellingon, Falayang, and there was somebody else too. I can't remember. Oh, Gehe, I think.
Yeah.
They're all champions at once. And and that didn't seem like the golden age of Team Lakai. And then they all, with the exception of Pasio, lost their belts. And it looked like it just didn't seem like there was anybody there that was going to reclaim a title anytime soon. Like all their best guys had lost their titles, and it seemed like the golden age was over. But now you're starting to see these younger guys come through, the new generation of Team Lakai fighters like Stephen Loman, who I think we can all agree is better than any of his predecessors from that gym. Which is not a knock on them. It's just that the talent is always evolving.
But at the same time, he wouldn't probably have the talent he has without
exactly
the people before him. Do you know what I mean? Like,
you think about how valuable like the insights and wisdom of guys like Falayang and Bellingon would be for him as he's starting to make waves in one. Yeah. This is exactly it. It was just Bibby and Bellingon too at bantamweight for a long time, as Darkside is saying. I was saying this earlier in the broadcast, Darkside, that for so long, that was a great rivalry those two guys had, but that's all we saw at bantamweight was just those two guys fighting forever. Now you look at the top 5, Kevin and Bibby are still there, but there's 3 or 4 new guys who I think we can all agree have a real shot at beating either one of those guys.
But we're not going to even have a real champion until we've seen them all fight each other. Like, just say if Lineker wins and then Lineker fights Kwon and Kwon wins. I still don't know who's the best until we've seen Loman and Andrade in there as well. It's that we've got that absolute perfect moment, right? Unless Bibiano wins, like if Bibiano keeps winning, he just is the best. I mean, because you're looking at Andrade's record there. Because am I right here saying like Bibiano lost his 3rd and 4th fights and they were to Uriah Faber and Kid Yamamoto?
Yeah, he lost to those guys early on. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I think, what does he have, like 4 losses? And one of them was a fluke to Kevin Bellingon,
Yeah.
The guy's been a real force, Yeah. He's incredible. He is getting older, obviously, which is, I think if he was still 35 even, people would favor him over all of the guys in the bantamweight top 5 currently just because of what he's done. But the fact that he's in his 40s now, there's a lot of questions about him. He hasn't fought in a long time. So that just adds more excitement to the division because you've got these great contenders and a champion who is potentially on the way out. And I think we're going to learn everything we need to know about Bibby at this stage in his fight with Lineker. That's where all the questions will be answered.
If Bibby loses to John Lineker, do you think if he was to retire, do you think there's any chance we see DJ ever go? Because every time anyone asks him about possibly going up with Adriano in the way or even going down, do you think we ever see DJ make a?
I don't think he'll ever go up because he's already too small for the division he's in. I would say the only option for him is going down. And just while we're on the topic, we have been talking about Kwon Won-Il a lot. Actually, Darkside, you may have missed it. We all agree he's right there. And in fact, I was just saying I think he's ahead of Andrade still because he also just got the body shot knockout, but he got it over Kevin Bellingon, who I think is a tougher, more valuable opponent at this stage than Pacquiao. And also Bibiano Fernandez, spoke to him recently, and he said he believes Kwan Wan-Il should be next after Lineker, regardless of who wins the Lineker Fernandez fight. Bibby views Kwan as the next guy. So I think he's right there and will be fighting for the title in no time.
Bibby is 5 centimeters shorter than Adriano. And I think John Lineker might be shorter than Bibby. So you never know.
John Lineker's shorter than anyone. Well, to me, John Lineker, the fact that he's fighting at bantamweight, that's I guess proof actually that DJ could do it as well, because DJ's better than John Lineker, and they're about the same size, I think. So
yeah, that's just like, I love this fight again with him and Rodtang, but DJ's too great to not be fighting MMA. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's kind of fighting an MMA in this one.
I know.
Right?
Yeah, half and half. But it's like him and Eddie and Bibby and even Adriano and Panda to a lesser extent. They're all at the latter end of their careers. They've kind of had the end of their careers a bit messed up by the coronavirus. And it's like, I just want to see them do what they do the best as much as possible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think for DJ at this point, like, these are the kind of fights he needs to take, because, I mean, he's already done everything there is to do. He's accomplished everything there is to accomplish.
Yeah, but you want to see them do the best thing. It's the same thing like when English Premier League teams go over to Canada and they play like Canadian teams or MLS teams. People in Canada and America don't really want to see that. They want to see Liverpool play Manchester United, right? They want to see the best playing the best, right? And it's just I just want to see these guys like fighting the best while they can still fight the best.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Yeah. It's hard to disagree. But like, who else would you like to see DJ fight in one, if not this Rodtang fight? Another flyweight contender, a rematch with Adriano.
I think the Reece McLaren fight actually would be really fun. That's the one that always stands out to me. I think him and Reece McLaren. I think it'd be good if he ever does a US card, because they could. Yeah. I think it's fantastic. I don't know if he can get down to the weight. I think he would give Joshua Pascio one hell of a hard time. I think someone like Bokang or Jared Brooks, I think he'd absolutely manhandle.
I think the best fight at that division would be Jared Brooks and DJ. That would be a great fight.
That would be great for a North American card as well.
Yeah, I fantastic. Think that we may see that, because there's no reason Jared Brooks can't go up and fight DJ too, and he's becoming a big name himself in one, just because of the way he's talking, the way he's winning. So I can see
you were Jared Brooks' manager and just say he goes on and wins the title, what would probably make him more money? Fighting Adriano for the belt or fighting DJ for like the American market, right? If you know what I mean.
Brooks, you mean?
Yeah, like if he did win the belt at strawweight, like fighting DJ, who's like
fighting DJ is a bigger deal than
it's like a bigger deal than Marias because of the name in America, right?
Yeah, specifically if it's in the States.
That's what I always say is if DJ can win one or two and Jared won the title, if instead of him fighting Rodtang, you could always do an interim, right? While Adriano's fighting someone else, and then you've got like your moment, right?
Yeah, that's a good point, man. Good point. All right, we got Power Pickle here saying the Apprentice was quite good. I have not seen it yet. It's not available in Canada yet. Chris, have you seen it?
Yeah, I've watched the first 2 episodes. I watch enough MMA, right? So with my girlfriend, if I'm going to watch a reality TV show, it's going to be one that she wants to watch. And the combination of reality TV and MMA is not, you know what? She's not a big fan of Love is Black. She likes the Japanese version. She much prefers
I saw that. I haven't watched it, but I saw it on Netflix.
So much better. People are much more polite. They cook really good food.
I watched some of the American one. And man, that is one of the most brutal shows to watch I've ever seen. These people are just making fools of themselves. It's but I couldn't look away. I can't deny it.
Isn't that just reality TV show from
I guess so,
one,
man.
Right? I mean,
it was I had like a more visceral reaction to that show than I did to watching Yellow Jackets, which is like pure gore and horror. Like watching Love is Blind made me more uncomfortable.
I don't know what Yellow Jackets is, but
Yellow Jackets is a new show. I think it was like HBO or Showtime over here that people are really loving, but it's like very, very intense and disturbing. And I found Love Is Blind was more disturbing.
Okay.
It was just uncomfortable to watch, man.
I do have HBO here, but you know what? I have HBO, I have Netflix, I have Disney Plus, I have Apple. I haven't watched HBO or Apple in about 3 months because I just haven't
HBO
watched
is-
everything. I just haven't watched everything I want to watch on the other ones.
Mhm.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's too much out there right now, man. But HBO
Yeah.
is great. It's Tito Ortiz was on The Apprentice, as Eddie posts out on The Apprentice Celebrity Edition, I think, in like the
Okay.
early 2000s with Donald Trump, probably.
Oh, I love the Donald Trump Apprentice. You know, I absolutely love Donald Trump from The Apprentice. Just kind of what he did later on in his career that made me hate him, but I absolutely love that TV show.
Yeah, I mean, it was entertaining. You know, when
Yeah.
the fate of the world wasn't hanging in the balance, it's definitely more
Yeah.
fun to watch him, you know, do his thing.
And the craziest thing is, I always remember we pretty much kicked Piers Morgan out of the UK. He ended up on the Celebrity Apprentice with Donald Trump, and the next thing he's on television everywhere in America and North America, and he couldn't get a job in the UK. It's yeah, Donald Trump has this great power, right, of just turning people around, right? But it says it all.
Yeah. Here's an interesting thought on The Apprentice. One is more on point with their business than I thought. It's an interesting takeaway. I haven't seen it yet.
Can I ask the question actually to you guys quickly before this next fight starts? Did you watch Luke Thomas's hour-and-a-half long special on his YouTube channel with John Nash talking about fighter pay?
I didn't.
I did not.
Oh, you know,
I just
John
saw
Nash
some
from
tweets.
Bloody Elbow.
Yeah, he's great. Man.
I'd say if you've got like, I know it's early on in the day for you guys. So I mean, if you've got an hour and a half later, or you're going to the gym, I think it's definitely worth a listen, man. Because John Nash is someone actually with a really good academic background as well, and pretty good economic and accounting-based knowledge. So just very interesting, right? And it's an absolute madness when he goes through the numbers of what the UFC do in North America. 90% of the revenue in North America is the UFC, and about 85% globally is the UFC.
Yeah.
It's some of the numbers are astounding. It's just talking about fight pay. It's a lot of stuff. If you follow either of those guys, you've heard it all before. But it's quite nice to have two of them in a room. And Luke Thomas is actually quite good because he asks the hard questions and he's intelligent enough to ask them. Like no one would want Schaub and John Nash to go at it, right?
Oh my god, I don't want to hear Schaub go at anything with anybody. You know how I feel about that guy, man.
Yeah.
Somebody actually shouted me out on a random interview I did for not liking Schaub, like totally unrelated. I was like, all right, I'll keep hating on Schaub then.
Here we go, guys. Here's the big one. Here are these big heavyweight fighters. Ironclad Susano versus Innocente. Who you guys got in this one?
That's a tough one. I guess I'll go with Innocente. I liked your breakdown before, Chris. You seem to know more about these guys than I do. But I know that Innocente has fought quite a bit in MMA, and I think he won his last few fights when I looked at his record earlier. Not that that's particularly relevant in a kickboxing context, but what the hell? I'll go with him. What do you guys think?
Yeah. The thing is, they've both achieved a lot, but Innocente, just to me, has achieved a little bit more in his record. But it is one of those moments, a little bit like I can't remember his name. Who's the guy that Sage fought? Brazilian fella. Cosmo Alexandre. It's one of those moments where, sometimes those kickboxers, they just have so many belts, right? And it's like, are they all legit? Who knows? But Innocente seems to have a hell of a lot of belts. So I just kind of based it all off that.
Mm-hmm. And DJ Rodtang is on, just to answer that question, on the 26th of March, correct, guys?
Yeah. Pretty much 4 weeks from now.
I expect it'll be the main event of one of the cards, probably the US one, yeah. And other questions here, I think. I don't know. Dark Sid saying that one's teamed up a heavyweight Grand Prix in kickboxing.
Yeah, 100%. But I think the problem they're having is Thomas Juan from the Czech Republic still can't get over to Singapore. He's a huge name in Eastern Europe, huge kickboxer, and I think they're really waiting for him because I think he's going to win the belt eventually. And
I know they're asking, do people actually enjoy these matches?
Four times.
Do Do people enjoy the kickboxing? MMA is the only thing that interests me, says Noda. Muay Thai is enjoyable sometimes, but kickboxing too boring. I like it all.
Yeah, I like it all too. I would say that if I had to pick,
I
like,
enjoy it all.
the one
It's
I
a
least,
nice change of pace. Yeah.
yeah, I think I'd probably like enjoy kickboxing the least of the three, but it's close. And like you said, Nick, the real appeal for me is just that it's kind of a change of pace. You know, it's fun to watch MMA and then watch kickboxing and then back to MMA and then Muay Thai. It keeps things interesting.
It does.
You don't get this in other.
Like, my only problem is I don't like when they double back kickboxing or Muay Thai when they have two in a row. Because to me, I prefer that when they alternate. Sometimes it ruins the rhythm for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you don't really see this in other like sports industries. You know, there's no other. I mean, outside of combat sports, you don't get one event that features several different sports back to back. Really, you know, it's kind of a man.
In one venue, yeah, for sure. The only thing that comes close is the Olympics, but that's spread over a whole city, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Your boy Guto looking pretty mean here, Chris.
Yeah, man. I mean, both of them actually have fantastic reputations coming into this, have great records, but yeah, just
he's definitely aggressive.
In a sense, he has been more recently just fighting at a higher level, right? And I think he went something ridiculous like 16-2 in Glory.
He looks like Susana looks like he's already hurt and uncomfortable.
Well, look at the size of Innocenti, right? And look how much lighter he is on his feet. He's built like a heavyweight. Look at some of the little shimmies there, right? The guy can move.
Yeah, he's so much faster. It's obvious.
I like to think when he was 12 years old, his dad said no more kickboxing and made him train for Menko for 2 years.
He's chopping him down, man. Is Ongla after this? I think he is, eh? Yeah. No. One more fight. I think it's hard to disagree with this claim here that featherweight kickboxing is the best thing in one. I don't know that it's the best thing in one, but certainly the best division in kickboxing. There's no question right now, I think.
Yeah, quite possibly. So much fantastic talent. Might be the best division in one. It's really tough to say. I really think that flyweight division as well is fantastic. Bantamweight division is fantastic. But it's up there, right? It's probably one of their three best divisions, right?
Yeah, and Eddie makes a good point here that if there is a heavyweight Grand Prix, can you do it convincingly without guys like Bader and Rico? And,
no, you've got these two guys
over him now that he's signed with Glory.
He still hasn't fought in Glory, right, Alistair, right? I mean, isn't it a bit like Vitor Belfort signing for one? Like,
yeah,
I believe it when I see
if,
it, right?
If Overeem signed with one, that would have been huge. But I think he was getting paid like $800,000 a fight in the UFC. I'm sure Glory is coughing up almost that much.
Well, I mean, my friend flew out from Hong Kong. He's Dutch Turkish, and he flew out for the Badalhari versus Rico Verhoeven fight. Because you don't realize kickboxing, they sell out football stadiums in Holland. It's huge. So like, you can get paid over there, right? Because it's such a national obsession, right? Same way in the UK, all of our curlers go over to Canada to earn the big money. Yeah. Only 2 medals in the Olympics. Woo!
Really? In curling?
Oh, yeah. We got gold in the men's and silver in the women's. Yeah.
I went to a curling like tournament one time when I was in university. It was probably the wildest sporting event I've ever been to, man. Just beer everywhere, people spilling beer all over each other. It was mayhem.
I've had the Tim Hortons Invitational gets lit.
That's what I was at, man. It's
supposed to be the big one. It's supposed to be like it's the biggest one. What? Yeah. Respect.
It was fun, man. Yeah, it was cool.
Respect the curling.
It's the great sport, the sport of kings, man.
That's it.
Forget MMA and kickboxing. Let's get some curling going in the one championship circle.
That's what they need, right?
Yeah. Now those are real life superheroes.
Oh,
Some curling support. Good to see.
this is going to finish soon, right? No, this is over.
Yeah, this looks like one guy who wants to be in a fight and one guy who no longer does to me.
No.
Oh man, he turned him around with that wheel kick.
When was
He
the
like
last
literally
time
spun his whole body around.
we saw a coach throw in the towel in one championship? Oh,
I don't recall, man. I don't recall seeing that even.
and there we go. He waves it off.
Oh man. I'm watching on a big delay here.
Yeah.
Is it just because I'm closer?
It must be that. I mean, that's
From my knowledge of fiber optics, that's definitely how it works.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, it makes total sense, right?
That was a very, very strong performance. And as people were saying, that's just another live dog, right? For a Grand Prix, a heavyweight Grand Prix.
All right, I'm gonna check out for a moment, guys, and
Yeah.
write some results about that. I'll be back.
No problem. Nick, talk about heavyweight Grand Prix then. I mean, I do think the talent is there now.
Yeah, I think you guys covered it. To be honest, I don't have anything to add, Chris. I'm sorry.
Yeah. The one thing, what I would also add is if you're looking for another name, you could always throw Roman quickly in because I think he'd be willing to go up, right?
He's big enough, tall enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apologies if my stream is cutting out. I've got really bad Wi-Fi. You know, this. I'm using this portable mini hub. It's not working today. Of all days of Ongla Fight Day, Chris, unbelievable. But it's okay.
Yeah.
And keep the likes and subscribes coming, guys. We are nearing the big moment. Ongla and Sang, I think, 2 fights away. Well, one more and then Ongla, right? And we are closing in on 24,000 subscribers. So if you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel, everyone. If you're a first-time viewer, give that video a like. Over 35,000 views on this video now. Alvin saying, what a great time to be a fight fan. All these wonderful organizations putting together a weekend of fantastic and exciting fights. Couldn't say it better myself, Alvin. Well done. We got Bellator as well this weekend. We got
100%,
UFC.
Bellator, UFC. Don't even forget KSW. Don't even forget K1 live in Tokyo. There's so much going on, man. I even think there's an EFC going on in Africa. Fantastic talent over there too. Go check it out, guys.
Dark Sid 33 saying, part of me was hoping one would have gotten Tyron Spong. I don't know why he went with Eagle when he doesn't even do MMA. Would have loved to see him do kickboxing over here. Yeah, and I know Ong La trains with him, Sanford. I think.
Can I be rude to Dark Sid 33? I totally agree. As much as I would have loved Tyrone Sprong, the person I would have loved the most that ended up in Eagle would probably have been Kevin Lee.
Yeah, I thought Kevin Lee would have been a good fit actually in one because of, we know his weight issues, and I think the way one does hydration, weight classes are one up. I think it would have suited him. And what would he have been? A lightweight in one? Yeah, he could have. I think he could have been a player in that division easily. It's a very good division, some really fun fights there. But Eagle FC got some money behind them, got some hype. I just don't know how many good fights. I mean, I don't even want to see this fight with him and Sanchez, to be honest. So it doesn't really appeal to me. Anyway. Noda asking, can athletes say no if one arranges something? If not, I'm getting the feeling one is going to throw Ong if he wins with the winner of RDR and Absov, no matter who wins. Let's face it, Ong brings clout. Yes, you do. I think you are kind of pressured to take the fight if they offer you one. I think, but I don't think they'll match up Ongla and the Ritter again. I really don't, unless Ong's going to have to win tonight, and he's going to have to win another one at least. I think maybe one more after that before they do that. It doesn't benefit them to have Ongla. I don't think Ongla will beat the Ritter again if they fight. So it doesn't benefit one to have Ongla losing all the time. 3 losses out of 5 fights would it be? I think the best thing for one is having Ongla smashing people's faces in and getting his hand raised in victory. And if he can get a belt back somehow, all the better. But I think as long as RDR holds the middleweight title or the light heavyweight, I don't think Ongla can take it from him. I don't know, Chris, am I being too harsh?
No, I don't think you're being too harsh. I think RDR is just that good. But I'm not always sure because Ongla has surprised me, but I just kind of start to feel like I think he's about 6 years older now than RDR, and you don't add a lot to your game or you don't change hugely in that time. There's always exceptions to the rule, but it is always tough to say.
So I think they are revealing a few more fights here for 1X, or they're making them public knowledge at least. They've confirmed Shoko Sato against
Super
Yusuf
Bomb versus
Sardalaya.
Marat.
Yeah, Amir Khan back against
okay.
Takahashi. City Chai Chingas was already known. Superbon Marat we knew. Shinya and Sexyama was confirmed yesterday. I think they've announced a couple there, but what I want to see is who's on which card. That's the enticing part for me.
Yep. If you do a Doxid 33, the comment.
Right.
Or can I bring it up?
What's that?
Sorry. I'll bring this one up from Doxid 33.
Yeah.
The middleweight division is lacking. They need more talent there, like heavyweight too. We need rankings too. Yeah. One championship, one needs more rankings, but first they really need to fill out welterweight, middleweight, and light heavyweight because they are too thin to actually have rankings. I mean, can you name 5 light heavyweights?
No.
Nick? No.
I can't.
No, I can't. I can name a few middleweights, a few welterweights, but light heavyweight is super thin.
Yeah, light heavyweight is almost non-existent, let's be honest.
And I've got a few people in the comments saying Eddie Alvarez will fight at 1X. Do you think that's true, Nick?
I think maybe they said they wanted him on it, but I haven't heard anything on that front.
I've not heard anything about Eddie or Sage.
No, I haven't. Unless they're going to fight each other. I don't see that.
Mm-hmm. I won't mind seeing that, because I kind of do believe, like, only one of them, they both lost a lot of shine since they kind of joined the organization, probably less so Sage. I'm not totally against them fighting each other. I'd love to see Sage and Shinya fight each other. I think it's always a good opportunity.
I think, though, with Eddie, if they're going to do Eddie, it might be too late for 1X because we're 4 weeks away and he's not in fight camp from what I know.
Okay.
I think Eddie will be on another card later in the spring, maybe April. So something for that new US TV deal if they announce it.
What a great comment by Michael Owens here.
The Panther, yeah.
Big up the Panther, Hong Kong's own. I will just say one thing. Sage Northcote, a lot of people have to remember this. On Tuesday, he'll only be 26. He's still so
26.
Young. Yeah.
That's true.
You know what I mean? There's a man who's a good 18 months younger than Sean O'Malley.
we'll see. I'm excited to see Sage back. I don't want to see him jump in the deep end of the lightweight rankings against Shinya or something like that. So give him a couple of warm-up fights, shall we say? See what he's made of. You got to earn a crack at Shinya for me. You know, the way they just gave him that, especially after the way he lost to Cosmo and he was out for 2 years. Yeah, 3 years nearly. No, is it? Just you've got to put together a couple winners before you go against Tobukan Judo, my man. The Baka survivor himself. Right. Looking forward to Kim Jae-un and Tan Lei. That's, of course, if Tan Lei wins, says Noda. Yeah. But what Kim's fight with who was it? That was called off, right?
Yeah. He was supposed to fight
Tankai.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know if they're still going to do that fight. Maybe I think Kim has already earned his next title shot, so it's probably
you heard
better
much
for him
from
to wait.
Martin? Nick?
Martin Nguyen, no. I think he's just having a bit of downtime in Australia because 2021 was particularly rough for him.
Spent a lot of time away from his kids and didn't even get to fight, really.
Yeah, he'll be back though, and I think he knows he needs to fix some things from his last couple fights, and there's no shame in that. You know, he's aware of there's a couple of holes in his game he needs to shore up. So Martin Nguyen, he'll be back.
Yeah. Oh, apparently breaking news: Sage versus Martin at 145, according to John Hyun Ko.
Whoa. Is John just messing with us or what? I know this guy. I'm skeptical of you,
John,
JHK.
Feel free to jump on.
Get up in the chat. Tell us about this breaking news.
Oh, he got it from illegal sources.
I like that fight if they do it, but I don't know if. I mean, Sage was talking about featherweight, wasn't he? About going down 2 weight classes initially, but he'd have to drop some of that muscle, man. He's stupidly jacked.
Oh, man, the music tonight, all the walkout music has actually been on point.
Yeah, music's been good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Baller 9596 here says Martin is fighting at One Lights Out against Kirill Gorobets on March 11th, and they announced it earlier. I didn't see it. They only announced that in a certain market, maybe in Australia. I don't know. Did you see that earlier, Chris?
I did not see it, but I'm looking for it. I'm searching for it.
Martin's back, it looks like.
I haven't seen much on his social media.
I've seen him, he's posting training pictures, but, the guy's always training. So I don't think he's in Sanford, though. I think he's staying in Australia for this one.
Yeah,
so that's why I didn't think. Well, There we go. Kirill Gorobets. I don't know much about this guy, but I always like Chris when they make a little bit of a showcase on one card of a certain division, and yeah, we're gonna have a featherweight showcase. It looks like Time Lay, Gary Tonin, Martin Nguyen here. Maybe they can reschedule Kim and Tenkai. That'd be cool.
That's it. I do like it when you have a few people from the same weight class on the same card because it does kind of clear everything out a little bit more.
Kirill Gorobets will be making his one debut, 11-1 fighter out of the Ukraine. Hope everything's okay with him in Ukraine.
We're getting huge.
He is on a
news right
monstrous win streak, though. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wins. Sorry, Chris. What are you saying?
Just noticing that featherweight is the best division in one, but we got big breaking news from John Yanko. Read that out, Nick.
John is his illegal sources are messing again, I think, with us. Onglar steps in and faces audio. I don't want to read this because it's actually gonna panic a bunch of people watching, I think, and it's gonna sweep the internet in Myanmar. So
yeah,
I don't want to put any fake news out there. Fake news, John, as they call him. Okay. Here we go, Chris. It's almost Onglar time.
There we go. After this, it's Onglar, Roman Curricula, and then RDR.
There we go. 24,000 subscribers, nearly there, Chris. Just 20 more to go.
Oh, wow.
All right. Enrico, Kale, Typhoon, Ozchan, Chris, who have you got here?
I think this is actually a really tough fight to call. I think we've got two absolutely fantastic fighters. I'm just a little bit more tempted towards Kel. I am expecting to get it done in a big way. What about yourself, sir?
Oh, I can't even remember who I picked, Chris. Oh, look who's here. Someone wants to join. Someone is. It's going to become. It's going to be a bit of a throwback, Chris, in a minute to the original 3. JHK is coming in. He's joining the chat.
Oh, what?
It's a big moment. And Tom is somewhere in the ether. I don't know.
No problem. This should be a little bit of a banger, this one.
Just taking a breather, really.
That's it. Oh, wow. Look how fast Cal's hand movement is. Oh, wow. What a great counter by Cal, though. I thought he was going to go down then.
Ooh.
Wow.
I'm a little bit behind, so I'm going to speed up again. Kale's leg is already reading up, says Doc Sid.
Yeah. Just a touch. This is raw.
All right, now I'm back on level speed with you guys. JHK, the legend. Indeed. It's not an Ongla fight night without JHK, I think. He did the last one with Leon. But we'll
This
see,
is
huh?
very, very good, man, by Oscar. I did not see this.
I wonder if the viewers is going to suddenly take off, Chris.
Back for a moment, guys.
Yeah.
Here he is.
What did I miss?
Not too much.
Nope. Probably Oscar doing the business.
Yeah, as expected. Getting sleepy over there, Chris.
A little bit, man. It's 9:30. It's 9:30. Give me one moment, guys. Let me get a little bit more energy.
Does that mean alcohol?
Yeah.
Yes, another beer.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
I can't be on the left. I'm coming on the right.
All right, man.
Okay.
A little long law fight will surely rouse Chris and bring him back to life.
JHK might be joining us, Tom.
No way. I'll believe it when I see it, man. Haven't seen that guy in a million years. Definitely a pillar.
You haven't seen him for a while. Be good to get JHK here for the Ong La fight.
Yeah. JHK's the man.
Ozchan had hands that round, says Dark Sid 33. Have you been watching this one, Tom?
I have, yeah.
You've got a little TV with it, or what? I need to get a setup here. I'm putting two
actually
screens
moved
on
my little video interviewing station into the living room for this, so I could sit right in front of the TV.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, man. I've kind of made like a mobile podcasting station in my apartment, so I don't have to relegate an entire section of my small space for this. So yeah, I can put it anywhere I want right now, front and center, in front of the big screen. Beautiful thing.
Yeah, I'm getting couriered a second laptop from HK. So I might, the next show I should be able to have two laptops up, one with the fights on. That'll help me.
Yeah, ordinarily I just watch it on my phone, and it's not quite the same. Are the Ong La faithful here in the comments yet? I'm surprised we're not seeing more Ong La commentary here.
I think a bunch of them came in for the beginning of the card and then disappeared once they saw three blokes talking. And who knows, they may come back in when the fight gets going. But we are 2 subscribers away, guys, from 24,000. Let's do it.
Come on, you guys got to know 2 people. Call your neighbors, call your grandmother, tell her to subscribe. Just 2 people, that's all we need.
I like the sound of that setup, Bonesy. Little basement projector.
Yeah, that sounds like a great setup.
I used to watch them on my rooftop sometimes. That was good.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember you.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
this is so hard. And I don't like it. His head keeps going backwards. He looks a bit weak on his feet now, doesn't he, Cal?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh, look who it is.
Trouble's here.
Guys, hate to be the bearer of bad news. JHK's in the house.
Oh,
God.
shit. Or just swore, sorry.
Load.
PG
Load.
show. I cannot swear. We'll keep it clean.
It's family affair.
Family affair. John is back. It's been a while, John. I missed you.
Yeah, I missed all
Yeah,
you guys
man.
too, you know. Damn.
Been a minute.
It has.
You
But
too,
we
brother.
haven't had many one shows lately, right? Like when was
No.
the
Not one
last
shows like this.
No.
Not an Onglar fight.
Exactly. Where's all my
Wow, what
that
a
was-
way to end the round.
Oh, shit. Oh, it gets back up. I just swore again. Sorry about that.
I was trying to figure out why I was watching on such a lag. It's because I was trying to transcribe Guto's quotes before, and I rewound it a bit. I'm like, why am I watching a minute and a half behind here?
All right. Well, you're in for some excitement in the next round.
Yeah. I'm now in a completely different round, so that some of Chris's reactions are starting to make a little bit more sense to me.
Yeah. He just ate a flying knee.
Yeah.
He got up straight from a flying knee, which knocked him down. Wow.
And it
Got
just
a
shows
fight
you
here.
how great a division this is that One Championship have on their hands right here.
Welcome back, JHK. It's been a long time, says Alan. been a
Alan
long time,
Bones
Alan.
Jones. How's school going, Alan? I think I remember
Where is
him.
he?
I think he was going to school. He's a high school kid or something.
Damn,
He
quite a
could be-
memory.
He could be my son.
There you go. Got a new dad, just like that.
We got 24,000 subs, guys. It has happened. All
I
right.
thought you were gonna say we got 24,000 viewers right now. I was like, dang.
No, just 90. It looks like, but we had about 300 at the start of the main card. They
In
all
fact,
gone
I
away.
saw it go up over 400 at one point. I don't know if you guys noticed
Oh,
that.
yeah.
But,
They must
At
have
least,
fled.
At
They
least
realized
the
Onglar
amount of
wasn't fighting.
subscribers, 24K, matches your grills and your gold chains.
There we go.
What is it? Have you guys heard anything from Myanmar about Fota? Have we heard
No.
anything about it?
yeah, I spoke to his manager recently. I've been checking in about once a month on the situation there, and the latest I've heard is actually that it's beneficial to kind of keep quiet about just so he's, you're not allowed to speak out against the military force that's taken over that country. So it's just better to keep his name out of the headlines and stuff. But he is alive. He's still being detained. Yeah, I can't say much more than that. But he does have fights left on his one championship contract. And last I heard, he intends to honor them, which is very hopeful and optimistic, obviously. But yeah, he's still with us.
That
which is
is
great.
great.
Horrible
Crazy.
things happening
'cause,
over there.
Yeah, I saw pictures of his skin, been blown off and stuff. Surely he could never fight again if that'd
Yeah,
be incredible.
those pictures were pretty brutal, man, I have to say.
Yeah.
But especially having met this guy, he's somebody that we've encountered before out in the world. At least some of us have. It's crazy to see somebody you've met looking like that. But I think he's on the mend at the very least in some hospital there, still being detained with a number of others. Sad situation, man. And the world sort of has forgotten about what's happening over there. News cycles move so quickly, but it's still happening.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
also the country's kind of limiting access to anything that's going on.
Yeah, of course.
So it's hard to find out anything if it's true or
Mhm.
not. They don't like internet is very like contained, right, in the country. Like they don't really have too much of access to it.
I'm not sure, but I know that the Tatmadaw or whatever they're called, the junta, they I think were controlling a lot of press. Obviously, when the coup happened,
There's no freedom of press in Burma. If you're Burmese, if you're ethnically Burmese, you can't work in foreign press.
particularly after what's happened there. Now, it's
The only way we know is that when it's a Ongla fight night and we don't have like 20,000 people on here, we know that something's going on
That's it.
in Myanmar, right? Because it's
That's true.
I hope everybody's doing good though. And Alan Bones Jones is about to. I think Alan Bones Jones has been with us since we were like 1,000 subscribers. Seriously, this guy.
Yeah.
We've watched him grow in front of our eyes.
Yeah, he's about to graduate, man.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, man.
We're gonna
It's
show
a-
up at
it's
your
high school, right?
graduation ceremony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna show up on the big screen behind you, just like this.
Hooting and hollering in the
We're
crowd,
gonna do a
embarrassing
fight
you.
companion for your graduation.
Graduation companion. Let's do it.
Oh, Ongla next. Stay tuned, people. Says Dwayne. Indeed. Fabulous fight there. Yeah, give both guys 50K. Suggests Michael. Could be.
What's up with Andrade not getting 50K right away? You know, what I mean, they were like last event. Who got a 50K right away? The Korean cat
Yeah, woo.
that knocked out Y2K.
Bellingham.
Yeah, he gave him
Oh, yeah.
50K right. What? I thought that was like even more impressive.
I think maybe
Yeah,
they're just not announcing the bonuses right away this time.
Okay.
Maybe they've just decided not to do that because there's been like 3 or 4 knockouts already that are bonus worthy. So and there's obviously a propensity for a lot more knockouts. So I think maybe they're just waiting till the card's over before they start making decisions. Because you don't want to give out 5 bonuses on the undercard and then not be able to give one to Ongla or something.
You know, someone probably went to Chacho and be like, Chacho, you need to chill out, dog. Like, spending too much money on there. You know, you're on the trigger.
Well, yeah, he said, didn't he say five bonuses maximum per event? Like you're looking at $250,000 an event.
I know,
That's gonna add up, man. If you're having 3 or 4 events a month.
bro, it's like he's like Oprah Winfrey of World Championship, right?
Yeah.
Just giving out gifts.
The great thing though is that like this is life-changing money for a lot of these guys. You know, it's not like giving Kamaru Usman a bonus in the UFC. Giving this to a young fighter in Asia, that's a serious boon for some of these guys. So it is cool.
Imagine if you're training in like, a country where like $1 is worth like 20 times in your country.
Yeah,
that's insane. 50,000,
which
you
is
can buy a house.
That's true in a lot of parts of Asia too.
That's what I've always said, Tom and John. I've always said that Nick should give out 50K bonuses for the best guests on the podcast.
Mm-hmm. I'd be a rich man if that was the case.
That's it. You know,
50K pesos, right? Probably.
Yeah. You just give it a case of Dragon Waters.
That's
What,
it.
he probably just snuck out to drink some Dragon Water real fast.
Yeah, I know. Have you guys noticed he's slurring now? It's strange.
Exactly. And his video's all fuzzy, you know? Like,
Yeah. Makes you think, what else is he downloading?
Exactly.
It's a good question, man.
Yeah, it is. He's on that torrent, those torrents, He's on Morpheus. You remember Morpheus?
Yeah.
You guys don't remember
That's
Morpheus or torrent? That's like
I
the
remember
original.
torrenting, but
Was
it
it
Morpheus?
Kazam?
yeah, that was one of them. Kaza,
Yeah.
whatever it's called.
There's some mad ones back in the day.
The last one was, I think I actually used was maybe LimeWire. I think that was the last one.
LimeWire was
after
good,
that.
yeah.
That was all
Yeah,
music,
LimeWire's-
man.
Well, do you guys remember Napster?
Yeah.
We both lived through that, right? That was the OG.
I've
I
never
think,
used Napster though. I never
used
Oh man,
Napster,
I remember using Napster when I was like 15 or something, and like there was like a chat room and stuff, just talking to some guy from like Ecuador about some random song I downloaded. It was a weird time for the internet, man.
That's good when you're a teenager, right? You don't have to spend money on music as a teenager.
Well, and that was an unprecedented time, right? Because before that, everyone was just you had to buy CDs or records or whatever, and suddenly it was all available for free on the internet.
Do you guys remember when you used to get a tape and you used to wait until your favorite? It was the chart on the radio, and you have the tape that can record. And just as the song starts, you press the record button, and just before the radio DJ stops, you turn off record, and you try and download the whole like top 20.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's how you make your little mixtape, right?
That's it, right?
Yeah.
That's when a mixtape was really a mixtape, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and sometimes like a song would start that you really wanted to catch, so you're like racing to get the tape in on time.
And then you're listening to someone's tape, and then the radio DJ like comes on at the end, like right before the song's over. You're like, oh, yo, you cheap ass.
I used to hate how
the
they
winds
do
are
that,
high
man.
today.
Yeah. And that was so and so with
What year did that end? I don't even remember like when exactly that ended. Like people stopped recording songs.
I think it was when CDs came along, man. You could start burning CDs.
CDs was like early 90s, right?
Yeah, but you could get a tape you carried, but Walkman, I think, was like 97, right? Like a Sony Walkman. like portable CD player. Because I remember my one of my first ones was like Big Willie Style by Will Smith and Nellyville by Nelly. That was like some of my first CDs.
Classics.
And Chocolate Starfish and the hot dog flavored water by Limp Bizkit.
Oh man,
you know,
that's great. I
saw
Limp Bizkit live a few years ago by accident. I went to a festival and they were playing, and it was one of the weirdest shows I've ever been to. Man, it was pretty fun.
Was there anyone?
And I saw Insane Clown Posse, the same show. Both of those guys were at the same festival.
Show? Was there any teenagers there, or was it like they were into like that music back in the day?
Oh no, it was all like 40-year-old alcoholics. Man. It was
That's always the interesting thing when you see those like legendary bands and you go and it's like, oh, everyone's old. It's like when I watched the Super Bowl the other week, it was like I was like, oh man, this is a wicked halftime show, and it's like, oh, the teenagers don't care. That's when I know I'm old, right? You know, like, I'm like, oh, this is my jam.
Yeah. And I realized that Limp Bizkit has they have like 5 songs, man, at that show. They ran out of songs in like 3 minutes, and the rest was just filler, just Fred Durst yelling at the crowd. All right, I'm gonna jump off, guys, and do a quick recap. I'll be back.
And I'm back. It's Onglar time, I think.
Just while you're here, John, you might know a little bit more about this. We talked about this earlier, the Shinya versus Sexyama fight. Tom seems to think that Sexyama will retire after this fight, regardless of what happens. Do you have any opinion on it?
I don't think he'll retire.
Yeah, I don't think he'll retire.
Now, hold on. I didn't say that.
Okay,
I said he's going to retire soon. He is 46 years old. I have the headphones in just so I can be sure Chris isn't talking too much shit. I'm leaving for real this time.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so I don't think he's going to retire soon. Okay,
yeah, I don't think he's going to retire in his next fight. I think that he's just going to continue fighting. There will never be a time where he just puts down the gloves. I don't think there will be a moment because he's a
proper martial artist, right?
Yeah.
As well. Yeah.
Look at him physically.
Mm-hmm. Have you watched
him sexy as ever?
Man, so sexy. Have you seen his training videos lately? Him climbing the mountains up and down,
yeah.
He looks in good shape.
It shows you that with any kind of extra help from doctors at the age of 47, you can be very good looking. You know what I mean? Physically, with the neck down. You know what I mean? That's possible. Yeah. So Sexyama, you know what I mean? He's going to live up to his name until he dies, right? Until he's gone. He's going to be Sexyama. He's going to be that guy. He's going to be like Hulk Hogan. He kind of looks like he's kind of like the Asian Hulk Hogan in a way.
He's a little bit. I think he's one of those guys, the moment he doesn't think he's sexy is the moment he just disappears. I think if he looks in the mirror and he's like, I'm not sexy, I don't think we ever hear of him again. I think he disappears. I think he changes his name. But
do you know that that's what people call him? Around the way is they call him sexy. They don't even call him Sexyama.
Yeah.
They call him sexy. People I know that know him, they call him sexy. Hey, sexy. Wouldn't that be weird to just call another man sexy? But it just feels right with him. I don't know why.
Have you watched the interview with Andrew Whitelaw where Andrew Whitelaw calls him by his real name and he's like, no, call me Sexyama. Everyone knows I'm sexy. I'm Sexyama. Yeah. It's a little bit awkward, but I like it.
Yeah, he should have ran with it. He'd be like, all right, sexy. So
that's it.
What's the sexy level? You know what I mean? How sexy are you today? You should ask him that. You know what I mean? Where are you right now? Are you at a 10 or?
No, man, he's always at 11.
Yeah. He's at a 30. But I don't know, man. That's a tough fight for Sexyama. Even though he'll come in there with the size advantage, but still, man, Shinya is he's so good on the ground. But you know what, though? I'm rooting for Sexyama. I don't care who Sexyama fights. I'm rooting for Sexy.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think it'll be a great fight as well. And I hope they can have a lot of beef.
Man, this is going to be an interesting fight. So what happened was Vitaly Big Dash, he missed weight, right? By how many kilos?
4 pounds.
4
kilos,
pounds,
something
okay.
like that. Yeah.
4 pounds, right?
All of a
So,
sudden, one championship have changed to pounds. All of a sudden.
But
okay.
they're still doing
So,
kg on their emails with the weight updates and hydration stuff. It's bizarre. They're bouncing
Okay.
back and forth between two. It's annoying, but yep. Go ahead.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's annoying. But like, so Ong Lao was just like, forget it. I don't care. Let's just fight. We're here. It'd be kind of sucky to just cancel the fight, right? Flying across the world. But their second fight, was that the one that was like the crazy one? Where they just went to
Yeah.
war? Or was that the first one?
The second one.
The second one, right? Because the first
The
one...
second one was the closer fight.
Yeah, and they went to war,
Yeah.
right? And then Ong
Yeah.
won that fight. And the first one, Vitaly clearly won the fight, right? Because Ong, I think he took it on like 2 weeks' notice or something like that.
In my opinion, both fights are close.
Mm-hmm.
And I had Vitaly win the first one, but the second one I had Ong win, but it's very, very close. And I think that's the most controversial one.
I think Vitaly was training with Fedor ahead of this fight. I saw something about that.
Really? Fedor has... people do forget that over the time, I mean, there's been a lot of Fedor prodigies, right? Over the time.
Yeah, in Bellator, there's a bunch. There's a few.
Yeah. Did anyone watch, by the way, Jeff Monson last night?
What did he fight in? What was it? Bare knuckle?
I want to say, no, it was like RRC. It was MMA, but it was brutal. Brutal. I mean, I've never seen a man ask the referee as the fight starts, how many minutes and how many rounds?
That's what Jeff Munson asked him?
He's like, how many minutes, how many rounds? Okay, 3 rounds, 5 minutes. Okay. And then they start. It's like, ooh, we're living in a great time, crazy. Right?
Jeff Munson, I think he has like Russian citizenship.
Oh, yeah. I think, I can't remember why, but didn't he give it up and didn't he like ask, isn't it something to do with Steven Seagal and Putin? They have like this thing where they get,
yeah, it's something weird.
I think Steven Seagal did the same thing as well.
It's political stuff, but
maybe Steven Seagal's training Jeff Monson with Vladimir Putin. Who knows?
Maybe Steven Seagal is the defense minister for Russia.
Wow.
We just don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
Man, Under Siege is a great movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
Yeah. Above the Law is a fantastic movie.
Under Siege.
It's not Under Siege. No, Under Siege 2 is not great.
I like it.
Dude, this fight's going to be a good fight. I think it's going to be a close fight again, too. I think Law's going to come with... He's way better than he was that second fight.
See, here's my problem. And I keep saying it all night. I've banged on about it on the podcast all night. The first 2 fights were so close and both over 5 rounds. And we're getting the same fight over 3 rounds. It's like, what does this prove? I want it over 5.
I think it still proves something. If someone gets a finish, it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. So I think Ong Lao's going to come out the gate blazing, dude, like he did against, what's his name? Was it Andrade? Oh, Leandro, right? Leandro, right?
Man, the beard's getting bigger.
Yeah, Ong Lao's fans in the house.
It's Abraham Lincoln. He looks like Asian Abraham Lincoln. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, I'm nervous for this fight as well.
Man, he got Henry Hoof to fly with them all the way to Singapore. Damn. Serious.
Yeah, Henry always comes with Ong.
Yeah, he doesn't corner everybody,
Yeah. I think he was there in Manila for Martin as well.
So guys, is it ever since he lost to Renier the Ridder, he changed to Many Men by 50 Cent, or was it always that before? He changed, right, after the Ridder loss.
I don't even know. I don't even pay attention to the walkout songs at all.
Man, I'll tell you what, this has been the best one show for walkout songs. We've had DMX, we've had 50 Cent, we've had all the bangers, man.
Yeah.
One of the Russians had like Dr. Dre. I remember that.
Are you going to 1X JHK, John?
Me? No, I don't think so. Is people going?
Don't know. Nick and Tom are going.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
I think if you
I'm
want to
not
go,
allowed
you
to
need
go.
to get it sorted out soon. I think.
No, I'm flying to Phuket at the end of March.
All right.
Nice. Can you,
Is
if I
that
go,
when
Nick,
the
can you get
1X
me
is
free
happening?
tickets?
Yeah, end of March.
What day is it?
26.
Yeah, like I fly to Phuket
No.
on like the 27th. That's Saturday, 26th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my flight's the 27th to Phuket. That's when I
Yes.
start my journey. My
I've
journey.
heard about this. Yeah, I don't want
Yeah,
to
so I'll
spoil
be
it
there
for
for
anyone.
like around like 6 to 9 months probably.
Yeah, I missed the Burmese tune. It was like a heavy metal rock thing. Ongla
Oh,
had.
man.
Really good song it was.
Vitaly looking big, looking like he's chiseled out of stone. Look at that size of that vein on his temple. Wow.
But he's been knocked out, right?
Yeah.
Vitaly. Yeah. He's been clipped.
I've heard Nick gets that same vein on his temple when he goes to the toilet.
He reminds you know what? Vitaly just reminds me of like a bigger version of Peter Yan.
Yeah.
Just a
see
giant
it.
Peter Yan, but not same fight style, but just.
But
just the look.
is he not like 37 years old now? I know Ongla's, in his mid 30s too, but
Yeah,
Big Dash
almost
is getting up there,
36.
man, and he hasn't been particularly active. So I've definitely got some questions about his durability at this stage. So that's for me is the big variable in this one is if he can take big shots still.
Yeah, Onlaw, he could take shots too. When's the last time Onlaw got finished with strikes? I don't think he has ever.
We know he can. Yeah.
How many punches do you think Olivier Coste can take?
Ongla lost by strikes before he got to one. I think he was stopped by Chris Weidman.
Uriah
That was a
Hall?
long time ago.
Ongla,
Uriah Hall
a
knocked
long
him
time
out,
ago.
right?
Jonathan Webb, who also fought in the UFC. Uriah Hall stopped him. Costas Philippou stopped him. That's it by knockout, I think.
That was like way long ago. That was like what?
Yeah, it was in the 2011, 2010.
10 years. It just shows you, man, you just need to find the right promotion for yourself. Because,
Oh, wow.
It's true.
Look what he's done for himself, dude. Like with just.
What is Big Dash doing here?
Damn, Big Dash is like trying to wrestle him.
Yeah.
He's trying to do the Derrida on him.
He wants a W, man. Can't blame him.
Exactly. But he's not really. Is he known for his cardio?
I mean, he went 5 rounds with Ongla twice before.
Yeah.
I mean,
both of them were like pretty gassed by the end, huh?
I don't
Dude,
like what Michael
Ung's fight with who's the Japanese cat?
Hasagawa.
No,
Ken
the guy
Hasegawa.
is that Hasegawa?
No.
Yeah, Ken Hasegawa. That was a crazy fight, man.
Yeah.
That was a crazy fight. Oh, someone's bleeding already. Oh, Ong's bleeding, man, already.
Yeah.
Or is it? No, it's Big Dash.
No, that's Vitaly, yeah.
Yeah, he's bleeding already. He's dripping. How did he get cut? Elbow? Dude, Sanford MMA has so many like high-level fighters. It's crazy. But they have no female fighters in the gym. None.
That's one of the
Zero.
That's a good point, actually. I never really thought about that. That's definitely one of the best gyms out there right now. But you're right. There's no women there.
None.
That's really weird.
It's none. I was talking to one of the Sanford guys about that. He's just like, yeah, there's no women there, but fighters don't really care about that. You know what I mean? They're just like, whatever.
I think probably women fighters care about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that was a nice uppercut. Oh, Vitaly's, he doesn't look so comfortable right now.
Yeah, he's definitely chasing that takedown like a guy who doesn't want to strike.
Yeah.
No, man, he does not want to strike.
He's trying to clinch, takedowns.
Oh, man, that was a slow little takedown attempt there, whatever that was. Just kind of reached for his hips. That's the bad sign, man. I could hit him with an uppercut after that. I could beat Vitaly Big Dash. I'm saying it right now.
Now he's just trying to like hug him.
Aged here? Does he look a little bit
That's what I was
slower
thinking,
than he
man.
used to?
Man's 37 years old, has barely been active for the last 3 or 4 years. That's
what happened? Oh,
that matters.
Give him a head book left way style.
Yeah. Yeah, show him.
Nick, you want to get some YouTube justice going on this webcamchat.com hot girls and boys video chat in the comments?
Can we block this?
Well, yeah.
He's talking about us. That's why he's.
Yeah, there's definitely hot girls and boys on this video chat. I won't say which one the girl is, but.
Yep. You've been blocked, whoever you were.
Take your filth elsewhere.
Oh, that is a bad headbutt.
You filthy animal.
How did that was a headbutt?
I don't like that though, because Ong there is talking to his cornerman. That's not allowed. Olivier Coste should stop that, right? You're not allowed.
Olivier Coste is chasing around Big Dash for no reason.
Oh, Angla with a little bit of left-way action there, man. I don't think it was on purpose, but it kind of looked like a left-way headbutt the way he kind of. I know Angla would never do that on purpose, but nice little tribute to the great Burmese sport there. Man, Big Dash's traps are something else.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That guy's been doing his shrugs.
Shrugs. Oh. Oh, he got the takedown, but you got to go back to the fence. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's trying to tie up the legs.
Man, this leg is killing me.
Got to fast forward.
I tried, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, he got the back. Oh,
yep.
No.
Oh, he's in
the mount, too.
The chin, but not quite. Now it's time to let it rain, Vitaly.
That's high. He's got high up. Not good. He got a lot of time left, too. Yeah, he's got to get out of here. That's the back of the head. Oh, no. What's he doing?
He's breaking them.
He's breaking them up?
Yeah, back of the head.
That's a joke. How the hell are the commentators saying that that's a good call?
He was hitting the back of the head. Well, I think Ong did well to.
He is. I'm watching on a lag here, and having heard what Nick said, he's hit him on the back of the head like directly, like 6 times there. I'm gonna come out right away and say any controversy on this is unjust. I watched it a few seconds after you guys. Benefit of hindsight, he hit him like.
Yeah,
Nick said he hit him on the head, and I watched for it. He hit him on the back of the head like squarely 4 or 5 times there.
Right there, 1,
which is illegal,
2.
Obviously.
Well, there's 2.
Yeah, there you go.
A lot of those were questionable, man. Yeah, and those were big punches. That was.
Well, now they're even, right? He headbutted him earlier.
Yeah, and we got the kind of questionable stand up too. This is turning into a shady, questionable fight. We're gonna have to do a 4th fight no matter what.
Exactly, dude. It's gonna run into like Brendan Moreno.
Yeah, those were some sketchy punches there, man. I have to say.
Yeah.
Those were obviously to the back of the head. I thought.
I think Ong's gonna continue no matter what. It doesn't matter.
No, of course, but I'm just saying for the people that are inevitably gonna like act like Ong Lao got some kind of freebie there with the stand up.
If you look at Andrade's knockout, that's the
oh no, he's gonna take a point.
The back of the head.
Taking a point.
Oh, he didn't take a point. I was about to say. Oh, he clipped him.
Angla looks pissed.
Man, Big Dash is really like found something on the ground, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I think after those RDR fights, this is what everybody's going to try to do against Angla.
Exactly.
Now. Yeah.
And he's got to know that.
I don't know if it's intentional.
Oh, great takedown.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think those punches were intentional, to be honest with you.
I don't think they were intentional, no, but they were illegal, I think.
Yeah, they were illegal.
Yeah. In the heat of the moment.
You could have took a point away, to be honest with you, because he hit him twice.
Yeah. Yeah.
but he didn't.
Oh man, nice punch from Angla there.
Where's the competition committee when you need them? But yeah, this is not good, man. He took his back twice in the first round.
But I do think probably the longer this goes, the more it favors Angla.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said,
Big
that's
Dash might
what,
gas, dude. But he doesn't look gassed.
Angla looks very calm at least.
Well, so far, Big Dash is winning the fight.
Yeah, no question.
Remember, everybody's gonna remember this is now round by round, right?
Yeah.
What's wrong with Nick's? Is his internet fishy or something?
No, he's just turned into a rotating spiral. No, I'm joking. Yeah, his internet's crap. Not much you can do, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too bad, man. As you're saying, it's an unfortunate
even
day
if
for that
like
time.
I don't think like I would be even like there to like cover one, to be honest with you. Like I don't really cover one that much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
Well, glad to have you back watching with us, JHK. We missed you, man.
But you guys will be in Singapore. Maybe you guys could fly over to Phuket after you're done. Because I'll be there.
You could come visit us in Singapore, man.
Well, my connecting flight will be Singapore on Sunday.
Cool.
The day after 1X. Oh,
all right. How far into round 2 are you?
30 seconds.
All right. Got a bit of a lag here. All right. When this fight's over, I'm going to have to leave you guys alone because I got to do an update on this fight because I think Nick's having some connection issues.
Oh, wow. Oh, that was a little bit to the back of the head.
That was a little bit back of the head.
Yeah.
But he was moving.
That's
if
it.
Big Dash
what a good kickoff. Wow.
Oh. If Big Dash could keep this up for 3 rounds, he wins this fight,
he's
man.
done. He's tanked. He's absolutely
he's
tanked.
getting jacked right now.
Who is? I'm watching on a lag.
Big Dash.
Are you guys talking about that elbow being a bit to the back of the head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was moving though.
Man, that push off Angla did that was
fantastic.
Yeah, I mean clearly Angla has lots of fight in him still. Oh man, that body shot. Man, sorry, I'm watching on a leg.
How long is Big Dash just gonna take that for?
Man, I wish I wasn't watching on such a huge lag. It's I feel.
If you go on the settings and click playback in 2 times, it should speed up. I don't know if it's been working for you.
For some reason, that doesn't seem to fix it for me. I don't know why. Let's see. Yeah, it actually seemed to work.
There we go.
Amazing. So how do you think this round's going for Angla? It seems like it's going a little bit better.
Yeah, I think if you can keep it up maybe for the rest of the round, I will edge him ahead on my imaginary scorecard.
Yeah.
But right now
taking
it's
it back again, though.
That's it, right?
Damn.
He's Vitaly now, right? Don't you just pepper him with small shots for the next 2 minutes? And
I think he wants to submit him.
Yeah, I know, but damage doesn't matter, right? If you can do it again for another round, you're probably still ahead. Just like this, right?
Yeah.
To the head, to the chest, to the head, to the chest.
It's disappointing for Angla, man. I feel bad for him.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what we can talk about what's next for him after this fight, I guess.
Yeah.
He's got to be getting pretty tired though of being locked up in these body triangles though.
Yeah.
I don't know what a DNS server is doing. Yeah, I'm not very good with that stuff.
Nick, your stream looks a lot better all of a sudden. I don't know if you changed something, but you're coming in a lot a lot clearer.
It's temperamental.
It's really a shame this isn't 5 rounds, I have to say. I think that was a pretty significant blunder on one's part. This could have been a main event. I mean, this is clearly the most talked about fight on this card.
I think after they lost the other title fight, they could have maybe saw if they could get this up to 5, but I guess Big Dash and Ongla have to agree that, right?
Yeah. But I just think they could have used this as a main event of like a future card somewhere. Doesn't need to be a belt for every fight. I mean, look at DJ and Rodtang. There's no belt there.
No. Does John need adding in, or is he just gone?
I think he's on the phone right now.
He's on the phone, yeah.
Oh, he's getting the scoop, is he?
Yeah, he's talking to Drake, I think.
Oh, nice. How's his towel?
I think that's what he's trying to find out.
The thing is, and I replied to Dwayne Torres in the comments here, even though Vitali's ahead, he is ahead just by a smidgen, because we do have to remember it's damage followed by control. And if Ong can just drop him once, you kind of do have to put him ahead, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Onga's got the bigger hits all the way throughout.
If they had taken a point for those illegal shots in the first round, it would be a completely different fight right now. I'm not saying they should have, but it's just goes to show how the ramifications that can have.
I thought you can't take a point in one championship, right? I thought just take the purse.
Yeah.
Isn't it just 30% of the purse?
I don't know. They do cards, I think, here, don't they?
Yeah.
But it's pretty clear what has to happen here for Ongla to win. He needs like decisive action in this round.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs a finish.
It sucks that there's one more round though, because if there was 3 more rounds, this would be anyone's fight still. But right now, it does feel like Ong has his back against the wall.
I mean, it's 2 rounds for Big Dash, right?
Yeah.
Ish, yeah.
Yeah, and again, it's just like, as we always say, it's not round by round either. And if we're talking about like the overall theme of the fight so far, it has been Big Dash taking him down. Oh man, my stream is terrible. Are you guys just starting the 3rd round?
Yeah. Oh.
The interesting thing, and this is not an argument for Ongla being ahead on the scorecards by any stretch, but Big Dash didn't really do much with the position he was in last round. He was just sort of content to hang there, which was weird.
What has happened with one championship ever doing any sort of stats during their show, like punches thrown, punches landed?
Yeah, I don't know why they don't do that.
It's all
I guess it's probably not an easy thing to measure. Like, it probably takes a lot of resources, Poor Ongla, man.
Mm-hmm.
Back down he goes.
Yeah.
You never know. There's still time available.
Uh-oh. The webcam girls are back.
Are they? What is this?
I don't know,
Should I put them in a timeout?
Oh, wow.
And I see if we can...
Wow, what strength from Ongla.
Give him a block.
Yeah, I think that's obviously a bot or something.
Oh, well, look, Ongla, 3 minutes.
Back to the feet, at least.
I don't know. Can he pull it out? Another takedown. It is, it's tough seeing this because I think I don't want to be too dramatic, but does that spell the end of Ong's chances of, I think, ever getting back to the belt?
I wouldn't say forever, but it certainly, strips away a lot of the remaining mystique, that he had as a 2-division champion. At this side, it's safe to say that he's obviously got an issue with wrestling that I think he needs to to stop a bunch of takedowns before he's considered a title challenger again. Personally,
the problem is the age, 36.
Yeah,
37 in 2
there
months.
there'd be no shame in a guy like him retiring soon. You look at everything he's accomplished. He was a 2-division champion. He did help bring MMA to Burma. He's an icon. There's he can.
I don't think he should retire. I think it's just if you're one, like I said earlier, you need to have him just standing and banging with people.
And he said as much.
Him do this.
Yeah, he said it himself that at this point, he's obviously still hoping to reclaim his titles, but his main objective is entertaining his fans, and he's not going to do that in a fight where somebody's going to be able to take him down nonstop. So yeah, it'd be great to see him fight. I don't know who, but it'd be cool if Sexyama was still in this division, somebody like that who will bang with him, Or I'm trying to think who else. It's the middleweight division is so thin anyway, right? Outside of these top 3 or 4 guys.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe David Branch, but David Branch would probably try to take him down too.
It's a sad day for the Ongla fans.
Yeah. There have been a few of those recently for these people. It's too bad, man, because he's a great fighter and a great guy.
Yeah.
I mean, this Galvao, Van Rong, they're pretty interesting.
Van Rong would be a good fight for this. Galvao, I don't think will ever fight in one championship. Personally, I may do some grappling matches, but I'm not sure he'll do MMA. Yeah, Okami would be a cool one.
Yeah,
I think these are the kinds of guys he needs to be fighting. But Okami again is a grappler. Like Okami will for sure try this strategy. They need to sign some bangers to match this guy up with.
Yeah, I just think it's time to move Ongla into that kind of role of fan favorite attraction. Just match him up stylistically.
Yeah, there's no reason
to. If he can't, I mean,
start giving him.
If Big Dash is doing this to him, Derrida would maul him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we know that. We've seen it twice now.
Yeah. Man, it sucks for Ong, but it's been a good performance by Big Dash. Good game plan.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's still lots of fun to be had for Ong La. They just got to match him up with the right guys. Like, look how fun that Brandon Vera fight was. Those are the kinds of guys he needs to be fighting here, I think.
Yeah.
A lot of class between these two.
Yeah, what are they saying?
Does Big Dash even speak English?
A little bit.
I'd love to see him at least get one more fight in Burma, but I don't know if that's ever going to be possible again.
Well, hats off to these two guys for, two legendary fights and a third one that maybe fell short, but still quite a trilogy they had. Hats off.
Not just on their fights, but also maybe just on their careers. I mean, great win for Vitaly, but maybe we've already seen the best of both of these guys.
I kind of think Vitaly will now get a title shot, to be honest.
He will, yeah.
Yeah, who else is there? And he's an interesting challenge for a guy like Derrida because he can wrestle, he's got the hands. I think it'd be a very different fight than Derrida's fights with Ong La. Derrida, I would still favor to win, but yeah.
We've got to see how Derrida does later tonight.
There you go. Michael Owens has a great idea. The rematch the people have been waiting for.
I mean, he could go up to heavyweight and fight Rug.
Yeah, these are the things he needs to be doing, though. That's what I think. All right, let me tap out for a little while, guys, and tell the people what happened here.
All right.
I'll be back.
No problem.
An interesting
if it
thing,
isn't the gruesome twosome.
Yeah. Does Big Dash get a title shot? Because this was catchweight. He failed to make weight.
I think he still can.
Yeah, I don't think one can be too picky with that division.
I know.
Dark said, I knew from round one that was how it was going to play out. Good win, Big Dash. Part of me kind of wanted this because I want Big Dash versus Derrida. Yeah. A few people are thinking that John KL in the house. What's up, John? Good to see you.
Oh, John.
Yeah, I agree with you, Dark Sid 33, that the division needs this. To be honest, if the Ritter wins tonight, he's got no challenges in the middleweight left for now, and
No challenges at light heavyweight either.
yeah, I think either way he's going to try and jump up to heavyweight, but the Ritter saying he thinks he won all 3 fights, so 3-0 in the trilogy.
Is that what the Ritter is saying?
Sorry, Big Dash.
Yeah. He has an argument.
Dude is jacked. The Ritter.
Yeah. He's going to
The
break
Ritter,
his
your
face
neck.
and break his
I'm
nose.
breaking your
Yeah.
face. Wow.
I like that.
There we go.
Oh, are they not getting words of Onglar?
Doesn't look like it. Well, we'll try and grab Ongla tomorrow. I'm sure Andrew Whitelaw may speak to him with one as well. A reminder, they're not doing post-fight scrum interviews with the media. It's just going to be good old Whitelaw asking the cues, but we'll have those on our channel as soon as we get them. And then tomorrow, yeah, Tom and I will try and get our own interviews with a few people. Depending on who wins in these next 2 fights, you know, we could have the Ritter back on the show. I liked last time RDR did about an hour with us, didn't he, Chris? After he became the champ.
It was supposed to be like a very quick 20 minutes, and
Yeah,
he just came and he never left.
Yeah, I was waiting for his cake to arrive.
Yeah. Wasn't it his birthday, right?
I think oh no, he got sent a cake by the kids from his gym, something like that.
Ah, that's it.
Yeah, the Ritter is a cool guy.
Oh, 100%.
Martin Nguyen returns. There you go. They have confirmed it there.
Oh,
Reese
nice.
McLaren there. I missed that. I might just go back slightly.
He's fighting Reese McLaren.
No, Reese McLaren's on the card.
Right,
Let me have a look at this.
Hanley versus Garitone, Bibiano versus Fernandez versus John Lineker, Paranchai versus Joseph Lasiri, Kim Jae Wong versus Tam Kai, Martin Nguyen versus Kirill Goroberts, and Reese McLaren versus Shea Wei.
Okay, so they have rebooked the Kim fight with Tang Kai. Like we were saying, there's going to be a featherweight showcase.
Man, 1 flyweight fight, 3 featherweight fights, a bantamweight fight, and a strawweight Muay Thai World Championship. It's not too bad, is it?
No way.
Now, what's nice about that is, though, we really get a feeling out for the whole featherweight division.
Yeah. Can't wait to see what else they got planned there for the lead card.
Man, I mean, if Martin loses that, Onglar, there's a lot of changing the guard rights. As I always like to say for JHK's favorite band, Bone Thugs and Harmony, I see you at the crossroads.
Yeah, it's changing of the guard. Those two held it down for a few years.
I mean, look, this is MMA, right? Nothing lasts forever. You know?
Yeah, I just hope they can still have meaningful presence in one, and let's see what happens with Martin. But Onglar, yeah, like we said there, I think it's time for Ong. Maybe they got to match him up with guys like we said who are going to stand with him, and he needs to just be an attraction. I think. I don't think he's going to get back to that belt.
I mean, you do look at how fast the world's changed. It's 2.5 years on from arguably his most impressive victory against Brandon Vera. And
How would
2.5 years later on.
Derrida and Izzy, Chris? Derrida said that he thinks he could beat Adesanya. I don't know.
I think he's got the perfect skill set to challenge him. We haven't really actually seen Izzy go against someone with a fantastic skill set, right?
Let's see what happens tonight. But
yeah, but who's the best person with a great ground game that Izzy's fought? Because there's
Derek
no one
Brunson.
he's ever fought that's like primarily a great wrestler or a great jiu-jitsu artist, right? He's never fought like an NCAA Division 1 wrestler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he fought
think of
Brunson,
one.
but Brunson just sort of stood with him foolishly.
Yeah. I mean, you got Yoel Romero, who's an Olympic silver medalist in wrestling,
Yeah.
but I mean, he didn't wrestle him, right?
Yeah, that
Never
was weird.
attempted a single takedown. I mean,
I blame that
that's the issue.
fight for sending the world into like bizarro mode. That fight was the beginning of all of this craziness, man. That main event was such a huge disappointment. And then the world just went mad. What was that, March 2020 or February? March, yeah.
I think probably between any one championship champion and UFC champion, I think it's probably by far the most competitive fight.
I think so.
Yeah, I think Derrida. I'm not saying he's the best in the world, but I'm saying he probably has the right skill set for Israel Adesanya. That's all I'm saying.
I think Derrida is the best middleweight outside of UFC, and that includes Gegard.
Yeah.
But
it's the right skill set, right? It's the right skill set to fight Adesanya, but it's just one of those moments.
Yan got him to the ground, yeah, Dwayne says. But Yan just sat on him, didn't he, really, Chris? He didn't do too much with the position. I was really surprised with how the scorecards had, I think it was a 10-8 there, here or there for that. I didn't see Yan doing enough for 10-8s in any round, but whatever. Nick Diaz to spice up the one middleweight division. Why not? Nick's got a pretty good beard going on as well now, like Ongla. But yeah, sorry. Disappointing night for the Ongla movement. What do you call them? The crew. I hope you stick around for we got 2 title fights now. Roman Kriklia and Murat Agan, the Butcher here, light heavyweight kickboxing title, and then of course René Derrida and Cameron Abasov for the middleweight MMA title. It's going to be fun, Chris.
Of course, I think this is going to be an absolute banger, but I'm Roman all the way.
Aye.
What about yourself, sir?
I picked Roman. I'll stick with Roman. And I think taking out any bias or anything, the Ukraine situation going on, is that going to give him any extra incentive, Chris?
Quite possibly. I'm staying politically neutral in this moment. So, yeah.
But is it gonna
fire him on 100%, man?
Yeah.
I mean, don't know if you've been following the Klitschko's much.
So I see that they're taking up arms and
they're ready to bang. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
It's crazy
what
situation.
World we live in, eh?
I know, man. Oh, I don't know what to say.
Oh my God. Robin is watching with his 2 new dogs, Choco and Mochi, and he wants us to give Choco and Mochi a shout. Hello, Choco and Mochi. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl?
Hello to Choco and Mochi, yeah.
Yeah.
And hello to Robin. What did you think of Ong La, Robin?
That's the question. And John Keller's saying Nick can't bring his
Let us know.
marijuana gimmick to Singapore. Bad idea.
That's
I
Nick
mean,
Diaz, not me.
of course, yeah, Nick Diaz, of course.
Yeah.
Just to
I
respond
don't
to
have
that,
marijuana gimmick. Or
they did let Bob Sapp bring his steroids gimmick to Singapore.
yeah,
Yeah.
and so it's a no go there, isn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%, man. I mean, I think after America and Canada legalized it, they brought in a law where if you go there and you smoke, they can blood test you, and if you have it in your blood, it's still it's like smuggling it in because it's in your blood.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do not want to get caught with anything.
I don't think Singapore's the kind of country you want to break the law at all.
No.
Yeah.
Japan as well is insanely strict with that. I remember
Yeah.
if you get caught with that, your family disown you and stuff like that. And
Ensign
you can't get a
Inoue
job.
spent 100 days in jail with no access to a lawyer because he had cannabis.
Jeez.
If you remember Ensign Inoue, the MMA fighter in
Yeah,
Pride,
yeah.
he got done. Yeah.
He did some wrestling, I think, at one point.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah,
pro
yeah, I
wrestling.
think he was he in Noah or New Japan?
Yeah, he's a legend.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't want to get caught with that. There are some American pro wrestlers who've been caught with it, and then they just can't ever go back to Japan.
Yeah, I think it's like a 10-year ban, right? You can never go
Yeah.
back. I knew a girl who went to Japan to go and study Japanese, and she passed all of her exams, but she got a job in a bar part-time, and she was breaking her visa, and she got a 20-year ban. So she's
Whoa.
fluent in Japanese and can't go.
That's after spending all that time getting fluent.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
tough
But she
language
said
to
it's probably
master.
because she stood out because she was the only white girl who works in the bar, right?
Is this true, John? I never know who's joking anymore on this show. But after John and Sean Coe put some
I
fake
do know
news
it's
out there.
illegal if you take in chewing gum into Singapore, right?
It's illegal
chewing
to chew
gum's
gum.
Yeah, chewing gum is illegal. If you take chewing gum in,
Wow.
it's like you get a bit of jail time.
Oh, because they're super big on
Clean.
streets being clean. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of the opposite of Hong Kong in some ways.
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, Liverpool, Bill Bryson, the writer, once famously said, Liverpool was once a great city and now it's just covered in chewing gum. Yeah. Here we go. A little bit of kickboxing championship time.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Roman quickly, I think he's been on the same beds as Chevello. You're looking very tanned.
What else is there to do
Yeah, that's it.
when you get there?
Train, spar, yeah. I'd say the chief is a kickboxer. He's probably been in
Train,
Thailand or
spar,
Singapore
tan,
training great.
TST.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Nick, you've missed the last week in Hong Kong. It was the whole weekend, it was about 6 degrees the whole time, freezing.
6 degrees. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Sounds like Canada.
That's
Yeah,
it.
Tom's the king of cold weather here. But
The Great White North.
That's it, man.
it's pretty cold here as well. I've been sleeping in a hoodie. This hoodie got some sleep action from me.
Best
Oh,
comments
nice.
of the day.
It's not a man bun as such.
No.
Say a
By the way,
ponytail.
have you ever actually seen the old pictures, Tom, of Nick when he had a proper man bun?
I did have a man bun.
I've seen him. I used to have a man bun too, believe it or not.
Oh,
No way.
Jesus Christ. Oh, man.
Man, my hair used to be super long. It used to be like shoulder length.
Oh.
I've
Did
tried
you
to
go
grow
to
it back, but it takes so much patience, man.
Did you go to cocktail bars and talk to girls and then be like, oh, one sec, I need to redo my man bun?
Is that a thing?
I think that's the classic move, right?
So my stream screwed up.
No problem.
Oh well, long la.
So, who have you guys got in this fight?
Give me the champ, I guess.
Yeah, I'm all for Roman on this one.
What's happening with JHK? Just having the phone call of his life over there, eh?
I think he's getting the scoop on. I don't know who. Maybe he's getting an invite to 1X.
Maybe.
You sent off your documents, Tom. They were badgering
Yeah,
me
I
about
have.
that.
Yeah. I
Okay.
just did. 2 more fights left. So Nick,
That's a
no
little bit of
post-fight
false tan,
interviews.
right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Man's looking tangled.
He is. They've tried to make this fight a few times, haven't they?
Yeah. Nice.
I think I'm probably watching on a lag again as usual. Has it started for you guys?
I have not started. Five minutes, 59, 58, 57.
All right, here we go. Let's watch some kickboxing. Seems to be some disappointed Burmese fans in the comments. No surprise.
There are. It must be tough.
Yeah,
Not been a fun
mean,
time for them, man. It's been awful.
it really hasn't, man. And you know, given the climate over there, you can imagine they're more eager than ever for little distractions and little reasons to celebrate and
Yeah.
stuff like an Angla win.
Desperate for success, but I think there's probably a lot of people who are kind of hoping for Onglar to be able to get on the mic and say something and remind the media, right?
True.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of conflicts, isn't
Yeah, I mean,
Roman from Ukraine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's I'm sure had his share of distractions this week.
Yeah. I mean, we were saying, when you were off, is that going to give more motivation or what?
Mm-hmm.
It must be a horrible situation to be in, right?
Yeah, no kidding, man. It'd be so hard to focus on what's happening. He seems like a real pro, though. You know, it's
Yeah.
I've got to show this picture. So we asked for an update, Chris, from Robin Bruce. I've got one here.
That's nice.
There we go. That is
Oh, nice.
Choco watching the live stream. I'd like to see it. Watching the boys. Any other pets watching? Let us know.
Not to be rude, Nick, but you probably have loads of dogs watching you. Oh, what a knockout! Oh, he's getting up.
For once, I'm not watching on a leg. I actually saw that happen when you screamed. That was incredible. So that's what it feels like to watch things live. Wow, that's thrilling.
Oh, man,
Oh, you
Roman's
can't
pushing
stand
the
up,
ref
man.
out the way. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Oh, that's over.
Oh, man.
Oh, So good.
Bro,
Roman
what a
quickly.
beast.
Iger looks out of it, man.
That's how
Yeah,
we
those
need
are
the
those-
heavyweight Grand Prix, because he could go up and win both.
Oh, John is
I
waving.
find sometimes knockouts
There
like
you
that
go.
are. Oh, he's back.
That was the world's longest phone call, man.
Yeah, well,
Who was on
I
the
just got
phone?
an ear beating from somebody.
An ear bashing or what?
Yeah, I just got an ear beating because I didn't tell them that I had COVID last
Oh,
week.
really?
Yeah.
Mm.
They're like, you could have died. You didn't call me.
Was it your
I'm
family
like
or
your
something?
brother. And you didn't
Oh,
call
friend.
me. You know, and he's like, you could have died and shit. And I'm like, oh. I didn't think it was that serious, man.
That was a nice knockout.
Have you guys all had COVID already?
I don't think I
No.
have.
I haven't, man. I got sick a couple months back, and I was sure that I had it. Like I had all the symptoms, but then I went and got tested, and apparently not. So I guess I just had a cold or something.
But right now in Hong Kong, it's getting pretty bad, so I'll probably get it, right?
Mm-hmm. I've
Hong
heard,
Kong
man,
is
it
the
sounds
last
rough
place
over
you
there.
want to be right now. Huh? They're
Oh, yeah,
doing
man,
some-
for sure. Man, you can't
they're
even
doing
leave,
some
right?
wild. Yeah.
It's like Hotel
We're-
California.
Yeah, we finally opened everything up in the last week or so over here after like 2 months of complete lockdown. It's surreal, man, to come out of it again.
I'll grab this, Tom.
All right.
This dude might never lose.
No.
Yeah. I wonder how you do at heavyweight.
That's what I'm saying. Because last time him and Thomas Tron fought each other, he battered them, absolutely destroyed him. So
Hmm.
he is a fantastic athlete, man. And you know
Yeah,
what? He's got those huge physical advantages, right? He's kind of like a John Jones, right, in his weight class, because he's just so absolutely tall, right, with a ridiculous reach.
Yeah, he's like
Yeah, and it looks like
semi-skilled.
all of his losses too are decisions too. It's not like he's getting knocked out or anything.
Yeah, well, he's in his prime, dude. That's very clear as
Mhm.
day. This guy is just
He's
phenomenal,
legit.
and nobody really knows who he is, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. Be interesting to see what he has to say here.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna turn off my mic and actually listen to it for a second. If that's cool with you guys.
I wonder if one would sign Rico Verhoeven.
Unlikely.
This dude is from the Ukraine too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I want to see if he says anything about Ukraine.
Oh, he got a bonus.
He did.
Yeah, $50,000. Oh. He wants to fight a heavyweight. That's all he said.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Well, he should. Yeah, this dude's just making easy money, man. Just easy money for him all day, every day. What did Big Dash say? He said he wanted the winner of
He didn't say he wanted the winner. He said he wanted De Ridder. He just called out De Ridder without even mentioning Abasov.
man, Ong Lao just got wrestled and just taken
That was
down
tough to
and
watch, man.
mounted. And
Hey, that's what everyone's going to be trying to do against Angla after watching
yeah.
those De Ridder fights, man. It sucks, but that's clearly where he's weak at the moment. So I think anyone he fights is going to be looking to emulate that game plan.
Now he could go fight Yushin Okami.
That'd be a good fight.
Yeah.
Oh man, Yuya, he's about to win a belt.
You
You
think
guys
he
got
beats
this?
him?
I do, man. I'm picking Yuya. I think he's the future, man. Big fan. Who do you guys think wins that one?
And
hard.
I'm not picking against Adriano.
Yeah, I mean it's probably a dumb pick, but I'm a Yuya stan.
But Yuya's speed, His hands are faster.
He's got big
That's
power
the other
too.
day. He's got big power.
Mhm.
He probably has the most power in that
I think he
division.
hits the hardest in the division. Yeah. It'd be fun to see him at bantamweight eventually, maybe if he's big enough.
Yeah. And he did pretty decent in some of the grappling exchanges with DJ.
Yeah, he can clearly grapple. I think they're hoping he can turn into a bit of a star in Japan. Like it seems like they're giving him a bit of a push. Him and Itsuki, I think, have a lot of like cachet over there, just because they're young and cool, good looking. I think they're hoping they can be big stars over there.
Just imagine if Ryzen didn't exist. Imagine how many Japanese fighters would be in one championship right now.
It's true.
Just like major. Like I think one championship would be huge in Japan.
Yeah.
If Ryzen did not exist. Because think of like Reina, Asakura.
It's
Kai
too bad
Asakura
that
brothers.
Yeah, both of them, man. Yeah. It's too bad that one and Ryzen don't ever co-promote. That would be pretty cool.
I know.
They're kind of competition, though. It makes no sense. But ideally, they should just buy them, right? But the problem is, right, if you buy them, right, give it 2 years, Saki Kabara's just going to be there with a new promotion, right?
Well, he's got to do that. He's got to do the contract, that no competition clause.
Yeah.
Like 10 years.
Rings, and then 2 years later, after he got rid of that, it's Pride. Then 2 years later after that, it's Dreams, and then Sengoku, and then Ryzen, right? It's like he just keeps making them up, right? So he's obviously looked by the TV companies over there, right?
Yeah, of course.
I would say one probably has like the deeper roster of the two for sure, but there's some great fighters in Ryzen. Like they have a lot of really good fighters, but just more depth overall in one.
Really good fighters like like Kleber and the Souza.
Yeah,
those
and the
guys.
Asakura brothers, as you said.
And even look at some of the guys who fought over in Ryzen, like your Mano Cap and Yuri Prokocha, who could both go on to win belts in the UFC, and that's always good promotion, right, for Ryzen.
Yeah, and Bruno Capoloza came from Ryzen to PFL, just won their heavyweight title.
Man, I remember going to the light heavyweight Grand Prix. I remember seeing Carl Albertson, who's in Bellator. I saw Vadim Nenkov. I saw Yuri Prokocha, as well against veterans like CB Dollaway and King Mo. Like it's a good way of building people up, right?
Yuri melted Capoloza, dude. Like.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was an easy fight for him.
That's the Yuri Nemkov fight as well, and man, he just destroyed him with cardio. Literally destroyed Nemkov with cardio, man. And you look at Nemkov, he's a killer now, and it's like I've seen him retire on his stool.
Yuri I just have something about Glover, man. I'm not gonna pick against Yuri, but man, Glover he's just a different.
It's hard to pick against him, man. He just finds
it's like an Iron Man.
Yeah,
the one thing I would say to Glover is, though, I'd say keep fighting and keep winning. But the only thing you do is, I think, just retire, man. To protect yourself, right? Protect yourself from yourself.
Well, now that he's been a champion, he has the belt. Like I feel like he can retire, with satisfaction now that he's achieved the ultimate feat in this sport.
I mean, look, as a Brit, Bisping should have retired after the GSP fight. He should never have took that
Gastelum fight was a bad idea.
Yeah, it was a terrible idea. And it's the same thing with Glover, right? If he loses the belt, I don't see the point, right? Like
he should have retired after the Henderson fight in London.
No, I think fighting GSP was always a great move, though, because that was according to him, that was his biggest payout, right?
Yeah, he said recently actually that like he made more money in that fight than he did in any other fight by a huge margin. So
what's
that was
crazy?
Clearly that was a payday for him.
Like what's his name? Chad Mendez he made more from BKB than he did from the UFC or even the UFC champions.
Yeah,
or
he said
any
he
of
was
his
making
title
more than
fights.
Francis.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if I believe that.
Ben
you
Askren
can
and
say
Tyron
whatever you
Woodley
want in the
both
media.
said they got.
Ben
Askren and Tyron Woodley both said they got more money to fight Jake Paul than any of their fights, right?
Yeah. Well, that's in the millions, right? So think about it. If you're making like $2 million to box, that's probably more than any fight that you've taken. You know what I mean? Like, if you're not a champion, you're probably not going to.
Although there's not a lot of. No, I don't think there's anyone getting paid $1 million outside the UFC right now in terms of UFC veterans, unless you're fighting Jake Paul. I don't think any BKFC is paying anyone anywhere near that much.
And then Triller just bought BKFC.
Yeah, I saw that.
You could say that, but I mean, technically, some people do get paid $1 million when they win Grand Prix, right? In Bellator and PFL,
Bellator
right?
does pay
PFL
$1 million
and stuff.
to some of those fighters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, a lot of
But,
people
yeah.
forget, like, am I right? Isn't Corey Anderson on about 400 bags, 380? Isn't he on about a fight? Isn't he on something like that? And then obviously, if he wins this Grand Prix, he gets $1 million, right?
Who?
Corey
Anderson.
I don't know.
Yeah, I can swear somewhere he said he's on about 380 a fight.
Well,
Which-
yeah, I can see that. Yeah, he's making 6 figures.
Yeah, and I think before that he was on about 100 a fight at the UFC. But obviously, if he wins this Grand Prix, it's big money, $1 million bonus, right?
Do you think anybody in one championship makes $1 million?
No, maybe 350.
Not per
400.
fight, I don't think.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying, per fight.
Yeah.
It just
I think
hard.
DJ and Angela and Eddie are probably making bags, but I don't know how much per
I
fight
could
exactly.
see like the highest paid guy or girl at like 500,000 a fight.
Mhm.
That's life-changing money, man. You fight like 3-4 fights like that at that amount.
Yeah.
That's
Mhm. I'd fight somebody for that money for sure.
me too.
I'll fight Chris. I'll take Chris out, no problem, for $300,000 easy. I could beat him so easily.
Yeah.
I guess he turned his mic off.
Just pull his hair.
Yeah.
How big is this? Because the Ritter is big, right?
Yeah. Well, the Ritter's big enough to
Abasov-
fight at light heavyweight. Yeah.
Exactly. And Abasov, oh man, I think size is going to play a major factor in this fight, man.
Yeah, but Abasov, I think, is so strong anyway, man. Like
Is he?
he's a welterweight with middleweight strength, I would say. I'm picking Abasov in this fight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If Abasov wins, you think Big Dash fights him for the title?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean,
I
what
think
else
Big
would they
Dash
do?
gets the next shot. Whoever wins here.
Yeah, I don't think they
He
do
should.
a rematch.
He should get the next shot, right? He should.
Yeah, there's just nobody else, unfortunately.
And then welterweight is just going to sit there because there's really nobody at welterweight either, right? To fight him.
Yeah, they really one championship right now. Their heavyweight division is suddenly pretty good, but their light heavyweight, middleweight, and welterweight division still need some work for sure.
Yeah, they don't even have a top 5 in either of those divisions.
Mhm. But props for making the heavyweight division good. You know, you've got Buller, obviously, Malakin, Buchecha, Ji-Won Kang. You know, you've got a lot of good guys in there all of a sudden. Dustin Johnson.
Dustin Johnson really does not like Arjun.
Yeah, man. I just interviewed him about that. It was pretty funny.
What did he say? Because I interviewed him before his last fight, and I got the vibe that he didn't really like Arjun and thought Arjun was just like.
Yeah, they trained together apparently. Like, did you talk to him about that?
No, I didn't talk. What did he say?
Yeah, so he said when Arjun was in the UFC, Arjun paid him to come out and train because they live in the same province in Canada. They're like an hour or two apart. So he paid him to come train, and Johnson was obviously like sweet, an opportunity to train with a UFC heavyweight. But he said when he got there, Buller was like, he said he was really cold and not welcoming at all. And then in the sparring round, he said he tried to kill him, just went like insane, super aggressive. And he said the coach was setting it up like a mock fight. Like Dustin Johnson comes in, gets like no greeting, and then just gets like pushed into the cage and like, all right, 3 rounds in the heavyweight division, you know, like hyping it up like a fight. It just sounds like it was.
It was like
really
a simulation type thing.
Yeah, and he just wasn't warned about any of this. You know, he thought he was just coming over to get, you know, some light rounds in, and they were going to be friends. But then he gets there, and it's like super hostile and unwelcoming, and
Damn,
yeah,
that's
so
shitty, man. That sucks, man. That somebody could.
It sounds like
run into that.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't sound like Arjun did anything wrong necessarily. He just wasn't super welcoming.
Didn't they reach terms with Arjun? Like he's coming back?
Yeah.
Well, that's what Chatri told Nick, right?
Yeah. Somehow it looks like for the
So he's gonna
unification,
fight.
right?
He's gonna fight Dustin.
Nah, that seems like that'll happen eventually. But I think, what do you think of Malakin and Buller? Who wins that fight?
Oh, Malakin wins that fight. I don't know. Malakin comes from wrestling, and I think he will be able to wrestle him if they want to wrestle. But once that power, man, is a huge difference. Malikin just has
true.
that death punch, and he's learning
But I feel like
striking.
Arjun will have an edge in cardio. Like he can go 5 rounds. I think we haven't seen it yet, but I think he can. He's, he trains with Kane in DC. He just seems like one of those guys, one of those wrestlers that can go forever.
Arjun,
so that'll be interesting. Yeah. I don't know that for sure because we haven't really seen it, but it wouldn't shock me if he can. He's got high output, so I assume he can go for 5 rounds.
I kind of just think we're kind of just, like how we all know Islam Makhachev is going to be champion by the end of the year in the UFC. I feel like we're waiting for the same thing with Buchecha.
I don't know, man. I don't know how Buchecha will do against a guy who can really stop his takedowns and box the hell out of him. Maybe it won't be so nice to watch. Who knows?
Yeah, it's when you got a guy.
And I'm also not confident that Makhachev will be champion by the end of this year.
Me either. I'm not confident he's going to be champion either.
I watched that guy get knocked out one time. I'm not.
You know how much hate I get online because I'll just make stupid predictions on fights, and it's always against Makhachev for some reason. And I'll be like, "Oh, Makhachev's gonna lose to Thiago Moises," just to get a rise out of people.
Yeah,
and
Bobby Green's gonna knock him out.
This is the guy that always picks against Makhachev because he hates Makhachev, and I'm like, dude, Makhachev is the beast. He is a beast, a monster. You know what I mean? But
Makhachev is great. I think I just really don't like hype, man. I just hype always rubs me the wrong way.
But the thing is, you gotta look at Makhachev from a clear lens, right? Think of how many people in the top 15 he has beaten, right? He's beaten Thiago Moises, who's not even in the top 15 anymore, but he was, and he beat Hooker, who was in the top 15, top 10, right? Other than that, he hasn't beaten anybody else in the top 15.
That's exactly
Bobby
it.
Green is not even in the top 15, and he's fighting this weekend, right? So, there's a lot of guys that don't fight the top guys and end up getting a title shot. Look at Jorge Masvidal and Colby Covington. Covington doesn't even have a win against a top 15 opponent, but he's ranked number 1.
Wait, am I right in saying, isn't something ridiculous like Covington and Masvidal have one win in the last 26 months between them?
Yes, it is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's something 26 months or 30 months. It's a really long time, and they've got one win between them.
Yeah, and Covington's win is over Tyron Woodley, which frankly means almost nothing at this point. No disrespect to him, but
and Masvidal's only win.
Even Jake Paul's beating him.
Yeah, Masvidal's only win in the top 15.
Best boxer in the world.
The reason
against
the reason why I'm so hot on Islam Makhachev is, I've said it over and over again, Khabib will have a champion in one PFL, Bellator, and UFC by the end of the year.
That would 100%. Be pretty cool, I have to say.
And it will happen.
Dale Brown will have a champion in UFC 1 championship and PFL by faster than Khabib will. I'm guaranteeing you that. Commander Dale Brown.
I can see it.
But Islam, I could see him being champion. I'm not saying he won't be.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think he's going to get that opportunity this year. I think there's too many other fights.
I think he fights for the belt in November. I literally think he fights in the belt come the end of the year.
I think there's a chance he will, and there's a chance he'll win. But I agree, John. He hasn't fought that many guys in the top 15, so he's looked great against the guys he's fought. But I just feel like we don't have quite enough information on this guy yet when it comes to top flight.
He's ranked 4th. He's got 3 people ahead of him in the champion. One more win against any of them, and then he fights for the belt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing is,
and how big of a
lot of people don't want to fight him. That's the crazy part, too.
But also, they don't really have a big star for that region again, right? They kind of lost Khabib. They don't have that big Muslim Russian star that they had, and they want it back, right?
But he's not really a star, though.
Oh,
he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that Khabib aura. He doesn't have that Hamzat aura. He's just like Islam, Khabib's buddy.
He's not undefeated. Really well. He never had the rivalry with Conor. Yeah,
he doesn't have the big following in the East or the West, but in the Middle East and Russia, I think he will still have not huge, but he'd still have that hardcore following.
But the thing is, you need to have that following in America, like Khabib did. No matter what, everybody wanted to see Khabib fight, right?
Yeah, but if you get some of those Khabib fights, they were done in Dubai because the Sheikh of Dubai wanted a Muslim champion fighting in their country, and they'll pay the site fee.
That was only once, though, I think.
they've got money to burn, right? You know what I mean? Like they've got money to burn.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You know, but
Yeah.
it doesn't seem like they're gonna go back to Dubai this year, which is weird, right? They haven't talked anything about Fight Island or anything at all.
Well,
but anyways, the fight is starting, right?
here we go.
Here we go, guys.
So what's the over under on this?
I'm the Ritter all the way.
Picking the Ritter. I'm going Abasov.
Second round or what?
Decision, I think.
Is it
I've got
decision? You
25
think it's
minutes.
decision?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I'm saying Abasov
why?
decision.
We'll see quickly.
I say the Ritter. I say the Ritter takes him down. I say they go to the ground. Look at him. There you go. Already.
Yeah.
I told you. Second round. It's over. The Ritter's already in side control. He's already in side control.
He's a monster, isn't he?
Look how big he is, dude, compared to
He's way
Abasov.
bigger, yeah.
It's like when I was like beating up my brother, and I was 12 and he was like 8.
Oh, wow.
There's a huge size difference. But I think Abasov has good enough like defense though, that where he's not
Abasov's
just get,
a
like,
great grappler
completely-
himself, I think, man. It's
Yeah.
I don't think this is over yet.
No, it's not. I'm just like, you know, talking out my.
Man.
Yeah, of course. You know how it is.
Full of crap, man.
Exactly.
Is crap a swear word? Can I say that?
Yes, I
fine.
slipped up earlier.
Yeah.
I said I've let a couple go. Swear
Yeah.
words that is not far.
We're not law-abiding citizens here,
Yeah.
dude. They're gonna be
I'm not.
spinning around in circles forever. Look at them.
Yeah.
Ring around the rosy. But he's doing a good job of not like letting him sneak in the leg to get his guard back. Oh, he's gonna go to the mount right here. You know what's crazy? His teammates fighting in like 10 hours or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, true, eh? Yeah.
Yeah.
You wonder how their coaches are all split up and stuff, like who's where.
I think they both have like separate coaches that are
must,
at the
yeah.
same gym. Yeah. Because I don't think I've ever seen Musasi's coaches in the Ritter's corner. That goes with him.
Just 1 second, guys. I'll be back.
Musasi. But yeah,
Is your
the Ritter's
cat
doing a
playing
good
up?
job. If the Ritter wins, right? He hasn't fought Big Dash. Am I correct? Oh,
He
man.
hasn't though.
Has not.
Oh, he hasn't, right? So I guess Big Dash would be the next fight if the Ritter wins.
Yeah, I think so. But he wants a heavyweight title, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
But that's not going to happen for a while.
The Ritter's
They're
like
gonna-
kind of like becoming like the Damian Maya of this promotion, right? Where he just goes in there and just
See, I don't like to compare him to Damian Maya. He always said when we interviewed him, he likes to be compared to Khabib. He says his style is he's just a 6-foot Khabib.
nah.
I would say
Really?
he reminds me almost
mean-
of Ben Askren, not so much style wise, but just like the confidence and like the, you know, he makes no secret of the fact that he's going to take you down. He doesn't feel bad about it if it's not the most exciting thing. He's going to do it anyway. You know, that part reminds me of Ben Askren.
He doesn't
think
have that.
he's-
He doesn't have that ground and pound like Khabib.
Do you think
No.
his training partner wins tomorrow as well?
No.
Yeah, I think
I'm
it's
going
true.
Vanderford.
Well, you pick Abasov too, so we'll see.
Yeah, clearly I don't know what I'm talking about.
See, John, it's nice to have John back, to have someone else who speaks a little bit of sense on the podcast.
Yeah.
A lot of people are picking
Yeah, now it's
Vanderford
just
to
me
win,
and
though.
John.
And a lot of people are picking. I just pick whoever. I just pick against everybody else. You know, it doesn't matter to me. But a lot of people are picking Vanderford to win that fight, though. They think that he's big enough and strong enough to take him down and beat him up.
De Ritter is absolutely spanking him right now. This is
Yeah. He's cut too.
the knees.
These knees are
he might
nasty.
stop him this round.
Oh
man.
man. Oh,
Oh,
there you go.
nice.
That's a good
Oh, here
move.
we go.
That was slick.
Oh, now he's on
this
his
is getting
back.
bloody.
Yeah, it's
One's not going to
bloody.
like all this blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna put the mosaics on their faces.
Oh, these knees.
You think if Vanderford wins the title that he releases the sex tape? You heard about
That
that,
would
right?
happen.
I have not heard about that.
I've heard
Yes.
about that. Yeah.
There is. Well, Tom needs to get the interview after he wins the title for SCMP. Get the exclusive.
The sex tape
You could-
interview.
Yeah, and then you could get the snippet and then put the mosaic on it. Blur it out. So,
Right. Yeah.
but you get the real version.
That's what the people want to see.
Hey,
obviously.
that's an easy 100K, 200K views right there.
I'm thinking it would probably do more than 100K views, man.
Yeah, it would. TMZ would be all over you. Trying to get
Yeah.
that footage.
That's what I always wonder, like with
Adult
the John
entertainment
Jones
stuff.
footage. How much do you think MMA fighting paid for that?
No, it's free. Like they released it. I think the police released it.
Oh, the police released it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the body cam footage comes out
Yeah.
usually on most police forces with any kind of that are remotely accountable. Will put stuff like that out afterwards.
Yeah.
That's
Took
But it was
like
like a
6
year
months,
ago.
a while,
It
yeah.
has been a
Yeah.
year already. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Because usually it comes out pretty fast in those instances. That's why I was wondering, did the policeman sell it, right? Because I know
It
in
may have
the
been that they were
UK,
just trying to cover their bases
you-
legally or something. Or
Yeah.
I know in the UK, if you had that as a policeman, you could probably sell it for at least 200K, 250K.
Well, Darren Till's police video is the best I've ever seen
Yeah.
of a fighter.
Karen
Did you
Till.
see him
You
training with
muppet.
Hamza
You
the other
muppet.
day? Did any
What?
of you guys see Till with Hamza?
Yeah, he was just
Mhm.
getting smashed by.
Yeah, he was like, Hamzat's an absolute beast, yeah.
Yeah, I could believe it, man.
Yeah.
The Ritter's like he can't
Yeah, I
stop
think it
him,
was a good
dude.
one. Yeah,
Right into the
yeah.
mouth.
I really don't think anyone in one championship at this point is going to beat De Ridder in either of
No.
these divisions because there's
He
just
might
nobody
be-
there.
You know
There's nobody
what?
there
I
that
would
can
love to
grapple with
see
him.
him against Buchecha though, in an MMA fight to see like what would happen.
I think in that fight, I would favor him to beat Buchecha on the feet just because he has, I think, at least good enough jiu-jitsu to like survive with him on the mat, probably.
Yeah.
Buchecha, though, he's the most successful jiu-jitsu player of all time, right?
He's
No
one
one
of them,
has
yeah.
more. No one has more mundials than Buchecha. Fact.
Yeah, I mean, all these
Yeah.
measures are subjective, but he has like in terms of accomplishments, it's hard to argue
Gold
against
medal.
him.
Yeah, no one has more gold medals in jiu-jitsu than
Mhm.
him, so it's very tough to argue.
But when you go to MMA, it's a different game, man. Different game.
Yeah, this is a tough night for Abasov for sure.
Yeah.
Man, De Ridder needs to get like more publicity, dude. Like this dude is a monster.
Oh, he's a beast.
He's just like complete domination right now. And Abasov is a monster too.
It
But
really
he
does
just
seem
can't
like
get out.
the size is a big factor here, like you said, John. He's just so much bigger.
Yeah.
Like even if skill wise they're maybe close to the same level, like De Ridder is just so much bigger and stronger. It's clearly making a huge difference. Oh man,
Damn,
those elbows.
are just
Oh, he's gonna
ripped
go out
his
in a
face.
second, man. If he hits 2 or 3 or more of those, I think he's gonna knock him out.
Didn't I say second round finish? Yes, I did.
You did.
Oh,
It's almost like you know what you're talking about.
I
Do you watch this
sometimes.
sport a lot or something?
Sometimes,
Yeah.
This is my first time watching De Ridder though.
oh no!
Oh, these elbows, man.
Oh, he's trying to get an armbar. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's going for something. Because
Yeah.
he was going for this one earlier
Mhm.
too in the first round.
Man,
Those
he's just
elbows are
mauling him, man.
smashing him, dude.
I just have a feeling at some point Abasov is just going to give something silly away anyway because the pressure, and it's going to be a tough night otherwise, right?
Imagine
these-
how much energy he's just exerting trying to get up.
These 7 minutes he's spent with De Ridder in here have got to feel like 30 minutes already. Like he's.
De Ridder's
Like, this is-
barely breathing. Look at him.
Mhm.
He's
Well,
talking
because
to him
what's
now.
he having to do here? He's laying on top of him, just like raining down elbows every now and then.
Yeah. He's just chilling. Like it's like a Sunday afternoon on the back porch drinking coffee. Oh man. It kind of reminds me of when like Aoki took down Shannon Weirchai and just elbowed his face in.
True, yeah.
Oh man, I think he's gonna TKO him. There he
It
goes.
seems
There he
like
goes
it.
with the armbar. But you're on the fence, dude.
Look at him just turning
Maybe
around
it's a
there.
trap. He's gonna trap
Yeah, it
him.
might
He's like
be.
showing him like the armbar, and then he's gonna go for something else.
It looked like he was going for the armbar and then just throwing elbows afterwards, like he was threatening him
Yeah.
just to keep him guessing.
Oh, dude, he's so high up now. Look at
I
him.
know. He can do whatever he wants here, man.
Yeah, now the armbar is gonna come.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, dude,
Man, he's an animal.
man,
Oh,
he's
yeah,
just.
damn.
It's
Look how he's got his leg behind his head there, too. Just like got his head
Yeah.
completely trapped, man. That's crazy.
oh, there he goes. Abasov's.
Oh,
Oh, he got out.
so close. Oh, man.
Oh no. Oh
Good.
man, he's so good, dude. Look at that transition. It goes to
Fun
the back.
scrambles for big guys, man.
Back to the mount, man. Dude, I
Yeah,
think it's
man.
over now, dude. I think
Yeah,
if he
this
just
could
keeps on
they could
punching him
stop
right
this
here,
between rounds, man.
yeah,
There's no fight here.
he just needs to keep punching him. Olivier's gonna. Oh,
There goes a
mouthpiece is out.
mouthpiece, yeah.
Mouthpiece is out, dude. Come on, man. Abasov is tough, man. You gotta give it
He
to
is
him.
tough. You got to wonder how he's going to look on the stool here if he's even going
Yeah,
to come back
he's gonna
out.
lose. He's gonna lose some teeth if he don't cover his
Yeah.
mouth up. He needs to knee him. Oh, arm
man.
triangle.
Can
He
do
got
Is
it.
there time?
He's got
Nah,
it.
not enough time.
Oh, he stopped it?
No, the round was over.
Oh, damn.
That was close,
He
man.
tapped
Why is
after the
Chevello
bell.
Chevello
close.
saying he tapped after the bell? I didn't see a tap.
Oh, man. Chevello be off the
didn't
wall
either.
sometimes.
He's been terrible tonight, actually.
Did you see him arguing back and forth with Mitch Chilson about Rod Tang and how much knockout power he has, but Rod Tang doesn't have any knockouts?
Yeah.
Who was saying he had
He also-
knockouts?
He also said Andrade had 4 KOs in a row in his last fights, which he doesn't.
Didn't he go to decision with Sato?
Yeah, he has
did, yeah.
2 out of his last 4 fights with decisions.
Yeah.
This was Chevello saying this?
Yeah, and he also said on one of the other fights, he in the kickboxing that one of the fighters has limited knees. What does limited knees mean?
Limited knees?
Yeah, I mean,
Maybe it just means he doesn't throw a lot of knees.
Oh, I thought.
I was
thought
watching
you
the
meant,
fight
yeah.
and I didn't think they were limited knees, to tell the truth. But yeah, I've never
Man,
seen a
Abasov-
kickboxer with limited knees.
Abasov looks rough.
Limited needs sounds like special needs or something.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Avastov still got something in there. He still got something to tank. Got double underhooks.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly strong. I mean, look at him. He's a monster, but DeRitter's just so much bigger and stronger and so slick and so smart.
Yeah, but he's just so. The Ritter's just so big and slick. Look at him. Single
Yeah.
leg down. Easy.
No, why is Abasov going to try?
Oh, right into
No.
the mount. Again. He's just taking super punishment right now. Oh, it's
There
over.
we go.
Yeah,
It's over.
All right, I'm going to go cover this, guys. I'll be
What
back.
happened?
You'll see.
DeRitter submitted him.
brute fight. Yeah.
What is it? A tap?
Spoiler.
Okay.
All right, I'll be
This
back,
time
guys.
it was a quick tap. I don't know. Even if Big Dash fights him, I think he does that to Big Dash. Exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Man, I've said it all night long. I don't know if you'll agree with me, John, because you weren't here, but I keep saying there was one guy from one championship, any champion I'd choose to fight the UFC's champion, it would be DeRitter. Just because we've never seen that guy against Izzy yet.
But they're not the same weight class, though. Think about it.
Yeah, that's true, but If I just had to choose one, it'd probably be him. There's no other weight class I'd really put it all
But the thing
in.
is, like, if De Ridder was gonna fight in the UFC, he'd probably fight at light heavyweight, because middleweight's not really middleweight, right?
That's true.
Unless that's the thing, is like we could talk about this all day because we don't know if he's able to cut down to middleweight, the actual middleweight, right?
Yeah.
And because some of these guys can't, some of these guys can. You know, there's a lot of fighters that are moving up and down weight class. Like Drex, that fool was at what, flyweight, and then he fought at lightweight. Not like this, like this fight, like that's crazy weight difference.
30 pounds.
Yeah, Ridder's a monster. Yeah, much credit to De Ridder, man. He's. I think he should be arguing to be like one of the breakout stars of the year last year, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, I keep saying it, man. Like right now, on the men's side, the one championship, it is kind of.
He might be pound for pound the best fighter in the promotion.
Yeah. It's between him,
he is, I think.
Bibiano and Adriano. Just those three to me are light years ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, I think he has 2 belts too, though. De Ridder has 2 belts right now. And even though they're shallow divisions, but still he's dominating these divisions.
Yeah. The only thing I'd say is maybe Bibiano, depending if he can get through John Lineker, would jump ahead of me. And Adriano is just in a fantastic division.
Man, this dude he's phenomenal to watch, man. I love it.
Yeah, that was spectacular. I didn't think it'd be that dominant, to be honest. I thought he would win a decision comfortably, but that was brutal. Well done.
He smashed him, man.
Absolutely.
What does he want? Oh, he got 50K?
Just got the $50,000 bonus.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
Who got the 100K?
The 100K.
Oh, was it 100K?
No, that was Anatoly last time.
What's he saying? I can't hear him.
Speaking Netherlanders.
He's got a piece of the gold stuck to his head.
Oh, he wants Andre Galvao on 1X.
Oh, in a grappling match?
What?
Yeah.
I would like to see that.
His lips busted up a bit, huh?
Yeah.
Or is that Abasov's blood?
He wants Malakin and Bular back to back.
Oh, he wants that heavyweight.
My stream keeps freezing, bro. Yeah, I'm missing the whole interview. It's just freezing. Okay.
He wants Galvao in a grappling match in 1X. And then he wants Malakin and Bular.
Oh, so he wants to grapple him, not fight him, right?
Andre Galvao, he wants to grapple, but then he wants to fight. He's like, I beat the welterweight champ, the middleweight champ, the light heavyweight champ. Jim Buller and Malakin, I'll take you both on the same night.
I like it, man. He has beaten 3 champs in 3 divisions, or,
I mean,
3 other divisions champs, which 2 of them are the same person.
Hey, you can only beat what's in front of you, right?
Exactly. Yeah, Martin is fighting Krelig Gorobets. Is that the next show?
Yeah.
Oh, so we got like 3 weeks until then, huh?
Well,
4 weeks. So you and Tom are gonna be in Singapore for those shows? That show?
Yeah, it looks like it. And then I'm going to try to go back to Hong Kong, unwisely.
Spend 2 weeks in a
Okay.
hotel.
Yeah, hopefully by then they give up on the
Zero COVID.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It might just come back to
If
the
you-
UK. Who knows?
Maybe you could just go over to Phuket. I'll be there.
I was thinking that, yeah, because my brother Mike has gone there now. He's doing his 2 weeks, and then he's going to try to go back to Hong Kong. But he's got a friend who has a free poolside condo. I might hit that up.
Yeah, man, I'll be in Phuket, man. You come.
Anyway, guys, super quick. I've got to
Do
go in a
some stuff.
moment. I just want
All
to
right,
do
man.
what I do to finish every show. If we can do it very quickly, who are you going to give your performance of the night to, and what are you going to give your fight of the night to? I'll start off with you first, the man of all mans, John Honko. And just before I go, actually, I just want to big up some of the stuff you've been doing right now. I want to big up the Tanner Bosa interview. Everyone out there who's watching, go and check it out. It's fantastic. I love the Trevin Jones interview. It was also a good one. Ramona Pascal was a good one. I might be butchering her name, but is it Ji Young Kim? Am I pronouncing
Yeah.
that right? That was a banger. The Malarkey one. Go check it out. I think it's youtube.com/ is it The All-Star Sports?
I think
Yeah?
so. I
Yeah,
think so.
/ The All-Star Sports. Check it out, man. Some fantastic interviews up there by my main man. We'll bring it back one day, the hoe and the fro. We'll always keep it going. Check out those interviews while you can. So, who's your fight of the night and your fight of the night?
Fighter of the night is the Ritter. RDR,
Yeah.
man, just solidifying that he is probably the pound for pound best fighter in the promotion. Just melting through the welterweight champ. And the welterweight champ was yelling for this fight. He was screaming for this fight. He wanted this fight so bad. And sometimes wanting something so bad is poison. And that's what happened with him. So the Ritter, fight of the night, man. Another person that should get some acknowledgement for a great performance is the kickboxing champion in the co-main event. He also had a crazy first round knockout. And then Fabricio Andrade, he is I think he's a future champ in that division. Eventually he's gonna end up being up there somewhere. Fight of the night, I don't know, man. I don't think there was a fight of the night at all.
Yeah, no doubt. And yourself, Nick, who's your fight of the night and your fight of the night?
I think I'm just going to echo what John said. A bit unoriginal of me, but I think, RDR fighter of the night just solidified his position, as maybe the best in all of one. I do, you want to give a shout out as well to Fabricio Andrade, and I do agree again, future world champion there. Quickly a dominant performance. I think Andrade may get a bonus when all is said and done. I do think maybe give some props to Smilla Sundell on that lead card. Chris, she looked really good in that catchweight Muay Thai fight against Deandra Martin. Had it down once in the first round, twice in the second, 3 times in the third round. So dominant there. 18 years old, I think you said, Swedish prodigy.
Yeah.
And fight of the night. I kind of agree with John again. Nothing really pops out as too competitive. Maybe the Oz Chan, Enrico Kale. There's not a single candidate really that springs to mind. What do you think, Chris?
You know what? I'll give a little shout out to Drex Zamboanga as a tiny
Yes.
bit of a fight of the night for a great, absolute second performance in the organization. But for my performance of the night, you know what? Because you 3 guys will all probably go for MMA. So I'll go from a little bit of a different performance, and I will go Guto Innocente. I thought fight of the night, absolutely dominant performance over 11-time championship Bruno Susano. For my fight of the night, I'm going to give it to 2 fights, actually, and it's both going to go to the kickboxing and give it to Enrico Kel versus Tafin Ozcan. I thought there was an absolutely fantastic war back and forward, and I thought it was a fantastic one. And then actually, I'll give it to Judo Yibu and Daniel Puertas, because for me, I actually thought Judo should have won that fight. It's the only contentious decision on the card, and when it's a contentious decision, that means it's a fight that could go either way. I'll probably have to watch that one back and give a second opinion on it, but I think Daniel Puertas was a little bit lucky to get the win. I would have given it to Judo, but it goes both ways. But yeah, fantastic card. It's nice to see us finally back at 12 fights on a card for the first time in the 2020s, I believe. I think we haven't had a card this big since 2019, so it does say a hell of a lot.
Yep, absolutely nailed it there, Chris. I'm going to hang around for a bit, but anyone who needs to go, feel free to leave.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. Much love, and thank you, Chris. I've got to go, but I will say much love and semi love to Nick. Much love, John. Been a long time, no speak, blah, 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 blah. We should have a catch up sometime. Peace and love.
Sir. All right, man. Thank you.
Have a good
See
one.
you next time.
Peace.
Yeah, I will hang around if anyone's got questions and comments and such. Let us know your fighter of the night and fight of the night.
Guys, while we've still got 100 viewers, I'll give it one last time. Don't forget to like, subscribe, send some super chats, send some money the way. And you know what? While we're here, follow me on Twitter. I finally got past that big 100 followers. I passed 150. I passed 150 a week later, so it's actually it's flying. It's gone exponential. It's like COVID in Hong Kong. The numbers just keep on going up. So I
forgot to put the tags on for the whole show, but there are our handles if you want to follow any of us on this thing. Chris is there. Thanks, at ChrisEB_MMA. You can get John at JHK MMA and myself, Nico SCMP. Yeah, thank you, Chris.
Guys.
Thanks so much.
Bye-bye.
Later, man. Have a good night.
Yeah, I will do. I'm coming on the right over here. Anyone wants to give us your fight of the night and all that stuff, let us know in the comments. MO saying, I don't think you can enhance your reputation as a pound-for-pound great by beating someone smaller than you. He's legit, though. That's about RDR, of course. Ozchan, fight of the night for Michael. Quickly, a best performance. Igun had never been knocked out, and he got wiped out in under 3 minutes. Fight of the night is Daniel Puertas for Dwayne Torres against Judo Yibu. Let us know, everyone else, what you think. Tom Taylor should be back as well soon. He's just updating our story. If you have any questions, let us know. I don't know if you're hanging around, John. Feel free if you want to. Feel free to leave if you want to.
I'll hang around a little bit. Got like 30 more minutes or something like that.
Yeah, I'll keep it open because we seem to have a lot of people tuning in now. The show is over, as is the way. Some questions here, maybe. Alan is asking if Fiziev beats RDA, you guys see Islam versus Rafa being a possibility. John, I'll let you answer. You're his boy, aren't you?
That could be a possibility, but I don't see that happening, to be honest with you. If Islam beats Bobby Green, I think that the UFC will try to push Islam into the title fight. If, it's Justin Gaethje is the next challenger for the title against Charles Oliveira, but let's say something happens to Justin Gaethje, then I think they would push Islam into that spot. If they don't push him into that spot, they might sit back and wait to see who's the winner of Gaethje and Oliveira, and whoever wins. I don't even see a rematch in that fight. I think whoever wins, and they move on and give Islam the next title shot. But that's if Islam is not injured, he's ready to go. And, Ramadan plays a factor in all of this too, because he doesn't train, I believe, during that month. So there's a lot of ifs, but Fiziev, he's also a guy that's going to probably fight for the title eventually. So they will meet, but I don't think they're going to meet next.
Okay. And some more stuff here. Another one from Alan. Oh, that's a wrestling question. I'll do it quickly. Who's your favorite AEW signing or moment since the new year you've been watching AEW lately? Good to see Keith Lee there, Alan. And I just saw the other day, hopefully this isn't a spoiler, that Buddy Murphy from WWE, he came in. Plenty haven't there. Little bit worried they're signing too many ex-WWE guys now, and they're losing some of the originals they had in the shuffle. But I'm sure there's more coming. I think Cesaro has now just been freed up, hasn't he, Alan? And he might be next. So that'd be a good one, really. But you're also seeing a few of the guys in WWE signing new contracts instead of jumping ship. So WWE fighting back a little bit. But it's great to see AEW doing so well. Dark Sid, why do you think the Lights Out full card is not out yet? I don't know. What, they just put up the 6 fights there, the main card. It's in 2 weeks, maybe still finalizing analyzing a lot of it. That is weird though, John, isn't it? They seem to put them out a little bit further ahead recently. Are you thinking it might be a short card, or maybe they're going to put together another 12 fight card?
I think they're going to try to fill it out as much as they can, right? Because they're not having shows as frequent as they used to, it seems like, right? Because the next show is what, a month from now?
No, they've got every 2 weeks they're doing at the moment. So this lights out card is March 11th, and that's got Tonin and
Okay.
Conley, Bibi, and Lineker. It's a pretty good card actually. Martin Nguyen back, Kim Jae-ung. They're doing that fight with Tankai again, and
Okay. Well, I think that is the full card then, to be honest with you. But if I think if they do add anything, it'll probably be on the bottom of the card, like let's say prelim style.
Yeah, I still think we'll get
matchups.
six fights maybe added, because they want to protect that main card if anything falls through.
Exactly, and they're probably gonna match up guys that are in Southeast Asia, most likely, right, or just in Asia, so they don't have to travel too far to fight.
Absolutely. Another from Dark said, "You guys have any info on Anissa Mexon and Janet Todd?" I don't know what's going on there. John, have you come across that?
I see that Anissa Mexon is at Phuket Fight Club now instead of Tiger Muay Thai. She's training down there, but I don't think like that means anything with her getting matched up with Janet Todd. Has there been any kind of rumors of this fight coming up at all?
I haven't. No.
Yeah.
I mean, there was
It's
talk
what people want, right?
Yeah, there was a little talk last summer, I think, of maybe a Grand Prix. I don't know.
Yeah, but do they
I'm
have
sorry,
enough?
Doc, to disappoint you. You don't have any.
Do they have enough like
Yeah.
talent to do a Grand Prix?
No, they'd have to sign some people, but I don't think it's an issue. You know, look with the atomweight Grand Prix, they went out and signed a bunch of people, and the heavyweights they've stacked that division fairly nicely. Could happen. It's the deal with Christian Lee. Who's he fighting next? Asked John.
He's fighting Ogreun, right? Like that's coming up. I think they're gonna announce that pretty soon. It'll probably be in like the April card or something like that. From what I'm figuring out, right? That they'll probably main event a card coming up soon after all the hoopla of X1X.
Yeah, I talked about it a bit yesterday. I think it won't be on 1X because of O'Grain's orbital injury. I think it's still healing up, maybe, and also they're going to need some fights to headline cards after the 1X extravaganza. Yeah. So that'd be perfect.
He probably doesn't want to fight the same night his sister fights either.
Yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, and I don't know Victoria. She might be on that show as well. You never know. So I'm sure Christian will be there, cornering. Maybe we can get a chat when we're there. Tom, welcome back, Tom.
Sounds good, man. Thank you. Good to be back.
We didn't get your fight of the night and all that stuff. Fighter of the night. Do you have any?
Fight of the night. That's a tough one. What were some of the good fights? That Enrico Kell fight was good.
Yeah, we went for that as fight of the night, I think, and then Derrida, fighter of the night.
Fighter of the night, yeah, I'd say would be him or maybe Andrade. That was quite a knockout he had on the main card there.
Can I take the shell off you? I will.
Yes.
And then there's some questions. Tom, do you want to throw some up for John here? All right, 1 second.
Sure thing. Well, what have you guys covered here? Did we cover Triller buying BKFC?
No, go for that if you want.
Well,
John, any thoughts on that?
You've talked to more BKFC people than I have. I just think that Triller is making a good move. They see that BKFC, is selling chicken and people are eating it, right? So I don't know. That's to me. It's like I don't understand how they're paying these guys so much, and it doesn't seem like a lot of people are watching the sport. It doesn't seem like they're having like huge venues. Is it sponsors or
I think they just have a ton of money they probably had some really successful investment rounds, and now we're just, spending it, hoping that, people gradually become more interested and start tuning in en masse for these fights. I don't see it happening personally, but
Yeah, it's an interesting like strategy that they're pulling off here, right? Because they're BK or not BK, bare knuckle has been around for a long time in the UK, right? With BKB, and they've had a little bit of success, but nothing to like where they're traveling around the world and having events or anything like that. So I'm thinking like if it's hard for them to get off the ground and get running real, in a sprint. I don't know how BKFC is doing it, but Triller must see something in them, man. Like something that they could capitalize off of. And in Triller, they have their own network, right? Like they have their own like pay-per-view structure.
They bought Fight TV, which is just a fight pay-per-view platform over here. I think that exists on your side of the world too. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we have Fight. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I think maybe that's part of it too. They want to have BKFC on that Fight network and kind of capitalize with that with the pay-per-views and stuff. Who knows? True. But they're signing a lot of ex MMA stars, and I don't know. I don't really watch it too much, to be honest with you. I was contacted to be on the rankings panel for the BKFC.
Oh, really? I wasn't. I'm offended.
I told them I don't even watch it.
Yeah, I mean that last event they had was their biggest one of the year, the Knuckle Mania thing. They've done twice now. They did it last year with Paige, and then this year with Mike Perry. And I was gonna watch that, but I was tired, man. I just didn't feel like staying awake to watch Mike Perry get in a bare knuckle fight in the middle of the night. I can't lie, I didn't stay up for that one. Just wasn't enough for me, man.
Yeah.
Did you guys talk about Janet Todd yet? There's some questions about her.
Yeah, we talked about her. What do you think? Do you think they're gonna put that fight together?
I mean, I would think so. I don't know what the holdup is, but I have no idea why they haven't. What do you think?
I don't know. To me, it's like usually one championship doesn't have problems putting fights together. It's like seems like when they want a fight to materialize, they usually get those fights done. Maybe they just don't want that fight to happen right now. Maybe they want Janet Todd to fight somebody else. And
I don't know. I don't know.
It's very tricky, right? Like what? Because Anissa, how many times has she fought? Like once or twice, right?
That's a good question. I think just once or twice in one. Yeah.
Yeah. So there hasn't been many fights there.
It's been a while too.
She's like the uncrowned like queen of kickboxing, basically. So
how about this? Did you catch Katastam's?
Yeah, that was just easy work, man.
What do you think happens for him next?
It's hard to say. It's like that division. He already lost to the champ. That division, it's not like he's on a winning streak right now. I think he just was on a losing streak and he just got off of it with this win, right? So it's hard to say. Like, it's hard to say that you could like justify a title shot, but maybe he fights somebody else, and then if he could get 2 in a row, I could see him fighting for the title again. Why not?
The situation at welterweight is kind of a nightmare right now for one, honestly. It's because you've got, guys like Katastam who probably don't deserve a title shot. Nakashima left the division. Abasov just went up and got absolutely, brutalized by DeRitter. There's not really anybody in that division right now that is even saleable, like as a top fighter, unfortunately. I mean, Abasov is good, clearly, but like that's what people are going to remember now. Next time he fights, watching him get the crap beat out of him by DeRitter. And then beyond him, who else is even in the division? I think they really need to spend some time on that division.
They do. Yeah, but they're going to have Abasov fight somebody because he sat out a long time for this title fight. Like probably like a year or so, right? And so he needs to get back in there and defend that title as soon as possible. I just say let him fight whoever they bring him. Just have fight somebody. Because it's so like shallow to the point where it's like fight somebody. We don't care. Or have some of the lightweights move up.
There, and Michael Owens makes a good point. There are good fighters at welterweight, obviously, but I think, I mean, would you say that's their weakest division right now? Would it be welterweight, maybe light heavyweight?
Yeah, welterweight and light heavyweight would probably be their
Because
shallowest
middleweight
divisions.
Middleweight's not amazing either, but at least they have,
A few.
De Ritter, Ongla, Titus, who else? David Branch now, Kami.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Dark Sid wants to see De Ritter and Buchecha at a catchweight. What do you think about that?
I don't mind. I don't mind. I think they should just fight at heavyweight.
Yeah,
fight at
exactly.
heavyweight.
Who you
Put
got
them
in that one?
Man, that's hard to say. If it's a straight grappling match, then I would have to give the edge to Buchecha. But De Ritter called out Andre Galvao. Did you see that?
Yeah, was he calling him out for? He was calling him out for an MMA fight, right?
Well, Nick was saying it was a grappling match.
Oh, I thought he was calling him out for an MMA fight.
I think grappling.
Well, that's even better.
I don't think Galvao would do MMA, and I don't think he'll do anything.
Well, that was my thought too. When they announced that signing, I just don't really see him doing. He might do some submission grappling, but I don't see him going back to MMA personally.
I thought he signed to do MMA.
Nah, it was grappling.
It wasn't?
Allegedly.
MMA. They all say this, like, I'm gonna do some grappling, then I might do MMA. They never do.
Because there's someone. I mean, yeah, it happens every now and then. These guys sign, and I think they're excited about potentially doing MMA, and then there's just the excitement wears off, and it just never ends up happening. But I think someone like Danielle Kelly will actually do it because she's young and she hasn't fought in MMA before. I think she'll end up being kind of like a Gary Tonin situation, transitioning into MMA with.
What weight is she?
Atom weight. She's tiny. I mean, she's going to be small for one's atom weight division.
She was small for like atom weight. It looked like.
Yeah, she's like 110 pounds or something. She's tiny.
But there's a lot of fights there for her just to like build up her experience in MMA. So.
Yeah, she was talking about doing some submission grappling first too. And again, I don't know if that's going to happen, but it would be cool to see her in a submission grappling match with like, I don't know, Angela or, Itsuki, one of these girls who can actually grapple. I'm not saying they beat her, obviously, but it'd be fun to watch.
You know what? Like mixing in like grappling matches in between like kickboxing, super series, and MMA, I don't like it. I just think it just like breaks up the rhythm of the action. You know what I mean? It
really does change the rhythm.
Yeah.
Grappling's great to watch if you know what you're watching, but for people who don't know, that would be pretty shocking. I think having two kickboxing fights or Muay Thai fights with knockouts, and then go into a grappling match. I think people would have a hard time like switching back and forth. Casual viewers,
Yeah, it's because right now the way that they have it, where they have like the Muay Thai, the kickboxing, and the MMA like shifting back and forth, it's perfect, man. Like it's different from everybody else. It's exciting. But if you mix in the grappling, I think it just makes it worse. If you're gonna add something, you should make it better, right? I just think it just kind of like waters down the product. So I just wonder how they're gonna do the grappling stuff. Like all these guys are getting signed for grappling, but are they gonna have like grappling weekend where there's like on Saturday afternoon they'll have a grappling event?
See, that'd be cool. I'd love to see that. Like one grappling, they could have a super series, but for grappling, like that'd be
exactly
fun.
Right. And then it'd be combat grappling too, like mixing up.
They haven't combat done that many grappling matches. They did obviously Gary Tonin and Shinya Aoki. I can't think of anything they've done other than that. Just pure.
No, they had matches. One in Macau. I think they had like some kind of like tournament.
Yeah, Angela Lee lost to Nicolini. I think that was in Macau.
But that was MMA.
No, that was
no. They did a grappling match first.
Oh, right,
tournament.
Right.
It was like one tournament.
Right, that was a long time ago. Yeah,
long time ago.
Yeah.
And then Angela like beat the heck out of Nicolini in sparring at Evolve, which Nicolini was really upset about. And then Nicolini got the last laugh when they fought for real.
Yeah, that one championship had that boxing match too with the
Thai guy.
I'm not gonna try to say his name. I can never pronounce it properly. But yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, when I went to Bangkok, I'd be like, yeah, I know who that guy is because he's like all over the place in like these ads for like
he
energy
was
drink
a big
or something.
star.
Yeah, but he's still a champion, I think, right now.
I don't know if he still has that belt He
Oh, he
probably
doesn't?
still has some
Okay.
belts. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but he's famous in Thailand. Like he's like on billboards and shit. Like
Shrista Kid or whatever his name is.
I don't know his name, but I just know his face and just looking at him. But that boxing match that they had in Bangkok, that was huge. But
I would love to see more boxing in one. I think that would be cool. You know, I don't know how they do that exactly, but I mean, if they're just leaning into having all the martial arts, like give me some boxing here and there, give me a Lethwei fight, you know, why not?
A bare knuckle fight.
Actually, keep the bare knuckle stuff out of one championship.
Well, that's with Lethwei though, same thing, right?
Yeah, I'm walking that back. I like Lethwei as much as the next guy, but I don't need to see it in one championship. I don't think it's that'd be too much.
I like it the way it is right now, and then if they did a grappling super events like 4 times a year or something like that, where they would bring in all these like super fucking super like talented grapplers and match them up against like even MMA fighters. Like the UFC already started doing it, if you noticed, and like these grapplers are taking the MMA fighters out. So
of course,
it'd be fun to watch. Like Gordon Ryan, he signed with one championship.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, well, here's Dark Sid saying that exactly, and that's this is not a criticism necessarily, but I've noticed a couple of times one championship has signed people, you know, under the guise that they'll compete in grappling and then MMA. Galvao obviously is an example. Gordon Ryan said the same thing. Now Danielle Kelly, she just signed with them, of course, but so far we haven't seen any of these people do MMA, let alone submission grappling for one. So it'll be interesting to see if any of these people actually follow through on what they've said they will do. I hope they do.
But Galvao has fought MMA though, but that was like
he has,
more than 10 years ago.
But when he signed with one, I believe he said he was going to do MMA and grappling for them, and he hasn't done either yet. And that was, you know, several months ago, I think, at this point.
Yeah, you'd figure if they sign, there must be a fight signed with it, right? Like something.
Gordon Ryan was going to submission grapple. Is that how you say it? He was going to grapple Shinya, wasn't he? They already set a date in a bizarre grappling match.
That would be super strange. I don't know.
They did book that at one point. It was going to happen in August last year, I think.
Right.
Which
I don't know. Gary already like smashed through Shinya.
Gordon would just do it faster.
Yeah. Just Gordon needs someone that's as big as him,
like Buchecha.
Yeah, Buchecha, because Buchecha's beaten Gordon Ryan.
Yeah, there's actually some history there. That would be cool. Yeah, like get a grappling card with those guys. Get Danielle Kelly on there fighting Angela Lee. Get Shinya on there. Get Gary Tonin on there. Back to grappling. That could be a lot of fun.
It's easier to get like the best grapplers in the world to come to one event because nobody's exclusive to like a promotion in grappling. So you could kind of pull everybody together and put on these amazing shows. And I think one championship could take advantage of that, right? In Singapore. Why not?
Yeah, for sure. And like make a night out of it, like you said, like a all submission tournament. Yeah.
I just don't know how much the
one ultra series.
Yeah, it's no time limit.
It's not
then again though, Nicola, how much does some of these Muay Thai fights sell?
Oh yeah, I mean none of it really. It's all just in Thailand, I think, with the Muay Thai.
I think it's all it's all in the name of content, right? They're just creating more and more content.
And it's good because it gives them more. I think Asian champions as well. They want to have. They don't just want a bunch of non-Asian champs in the organization, and I think kickboxing is a little more. They signed some really good kickboxers in the pandemic. You got to admit
they did. Yeah. Our man Dwayne Torres is checking out. Dwayne, thanks for watching.
Yes, I'm just updating this thing.
Kickboxing is not really like. There's not many Asian, like really high level Asians that are in kickboxing.
Yeah, there's some good Chinese kickboxers.
Yeah, but most of it is pretty dominated by like Europeans.
Yeah, Dutch guys. Yeah.
But the grappling, you're right. It does have. There are a few superstars who do create buzz, and I think that's really what one is just doing. It's like they sign them, but they don't ever really intend for them to fight or grapple. It's just like, let's say you signed, and then it causes a bit of buzz, doesn't it, man?
Is it like a sponsorship deal? You think?
It's like a
I
PR
think-
thing almost, you know, like
Yeah.
just keeping one championship in the
It
headlines.
was
But I
like
do
with
think,
Belfort. Maybe he never ever was going to actually fight.
I think they
Yeah.
wanted him to fight, and I think they want Danielle Kelly to fight, and I think Gordon Ryan certainly is a big enough star that they want him to. But yeah, I don't know.
Then next, you know, they're gonna sign like Evander Holyfield or something, create some buzz.
Yeah, maybe you've heard of these guys. John Michael's got some. He's got
Takuro and Tenshin. Yes, these
Yeah,
are
have you heard
yes.
their
Of
names?
course, I've heard of those guys, but they're not gonna fight for one championship.
no, but they are Asian kickboxers who are very, very
Yes,
good.
yes, they are. They are.
I mean, I thought they really thought they had tension at one point. I think when
Yeah, they were talking about that Rodtang fight.
Yeah, he was front row at was it New Era or Century? I think
Yeah,
New
he was.
Era.
It was. Yeah, I don't know.
And
So was Reina though too.
everyone
Hmm.
was there, man. Like Michael Chandler was there. I remember
Tom Taylor, Nick Atkin.
Yeah,
Yeah, all the celebs.
You
yeah.
guys were in like the $1 billion seats, right?
Yeah,
New Era was a weird
backstage
one.
trying to get Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I remember that, and there was no aircon. The sweaty mess.
That was the first one, eh?
Yeah, they just hadn't planned for it properly, and then they dumped like 50 Japanese media on the PRs on the fight day, I think, and
Mhm.
so all the rest of us had to just go backstage because they all got front row seats.
Mhm. It was fun though. It was a good time.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one, and I hope it's
Air
not all
conditioned.
closed off. Yeah, I hope it's air conditioned, but I hope
Mm.
it's not like you have to stay in your room until it's fight day.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. Oh man, I hope not.
Because I don't even want to go if it's like that. To be honest,
Yeah. How are we gonna have beers that way? Do it on Zoom?
Zoom beers. Yeah.
You should be able to
Yeah.
at least be around the hotel, right? Like move around the hotel and
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know.
that's true. And I mean,
I think they're going to really limit fighter interaction though with anyone.
yeah, that's true. They don't want to risk it.
So we may not even get to interview them, like in person.
don't think
It's gonna
so.
make coverage pretty weird. I guess we'll see.
I don't think you're gonna interview him in person because
Yeah.
you know
Yeah.
it's not like the US.
You
Let's
don't want to
just say
give
that.
Angela Lee COVID and derail the entire card.
Exactly. They'd be like, breaking news: Nick Agate
Nick coughed
Gibbs.
on Rodtang.
Yeah.
coughed on Rodtang's hand, and he shook Angela Lee's hand, and Angela Lee has COVID now, right? Like you don't want that
Yeah.
breaking news on you.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Maybe, but if you test negative, right? Maybe you stay in that hotel bubble. I don't know. I'm intrigued.
That's
to
what I'm
find out.
saying. If you stay in the hotel bubble and nobody can come in and nobody can get out without, authorization, then why could you not interview fighters in person? You know what I mean? Like that'd be the perfect situation for media because there's nowhere the fighters can go. So it's just like,
got 'em
meet
trapped.
me here. Yeah, they're trapped. You're like, meet me here at this time. All right, you have to be there because there's no excuse. You're trapped in the hotel. So it actually works out if that's the situation. That's what the UFC does, right? The UFC they put everybody in the bubble, or they used to. Now they don't. It's just like, but before, like in Dubai, you're in the bubble, so it's just like you move around and do whatever you want throughout the hotel. So hopefully it's like that, man. If it's not, then is it worth going to sit
Here
in
we
a
go.
hotel all day?
John KL riding to the rescue. Singapore announced yesterday they're suspending the loosening of COVID restrictions. There
What?
we go.
Oh, nice.
They don't
That's not
operate the
good.
bubble anymore because the borders are more open now. Fantastic.
Okay,
I'll
nice.
see you at the bar, Tom, or at 7-Eleven.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
7-Eleven. At the
gonna be
little
fun, man.
tables outside the 7-Eleven.
Oh yeah, that's the dream, man.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
Asian.
Oh,
That's Asian style.
Yeah.
And the first time I went to Singapore for a one show a couple years ago, I hadn't been to Asia in like 5 years, and I missed it so much. And just getting there, and I remember sitting down on a patio and getting a beer, and it was just like the greatest thing ever, man. I'd been waiting so long to get back there, so I'm pumped to get back to Singapore, man. It's a cool city.
I haven't been for one yet, so I'm intrigued to see what it's like there. I never actually did it, strangely.
John's coming in with some really crucial intel here, Nick.
Uh-oh.
7-Eleven only sells alcohol till 10:30. That means we need to buy several nights worth of alcohol at one time.
Or we
See?
just get there.
Korea
at
is
10:30 a.m.
24 hours, dude. Like, I don't understand why they would stop selling alcohol at
Oh, yeah.
10:30.
Man, that's how it is in Canada. I mean, I can't get booze here past 10 o'clock. It's
Why?
cruelty,
What does
man.
that? Why would that even matter? Like, to me,
I have
it
no
doesn't make
idea.
any sense.
And you can't buy booze in like convenience stores and grocery stores, like mini marts and stuff, like you would over there. You have to go to like special stores. It's crazy, man. Canada has some of the worst liquor laws in the world.
Canada's just the worst.
I don't really
man.
drink myself,
There's a-
but I think that's kind of stupid, you know. Like,
It's definitely
you
stupid,
should just
man.
be able to buy alcohol anywhere. Why? You know,
Yeah,
if it's
at
a
any
convenience
time,
store,
yeah.
you should be able to buy alcohol. If it's a supermarket, you should be able to buy alcohol, right? Like,
I had that
Yeah.
in
That's where you
Nashville
buy
once.
stuff.
I went to a off license, or I guess they call it liquor store, and they wouldn't serve liquor. It was just a Sunday. You can't buy it on Sunday because it's the day of Jesus. So I was
well,
baffled by
it's
that. Yeah, I was.
the day of Jesus, and doesn't
But,
Jesus
like,
have
yeah.
too many days?
Yeah, he gets a lot of
He
days.
does have a lot of days, yeah.
Yeah, he
He's
got
got
a
his
lot
own
of days.
holiday,
Every
man.
Sunday is a
Yeah.
lot of days, man. That's
Sunday's
like a lot
my
of
day.
holidays.
Sunday's my day.
You know, can
All
we
right,
go
I'm
to
taking
work
Saturday
on
then.
Monday and be like, boss, Monday is my day, so like we can't work on this day? You know what I mean? Like, come on, boss. But yeah,
Mandates.
alcohol is 24 hours. I think
That's
Japan
good.
too is 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I definitely stumbled into the 7-Eleven at like 3 a.m. and got more beer last time I was in Japan.
So it looks like
that
we're gonna
chicken,
have to stock up. Yeah.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Can you drink it, John KL, in say the hotel lobby if you buy it before 10:30? Can you sit there?
I can confirm you can drink past 10:30 in Singapore. I've done that several times. It's,
But is it because of the new law? Are there any new restrictions?
on drinking? I hope not.
I mean, just for COVID. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
'Cause Hong Kong is kind of made a bit of a curfew essentially, where
You know, another thing that's funny to me is that they check everybody's temperature everywhere you go, where it doesn't even matter.
In Singapore or
anymore
Hong
now.
Kong?
In Asia in general, just
Yeah.
like I had COVID, I didn't even have a temperature once throughout the time I had COVID.
Oh, it's different
So-
for everyone, man. I understand them trying to take as many precautions as possible for sure.
Yeah, but I don't think temperature is like a gauge for like COVID anymore. It
Nah.
doesn't really matter.
what? How did you feel?
But I mean,
John?
if you
was gonna
catch
reach
someone
out
having a
to you,
fever, that would be worthwhile.
Huh?
I was gonna reach out to see if you were okay, but I figured you were fine because
I didn't even know you had
You-
COVID.
I saw you had it, but I didn't think you were dying. But
No, I
how
wasn't
was your
dying.
COVID experience?
I felt really bad like the first day, but it
Yeah.
was more like just like feeling like kind of tired and having a headache and stuff, like fatigue. And then like as the days went, it just continued a little bit, and then like the coughing, and then my voice changed a little bit as I went, and then it just started fading away. I still have a cough, but it's all good. You know,
Still have a cough.
I'm still alive.
Okay.
Thank God.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Don't
I
know
was
what we
just
do without
I was
you,
getting
man.
the ear beating from my like
Yeah,
from my friend about not telling him I had COVID.
that's good.
Just, like,
It's good
let
you
it
have
pass.
concerned friends, man.
Yeah. But yeah, Leon, I was gonna breathe all up on him just to make sure that he's going. But Leon has gone rogue.
He's gone dark, man.
He's
Haven't heard from
going
that guy.
dark. He has gone dark because Vax Holloway has not been active, or has
No,
it been?
It's
I
'cause
don't
there's
know. I
nobody
haven't
left
been.
in there.
I haven't been
Yeah.
paying attention. But
Tom
yeah, he's
left.
gone dark.
Nah, I couldn't take it anymore, man. I'm not kidding, man. It was right when the truckers were all invading Ottawa. I didn't need to hear any more of this nonsense.
You guys crack me up. You and Chris. You guys
Well,
both
I love Leon, man. He's a great guy. I'm happy to chat fights with him anytime.
You guys,
I don't
you
need to
guys
subject
both
myself
got, you guys both got like really entangled in the web of Leon. It was just funny to when I was reading those like threads. I was just laughing, like, "Oh no, he's entrapped." That's what I thought. I was like,
I
Tom's
just didn't have the energy. I was never trapped. I think I only answered him like 3 times, and every time it was a mistake, man.
Yeah, exactly. And then Chris, like, he would go really far, right? And it was just like those were the best ones. I was just like,
Chris, I think, was actually mad. Yeah.
Yeah, and just like it was just pretty insane. And but yeah, now it's over, man. Vax Holloway had its run.
It is, man. You know, and we're all homies still. It's all good. We just have different opinions on what's happening.
Exactly. You know, long as, you know, I just think like
I did.
Everybody, you know, is okay. Everybody's just like everybody just needs to just relax. And if you get sick, take the precautions. The sickness is real, right? It's not fake. I've had it. Many people I know have had it. Some people I've known had it multiple times. You know, like, so, and they're not dead. They're alive. You know, it's a sickness, just like any other sickness. People die. People survive. You know, you get treated. So I just think that you should just kind of relax about it. You know, there's worse things going on right now, like that thing in the Ukraine, dude. That's like insane.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
And
of course, what's happening in Myanmar, as we said, still happening over there. A lot of sad things happening in the world right now. Nick, can you confirm this for our friends at Dugout Philippines? There's no post-fight presser tonight, as far as I know, correct?
Is that my man Ivan?
It is.
Yeah. What's up? No post-fight interviews. Yes. I was told that earlier, Ivan. I asked, and I don't know why. I think Mr. Andrew Whitelaw will just be conducting some of his own, like he does pre-fight. So should be some videos later. That reminds me,
he's taking that role on real good, huh?
Yeah, good for him. I'm very happy for him, and I hope they use him more. I think he's good. He's good there. So
he's used to it, man. He's built for that.
He's a pro, man.
Yeah.
Yes,
he's a pro.
And we had him on last time, and Miguel. Can't forget Miguel.
Yeah,
Miguel.
You missed Miguel.
Yeah, you missed that, eh? Andrew and his buddy were on the gin and tonics somewhere in Thailand.
They were in Phuket, as well, I think.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Oh, they're like what's his name's in Phuket?
He was there. Andrew Whitelaw and Miguel were doing a week Muay Thai camp or something. I don't know. And then he was trying to get interviews with Hamzat. I said good luck with that. Yeah, but I don't know if he actually did.
I think if he did, it would probably be out by now, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because you don't want to hold on to stuff like that. You just want to release it.
No kidding, man.
I got some stuff that I'm gonna do down there too, man. I can't wait to be down there.
Yeah,
just
produce.
What can you tell us anything?
Like content wise, you're talking about?
Yeah, I don't want
content wise. I'm just gonna be down there. Just like I'm gonna do. When I was there last time, I did like this series that I'm putting out right now, the Fight Island thing, with all like the people that own the gyms and stuff, and like how the COVID affected them. You know, little interviews and stuff. Like I still have those coming out for the next probably 8 weeks or something like that. But when I get back down there, I'm gonna start doing some more like gym profiles, like of all the gyms, like just kind of like going like overviews of like the coaches and some of the fighters and stuff, and then sit back and relax and see who flies in and get interviews, right? Because I do have some connections down there, you know what I mean? Like some connections, like some strings that I try to pull to get certain people to do interviews. So hopefully I could take advantage of that. Another thing that I'm working on probably is, I don't want to say because like it's going to be something that you guys will watch and you'll be like, you're fucking stupid. Or sorry, excuse me, you're stupid. Like, why are you doing that? But it's going to be fun, man. I just want to do... Everybody wants to be like a certain thing in this media space, right? Like everybody wants, like you watch it, right? You watch people that are in the media space. Everybody wants to be Ariel Helwani. It seems like it, right? Everybody wants to be that guy, right? To me, I don't want to be that guy. You know, there's like But there's a lot of people that want to be him, right? Or be, like John Morgan. That's what they want to be. Like, I don't want to be that, because there's already too many people chasing after that, right? I don't want to be that. I want to be something different. I want to try something different and still be covering the sport, you know what I mean? Still like be connected with fighters and stuff, but like event coverage is not what I want to do. Like, that's not something I want to do, right? I want to be something. I want to do something. So that's why I'm going down there. I'm going to spend some time down there, and I'm going to show this different side of covering the sport, right? And that's what I'm going to do. And the closest place I can go is there, because people will be coming in. I wish I was in Vegas, because Vegas would be even better, but I'm not going to go to Vegas. That's just too far. And if I was single, I'd probably be in Vegas right now. I'd probably be in Vegas right now, because
wouldn't we all?
The world is your oyster, like they like to say, right? But yeah. Oh, but I could. Oh, you're talking about the other thing, right? So what I'm gonna do is, this is the plan. So while I'm doing all that media stuff and like fighter stuff and all that, so this is the plan. So the first, like, when I get there, hopefully everything goes smooth and like I could get the test and it comes out negative and I get free. So once I get free, then I don't have to worry about anything, right? I don't have to worry about like them kind of containing me or anything like that. So this is the process, right? So when I get there, I get tested on the day I get there, and then on the 4th day I have to get tested again, just to make sure that it wasn't like a false negative or whatever. And then once the 4th day passes, then I could like be free and like go anywhere in Thailand that I want, basically. So once that gets cleared, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take 2 months of just training. So for 2 months, I'm gonna just train like every day, twice a day, but still work. You know what I mean? Still like do interviews and stuff like that, and pretty much like get my weight down to a certain amount, right? And I'm gonna follow like this plan of like diet and stuff like that. And you guys know who Jordy Sullivan is?
Yeah, we had him on the fight dietitian, right?
Yeah, the fight dietitian, right? So he's the dietitian for Israel Adesanya and like Volkanovski and Hooker. So he's gonna help me. So he's gonna come on board. He's gonna help me like fill out like a meal plan and like a diet to where I could get my weight down slowly to like a certain point. So what I want to do is I want to get my weight down to like 77, 78, like something like that, right? Kilos. Okay.
Wow.
And then in 2 months, right? In 2 months. So that, I don't think that's going to be a big problem. So I get my weight down, and for 2 months, I'll train every day, twice a day, like MMA, striking, whatever, right? And then after the 2 months, see where I'm at, and then book a fight. And then go into training camp. So I'll go into a training camp, and I think the training camp will probably end up being like 12 weeks. 12-week training camp. And then I'm going to document everything. Like all this stuff will be documented. It'll be put together. I'm going to have someone film it, and I'll be filming stuff too. And I'm going to have like a guy that does really good editing. He's going to edit it all up, and it's going to come out as a series. Right?
Cool, man.
And then if I fight, and if I feel like if I don't get injured, I might just stay and take another fight 2 months after that.
Sign with one
like
championship.
Plan. No, I'm not going one championship. But I'm gonna fight like that. So I could be fighting on Fight Circus.
Yeah, I was gonna say that seems like a good option for you.
Yeah, like I could be fighting on Fight Circus. I could be fighting at that Fairtex, the Lumpini fight place. What they're doing fights now, MMA. I could be fighting on there's another show in Bangkok that one of the guys I know, he does a show. Like I might ask him like book a fight for me or whatever. But yeah, so like that's kind of like the plan is like do that and then come back home before November. Before November, like the longest I'll stay is up to November because I want to be back before like my daughter's birthday or whatever. So I'll be there for a while. Man. Be there for a while, man. So if anybody's coming to Phuket during that time, I'll be there.
I've been meaning to go back there, man. Maybe I'll come visit.
Yeah, you should, man. I'll be there.
Get some sparring rounds in. You can beat me up.
Exactly. And And there's going to be a lot of, from what I know, there's going to be a lot of fighters down there. Like throughout that time, there's going to be in and out. You know what I mean? So it's easier. It's getting easier to get into Thailand now. So there's going to be people dropping in.
For sure.
Hopefully, see what happens. I'm hearing things about a UFC event in Asia. I'm hearing things.
Oh, wow.
That'd be cool.
You know, so see if you guys hear anything, and then. But I'm hearing things.
Don't tempt me. I know I'm going back into lockdown with Hong Kong. I won't be able to leave again. It's so fun just being a little bit more free, you know.
Yeah, it really is.
Go outside.
Yeah, dude. From what I heard, Hong Kong is hell, dude. Like you can't do anything.
Yeah, it's a joke. Yeah.
If you catch COVID, you have to leave your home and be detained. That's crazy to me that they do that to people. And they're doing mandatory testing for everybody, which is crazy.
Damn, my boy Ivan here was waiting for the T-Rex, Drex Zamboanga, and Jeremy Pakatu. Sorry, Ivan. Just message the PR. I'm sure they'll set you up with something tonight or tomorrow.
Yeah, what about Drex's knockout, man? Does it seem like Rahul's chin, man, is not like
doesn't
good
seem
at
to be
all?
there? No, I mean,
Amir
Khan
used to be
messed
pretty
him up.
tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was talking about when I interviewed him earlier this week, he was saying literally that he wanted like a dog fight. He wanted 15 minutes. And what he didn't want was getting knocked out quickly. He said even if he loses, as long as he loses in like a long fight, then he's kind of content. But, obviously it went exactly how he didn't want it to go, which is unfortunate.
I didn't know that Michael Owens was 6'4". So Michael,
I knew this guy was a
You're
giant.
6'4"?
Never stand next to me, please, because I'm 5'6". I don't want to.
What are you related to Tony Robbins? What's going on?
Seriously. Or Hagrid?
No, I'm not 6'4", man. I am like barely 6 foot, right? And right now I'm sitting at like 85, 86 kilos. Right? So I need to I want to fight at featherweight. I think featherweight would be a good way to get down because I want to do the weight cut. I want to experience the weight cut. I want to experience the dieting. I want to experience the training. I want to experience everything. And if I get knocked out, then I get knocked out. If I get choked out, I get choked out. But I just want to be able to experience everything the way a fighter does it, right? And have a professional help me, which is Jordy. You know what I mean? I know I could trust him to Did you see that video of that dude that cut weight and then he was throwing up and and now he's suspended by the commission for putting up that video?
I don't know why he put that up. Like, what were you thinking? Yeah.
It was like that dick swinging move a little bit, right? Excuse my language. But it was like, why would you do that? That's like, that doesn't prove anything at all. Like, that didn't make any sense. But
yeah,
I guess he learned his lesson. You know, he's suspended now.
Yeah, no kidding. Tough lesson.
I tell you what, I'm gonna have to wrap it up there because it's been 6 hours and 12 minutes. I'm not eating breakfast yet. Other than those delicious grapes I had, Tom still made the grapes, but I need some more. It's 4 p.m. So I gotta take a break, and I think we've gone long enough. So yeah. Let's leave it there. And thank you, John, jumping on. Been a pleasure.
Yeah, great to see your smiling face again, man.
Maybe I'll be back
over there
in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we'd love to have you for Lights Out, and please keep us posted on all that stuff you were just talking about, and if we can do anything to big the whole shebang up or what.
Maybe you guys could interview me throughout the process.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be cool. I wouldn't mind.
Tell us what to do. Yeah, I'm down. And maybe I'll see you in Phuket if I get stuck.
That would be even better. Face-to-face interviews with Nick.
I mean, I'm going to have to find a video camera as well in Singapore somewhere. But
no, I have all the equipment. You just use my equipment to do what you need to do.
Yeah, well,
for Singapore,
my video camera in Hong Kong, and I've just messaged SCMP about getting one in Singapore, and they say they got no equipment there. So I'll have to buy a new one or rent or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. That'll do though. Well, thank you all the commenters and the questions and everyone interacting, all the new subscribes. I think we added a bunch tonight. We are now 24,000 and something. We went over 24K,
Beautiful.
so that's cool. Beautiful.
Love to see it.
Yeah, 24,200. And sorry to all the Onglar fans, you didn't get the result you wanted, but I hope you enjoyed the show and the event, and I hope you enjoyed seeing Onglar fight, and I'm sure he'll be back again. Don't worry about it. But otherwise, lads, should we wrap it up?
Let's do it, man.
All
There's a
right.
bagel calling my name.
Yeah, I'm going to take a break, and then Tom and I are going to dive into some reaction, I think, and the fun goes on. But yeah, thank you, everyone. We'll see you next time. 2 weeks, full circle. No, that was tonight. Lights out. March 11th. All right.